Chapter 1120. Fu Yinyan quickly said, "Brother Chun, that is not what I meant. I am very confident in this battle. However, this Zhuang Jinghe was supposed to deal with the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. I still have not seen him. This is rather strange." Chun Ming patted Fu Yinyan's shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry. Right now, we're in the same boat as Zhuang Jinghe. Our interests are the same. No matter what, Zhuang Jinghe will not dare to play any tricks. This will not benefit him at all." Hearing Chun Ming's explanation, the others relaxed slightly. "In that case, we are overthinking. We should not let our imaginations run wild before a great battle. Sect Master Chun, please don't take it to heart." Chun Ming had a smile on his face as he chatted casually with the group. However, he was smiling coldly in his heart. At this moment, the islands of the other 8 factions had turned out in full force. There were not many cultivators left to defend the islands. Zhuang Jinghe led the Buddhist sect disciples of Black Flame Island to the island where the Lianyun gang was. Then he instructed indifferently. Collect all the resources on the island first. Then gather all the people on the island in a temple and hold a ceremony to forcefully purify them. Although the Buddhist sect disciples had set up temples on the various islands, they had not collected much power of faith in just 1 month. Furthermore, they had not been able to move freely. It was far from enough to get the Amitabha Buddha statue to leave Black Flame Island. Hence, Zhuang Jinghe had no choice but to come up with a plan with Chun Ming to evacuate the people of the 7 factions. After that, they would hold a Buddhist sect ceremony to forcibly purify the ordinary people. This kind of ceremony was extremely tyrannical. After the ceremony, all the ordinary people purified would die immediately, overdrawing on all their life force. If not for the urgency of time, Zhuang Jinghe would not have done this, killing these millions of ordinary people in batches. He could collect a vast amount of power of faith in a short time. However, after feeling satisfied for a while, the foundation would be damaged. At that time, even if he managed to take down Heavenly Star Island, it would be much more troublesome to nurture new believers. However, now that things had reached this point, Xiao Chun had no other choice. He had to take down Heavenly Star Island. There was something in there that he needed to obtain. This time, it was rare for the other factions to cooperate with him. He could not miss this opportunity. When Lan Xiaobai, who was on Heavenly Star Island, heard what Xiao Chun said, he immediately sent out scouts to keep an eye on the movements of the various factions. When the fleet formed by the 8 major forces had just set sail, he had received a detailed intelligence report from the City Lord Mansion. After Lan Xiaobai carefully read the intelligence report, his face immediately sank. Then, he slammed the intelligence report on the desk in front of him with a paw. "They really think that our Heavenly Star Island is easy to bully." Lan Xiaobai waved his hand and called the guards outside. He said, "Invite all the outer sect elders of the city Lord's residence over. Tell them to see me within 1 minute. Also, send someone to ask the inner court elders to come as soon as possible." The outer sect elders were experts that Lan Xiaobai had hired from the Black Sea over the past 2 years through the Kim Taeho Chamber of Commerce's funds. As for the inner sect elders, they were the direct subordinates of Yu Qinxi, Jin Lin, Yu Lu Ku, and others. They were the people that Heavenly Star Island could absolutely trust. After Immerse arrived, she organized this complete hierarchy. There were also all sorts of detailed arrangements. Everyone had their own tasks. Even though the Dragon's Gate's signboard was not revealed, the island's basic hierarchy needed to exist. Otherwise, everyone would just be busy with their own things, forever a mess. By laying the foundation in advance, when the Dragon's Gate's signboard was revealed, everything would naturally fall into place. Imo Chin's thinking was even further ahead than that of Xiao Chun and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew in the Great Hall. The first to arrive were not the outer sect elders in the city, but the inner sect elders like Yu Qinxi, who were cultivating on the distant mountain peaks. Firstly, because they were stronger, they moved much faster. Secondly, They had already received notice from Lan Xiaobai that something big would happen in the near future, so they were much more efficient. Lan Xiaobai looked at the 5 people in the hall and sized them up. Then he smiled and said, "It looks like in this short 1 month, your strength has improved significantly. All of you are already great Grandmaster level martial sages." You smiled and said, "Hee hee." Not only did Big Brother Xiao Chun give me a Holy Spirit vein, but he also gave me a profound martial technique and a detailed explanation. I understood at the moment I heard it. If I still did not improve, I would really be a big fool. When Lan Xiaobai heard that, he felt somewhat startled. To think that Xiao Chun even had a profound martial technique. After all, several blue-robed emperors could not even obtain a profound martial technique in their lifetimes. Right now, Elder Brother Xiaobai might not even be a match for me. Lan Xiaobai smiled and did not argue. 10 days ago, Xiao Chun, who was only a hair's breadth away from the blue-robed emperor, successfully broke through. Of the 9 Holy Spirit veins, Xiao Chun had already refined 3. His cultivation stabilized at the small perfection blue-robed emperor. Before Lan Xiaobai broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm, he had a 30 to 40% chance of defeating a regular small perfection blue-robed emperor. Now that Xiao Chun had broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, he was fully confident of defeating a regular small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, there was no need for Xiao Chun to expose his strength now. He looked at Yu Chenxi and waited for her to speak. Of the 5, Xiao Chun thought the most highly of this girl, who came from the Kunlun realm with Xiao Chun. Yu Chenxi's pretty face appeared rather calm. He said indifferently, "I did not accept the profound martial technique that Xiao Chun gave me. I only asked him for guidance on some things. I reformulated my own Morning Sun Fist and comprehended it for a month. Now, the might of the Morning Sun Fist is no weaker than a profound martial technique. In fact, it might even be stronger." When Lan Xiaobai heard that, he was stunned. He did not doubt Yu Chenxi's words at all. To be able to raise the might of a martial technique that one was familiar with to the level of a profound martial technique was indeed more horrifying than a regular profound martial technique. The things that belonged to one would always be the most convenient to use. Their compatibility with one's body was also the highest. The others spoke up one after another. In this 1 month of cultivation, they had all gained something. Their faces were filled with fighting spirit. They even somewhat anticipated the big matter that Lan Xiaobai spoke of. The 8 factions of the subordinate islands of Heavenly Star Island are working together. If I am not wrong, we will arrive at the 7 satellite islands in half a day. Lan Xiaobai spoke slowly, honestly explaining the situation before them. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared, replaced with grave expressions. Unexpectedly, it was such a difficult problem. They had just improved their strength, and now they had to face a person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. "Elder Brother Xiaobai, is this true?" You asked as she blinked. Lan Xiaobai nodded silently, confirming it once more. The atmosphere in the hall turned somewhat silent. However, silence did not represent weakness, cowardice, or fear. Instead, it was eruption. It would erupt in silence and not die in silence. "Big Brother Xiaobai, you did not call us here to get us to dessert, right?" Carrying his saber on his back, Jean Lin's valiant face flashed with determination. He looked straight at Lan Xiaobai, displaying his firm determination. Lan Xiaobai smiled and said, "Desert? How can that be possible? They're just a bunch of old fellows who have lost their sharpness. Do they really think that we, the younger generation, can be bullied as we wish? I, Lan Xiaobai, have already endured enough. I only have one question. Who is willing to accompany me to the front lines?" As Lu Ku grasped the treasure sword in his hand, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the usually quiet Lu Ku. He said indifferently, "The blue-robed emperor is not enough to scare me." Xiao Xian, who looked gentle and pretty, said, "Xiao Xian is not that easy to scare either." From the start to the end, Yu Chenxi's eyes remained calm. He calmly expressed his determination. "From a moment I stepped on a Heavenly Star Island, I never thought of handing this island over to someone else." Lan Xiaobai was very satisfied with the reactions of the others. He said, Everyone says that there is an insurmountable chasm between the blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster-level martial sage. However, that is not the case. In a battle, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, mental state, aura, secret treasures, there are simply too many factors that can affect the outcome. In the past year or so, I have fought with many blue-robed emperors. I deeply understand that this is just a fixed mindset. A great grandmaster-level martial sage might not necessarily be able to defeat the blue-robed emperor. I can clearly say that your current conditions are much better than mine was half a year ago. At that time, I did not have any Holy Spirit veins to cultivate with or an expert like Xiao Chun to guide me. So, I absolutely cannot be afraid of battle. If I am afraid of death, I will really be dead. Over the past year or so, whenever the 7 heroes of the Dragon's people came to cause trouble, Lan Xiaobai and Elder Qin dealt with them together. Lan Xiaobai had a lot of experience fighting with the blue-robed emperor. No one doubted Xiao Qin's words. They listened carefully and memorized them. Ta, ta, ta. Footsteps resounded. The outer sect elders of Heavenly Star Island were slightly slower. However, they still arrived on time, not a single one missing. The outer sect elders were a group of grandmaster-level experts hired with money. For them to be so efficient was already considered pretty good. Lan Xiaobai did not waste any time, quickly explaining the situation of Heavenly Star Island. Then he instructed, "There is no need for you to fight with the blue-robed emperor directly. Just use the king-grade warship to prevent his subordinates from harassing us." In terms of loyalty, these outer sect elders could not compare to Yu Chenxi's group. Lan Xiaobai naturally had his own plans for how to assign tasks. "City Lord, don't worry. Just leave those miscellaneous soldiers to us." The outer sect elders answered in unison when they heard that. Lan Xiaobai continued, "For every warship destroyed, I will reward you with 100,000 black astral coins. If you do not want black astral coins, you can ask for secret treasures, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques of equal value. Whoever destroys 100 sage-grade warships first will be rewarded with a profound martial technique. There is only one." The generous rewards immediately lit up the eyes of these outer sect elders, filling them with excitement. Profound martial techniques were something that even immortal holy lands could not casually take out. They would only reward the most outstanding true inheritors. In auctions, there were often situations where one could not buy one even if one had the money. It was impossible not to be tempted. Furthermore, Lan Xiaobai's words were very ingenious. There was only one profound martial technique. This way, he could stimulate the fighting spirit of these outer sect elders even more. Naturally, Lan Xiaobai had his own reasons for giving such a large reward. On the battlefield, aside from the peak combatants, one should not underestimate those weaker than them. Chapter 1121. For example, when 2 equally matched blue-robed emperors fought an intense battle, a great grandmaster-level martial sage suddenly appeared and could immediately decide the outcome of the battle between the blue-robed emperors. In a battle between 2 great grandmaster-level martial sages, it went without saying which side held the advantage. Going by this logic, in a true battlefield, the one who could decide the outcome might be an insignificant cultivator. Theoretically speaking, this was entirely possible. "City Lord, why don't we see the Island Lord, Blue Dragon King?" In order to differentiate between Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaobai, Mo Chun had established a system of management. Lan Xiaobai was the city lord, who managed all the affairs. Xiao Chun was the island lord, who maintained a sense of mystery and deterrence. Naturally, Lan Xiaobai could not tell this group of outer sect elders that Xiao Chun and Mo Chun had gone to the Dragon's Gate's secret realm. Even Lan Xiaobai did not know when they would come out or whether they would be in danger. If he told them the truth, it would definitely affect the morale of the army. Right now, this group of outer sect elders had the courage to fight against the allied army of the 8 factions mainly because of Xiao Chun's existence. Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. Just these 5 words were sufficient to stabilize the army's morale. Lan Xiaobai said, The Blue Dragon King is in closed-door cultivation. If he is lucky, he will be a great perfection blue-robed emperor when he comes out. There is no need for us to make a move. He can deal with this group of people alone. Even if he is unlucky and cannot break through, he can rush over at any time. Forced by the situation, Lan Xiaobai had no choice but to come up with an excuse. Xiao Chun is in closed-door cultivation. There is a high chance that he will break through to great perfection blue-robed emperor. The moment Lan Xiaobai said that, the outer sect elders immediately became excited. The Blue Dragon King was already unbelievably powerful when he was only a small success blue-robed emperor. If he was a large success blue-robed emperor, he would be even more powerful. Lan Xiaobai smiled and led the group towards the City Lord's Mansion's courtyard. There were 7 king-class battleships of different colors there, which Xiao Chun had snatched from the 7 heroes of the dragon. There was also a dragon-shaped warship that was even more eye-catching. This was the King-grade warship, the Dragon's Gate's warship, known as the King of Kings. As far as I know, the 8 major forces only have 1 king-class warship. We can deal with it. Although there are many battleships left, they are all Saint-grade. You will have to deal with more than 200 Saint-grade battleships. Lan Xiaobai honestly reported the information he obtained to the group of outer sect elders. 7 king-class warships against more than 200 Saint-class warships. It was a 50-50 chance. However, Lan Xiaobai had his own high rewards, enough to make this group of outer sect elders go all out. With such momentum, they would definitely have a higher chance of victory. After sending off the 7 warships with his eyes, Lan Xiaobai said to you, "I'll leave Heavenly Star Island to you. When you receive my message, activate the Dragon's Gate's heaven locking formation. Our lives and deaths are in your hands." You nodded and said, "Elder Brother Xiaobai, don't worry. You will not disappoint you." Lan Xiaobai rubbed Yu's head. This little princess had become more mature in Heavenly Star Island. If the clan head saw this, he would be very happy. Let's go. We can't let Elder Qin wait too long on the outpost islets. From receiving the intelligence reports to dispatching the various forces, raising morale, and strategizing, Lan Xiaobai took care of everything. While Xiao Chun was not around, Lan Xiaobai managed Heavenly Star Island very well, preventing everyone from panicking when strong enemies arrived. Come, let's go and meet with these 8 factions. This group of bastards. Not only did they snatch our territory, but they even want to chase us, the masters, out of Heavenly Star Island. I, Lan Xiaobai, want to see what kind of people they are. These inner sect elders, who knew that Xiao Chun had entered the Dragon's Gate's secret realm, harbored rage as they boarded the Dragon's Gate's warship, prepared to die. Raise the sails and set sail. Fight for the Dragon's Gate. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. The Dragon's Gate's warship led the 7 king-grade warships through the clouds. In about 7 minutes, they arrived at the outpost islets. Then, they met up with Elder Qin. A group of 8 warships led all the elite cultivators of Heavenly Star Island out, waiting in formation. They're here. Soon, a group of warships surging with killing chi appeared at the limits of the sea's vision. They rode on huge waves and charged over. 300 warships gathered together. Compared to Heavenly Star Island's 8 warships, there was a clear visual difference. However, in terms of aura, Heavenly Star Island's 8 warships surpassed the other parties. The reason was none other than the 8 warships being bona fide king-grade warships. Any one of them was stronger than the other party's capital ship. Furthermore, there was the Dragon's Gate's warship, which was known as an unrivaled king-grade warship. It was impossible not to surpass the other party in terms of aura. On the 7-colored warship, all the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, including the 7 outer sect elders, did not feel any fear at all. Instead, their morale soared. Clearly, the 8 factions had not expected the insignificant Heavenly Star Island to send out 8 king-grade warships at once. A commotion spread among the various warships. How were they supposed to fight? There was a difference of an entire grade. They could only use numbers to overwhelm the other party. Who knew how many people would die? This was completely different from their original plan of killing them easily. The upper echelon of the 8 factions had to personally send people to pacify the crowd for a long time before this small commotion slowly died down. Winds and clouds churned, and waves surged. The seawater rose and fell endlessly, leaving a vast sea region between the two armies. The other party's metal blood warship broke away from the fleet and headed forward. Not knowing what the other party was doing, Lan Xiaobai stood on the Dragon's Gate's warship and waved his hand. He got the Dragon's Gate's warship to continue forward and block the other party. At the same time, he shouted, "Halt! This is Heavenly Star Island's Bushin Palace, the conferred land of the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun, personally appointed by the Thunder King." Mockery rang out on the metal blood warship. Chun Ming smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are to get the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chun, to speak to me? Also, don't use the Bushin Palace to pressure me. That will only make you appear cowardly. It will not give me any fear. Scram immediately. Our 8 factions can spare the lives of the small fries under the Blue Dragon King. That's right. Be smart and scram quickly. Otherwise, we will wash Heavenly Star Island in blood today. No one will be able to escape." The two warships faced each other on the sea. The leaders of the 8 factions were extremely arrogant, trying to regain some ground through their auras. However, the effect was not very obvious. The people on the Dragon's Gate's warship all had cold smiles on their faces. They did not fear this group of blue-robed emperor at all. As the other party spoke, Lan Xiaobai carefully sized up the situation. He was somewhat surprised that he did not discover the people of Black Flame Island. He wondered what that Zhuang Jinghe was doing. The leaders of the various factions on the Metal Blood warship also discussed in whispers, communicating quickly. The other party's morale is very high. This will not do. When we fight it out later, we will have to pay a huge price. We have to think of a way to ruthlessly suppress them. Unexpectedly, this insignificant Heavenly Star Island has 8 King-grade warships. Sect Master Chun, you make the decision. Naturally, Chun Ming knew how important morale was when 2 armies fought. He looked around and came up with an idea. He looked at the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship and said, "You are Lan Xiaobai, right? It is not impossible for us to leave. We will each send out 3 people. It will be a best of 3. The loser will scram. Just a bunch of inexperienced brats. Aren't your ambitions higher than the sky? Do you dare to agree?" An old man on the deck purposely used his quintessence to provoke the crowd, making his voice echo for 5 kilometers over the sea. Everyone heard it clearly. That's right. It is not like our Western Sea does not have rules. Whoever's fist is bigger is right. If you are not capable, then don't occupy such a good place like Heavenly Star Island. Scram back to the Kunlun continent. The last sentence incited a collective response from the other party. Everyone on the 300 warships of the 8 factions shouted, "Scram back! Scram back!" Instantly, the other party turned the tables, their morale soaring. Now, they knew that the other party was provoking them. Even if the other party lost, they would not leave. However, they were still in a difficult position. It was a best of 3, and the other party was the blue-robed emperor. This was clearly bullying the weak, wanting them, the younger generation, to suffer. Chun Ming strode forward and walked to the bow of the warship. He looked at Lan Xiaobai and smiled coldly. "What's wrong? You don't dare? Without virtue and incompetence, why are you still lingering on Heavenly Star Island? Scram!" On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Yu Chenxi and the others could not help but look at Lan Xiaobai. Lan Xiaobai smiled faintly and said calmly, "I finally got to see what it means to be shameless. To think that a group of people who are only a few hundred years old can say such things." Just when everyone thought that Lan Xiaobai would reject, Lan Xiaobai changed the topic. He said coldly, "However, I still agree to it. Even though I know it is a trap, I still agree to it. There are some beliefs that you people will never understand. Since Heavenly Star Island is without virtue and incompetence, you still want the 8 factions to band together before daring to attack. With a big battle at hand, you still want to play these little tricks to regain morale. You have truly broadened the horizons of me, Lan Xiaobai." Lan Xiaobai's generous words rendered Chun Ming and the others speechless. They had not expected Lan Xiaobai's drive to be so strong. Before Chun Ming could finish, Lan Xiaobai took the initiative to say, "Qinci, you will be the first to fight on behalf of my Heavenly Star Island. Even if we lose, we have to let them know. Our Heavenly Star Island is hot-blooded. Even the women are more manly than these old fellows." Lan Xiaobai's eyes filled with disdain. These words made the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island feel their blood boil. "That's right. Our cultivations are indeed not high. We cannot compare to you old fellows who have lived for a few hundred years. However, we are hot-blooded, open, and above board, standing upright and upright." When Yuqinci heard this, he did not show any fear. Right after Lan Xiaobai spoke, he jumped to the surface of the sea. Then, he expressionlessly looked at the other party and said in a frosty voice, "Heavenly Star Islands, Yuqinci seeks guidance from everyone. I hope you will not be stingy with your guidance." Originally, Chun Ming had intended to use the clearly unfair method of winning 2 out of 3 matches to force the other party back and lower the morale of Heavenly Star Island's side. Then, he would take advantage of the situation to charge over. Who knew? Lan Xiaobai directly agreed to this provocation and even sent out his own people before Chun Ming did. This put Chun Ming at a loss. He took 2 steps back and whispered, "Which of you will be the first?" After waiting for a while, Chun Ming looked around and discovered that no one was willing to be the first. These old men were all experienced people. They could tell that Yuqinci's cultivation had reached peak great grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, his aura was as sharp as a sword, boundlessly sharp. Chapter 1122. In their opinion, they would definitely win against such a person. However, they would definitely suffer significant injuries in the process. Hence, no one was willing to be the first to go up. After a few excuses, the Lianyun gang's Fu Lianyun whispered, "Sect Master Chun, why don't you go up first? With Brother Chen's strength, you will definitely be able to deal with the other party in 2 or 3 moves." When Chun Ming heard this, he could not help flying into a rage. Screw off. That Lan Xiaobai was right. After living for several hundred years, there is not a single girl who is a sissy. I'll go up and deal with the other party, the Haotian sect's Grand Elder. Stop dilly-dallying. It's you. Since it came to this, Fu Yinyun had to go up even if he did not want to. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea. As he looked at Yuqinci, killing chi flashed in his eyes. I can only end this quickly. The longer this drags on, the more variables there will be. I have to think of a way. Fu Yinyun thought for a while and came up with a plan. He said, "Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. This old man will give you a handicap of 3 moves, giving you a chance to defeat me. Is that so? In that case, I really have to thank Senior. Don't regret it." Fu Yinyun smiled and said, "I'll regret it? Last, just don't regret it. After 3 moves, this old man will defeat you in 1 move." Yuqinci did not reply. His face sank, and he circulated the morning sun fist's energy circulation in his meridians. Yuqinci's figure immediately turned hazy and indistinct, becoming unfathomable. Amid the thick mist, he looked very confusing. Fu Yinyun withdrew the smile on his face, and his expression turned grave. He sent out his mental energy, but did not see Yuqinci's figure in this afternoon. What's going on? With my cultivation, why can't I see through this mysterious phenomenon? This girl is not simple. Fortunately, this old man kept an eye out. Otherwise, I might end up making a fool of myself by going up first. Calming herself down, Fu Yinyun began to circulate the law of heaven energy in her body with all her might, drawing upon the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Winds and clouds churned. Waves roared ferociously on the calm surface of the sea. Occasionally, waves shot into the clouds, rumbling like thunder. The blue-robed emperor's aura was fully unleashed. Fu Yinyun did not show any signs of carelessness. His aura slowly suppressed Yuqinci's. He was just waiting for the moment Yuqinci charged over to overtake him. Just as Fu Yinyun was unhurriedly raising his aura and cautiously facing Yuqinci's killing move, which was about to appear at any moment, the sound of water breaking through the sea rang out. In the next moment, the red clouds that filled the surroundings disappeared in an instant, and a bright light burst out. The intense light was so piercing that several of the spectators were caught off guard. They felt like their eyes were being pricked by needles, hurting them tremendously. What came out? When the spectators recovered their vision, they saw that the person who leaped out was actually Yuchensi herself. She was like the rising sun, bursting out of the sea with a bright light, sweeping away the last trace of darkness before dawn. The blazing sun was unstoppable. When her fist landed, everyone could see it clearly. Fu Yinyun's aura was slowly suppressed by her. The rising sun followed by the fate of bursting out of the sea. The flourishing of her aura was simply unimaginable. Fu Yinyun was caught off guard. His aura was actually completely suppressed by Yuchensi. In his haste, he could only raise his palm to block. However, he was confident that with his cultivation, even if his aura was suppressed, he would be able to withstand it. The fist and palm collided. On the surface of the sea, a huge water screen rose up around the two, covering the sky and obstructing everyone's vision. When the curtain of water fell and the rain fell from the sky, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Even someone as strong as the blue-robed Emperor Fu Yinyun was actually knocked back a kilometer by Yuchensi's palm strike. Yuchensi's aura grew even more ferocious because of the might of this palm strike. The light on his body became even more dazzling, truly like the sun, not to be looked at directly. Back when Yuchensi sought guidance from Xiao Chun had pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of the Morning Sun Fist. The morning sun breaking through the morning sun was a very majestic concept. The moment the rising sun broke through the dawn, the energy that erupted was very strong. The advantages were obvious with one glance. However, the disadvantages were equally obvious: the lack of stamina. If one punch did not defeat the other party or severely injure the other party, the aura would immediately be exhausted. The method that Xiao Chun thought of for her was to infuse the state of gentle water into this punch. The aura would not be exhausted at the start, but would continue to rise. When the rising sun's aura was at its most ferocious, it would turn into the blazing sun of noon. When the blazing sun's might started to decrease, the aura would slowly settle, filling up like water. When the sun set, the aura that had been settled for a long time would erupt for the final time. Rising sun, and setting sun. When one reached the highest level, they could cycle endlessly. One would no longer have to worry about the problem of being too rigid and easily breaking. Of course, Xiao Chun had only pointed out a direction for Yuchensi. He did not mention the specific modifications to the cultivation technique and how to infuse the state of gentle water. This was all done by Yuchensi alone. After all, no one in the world could be more familiar with this fist technique than her. Based on the current situation, it was clear that Yuchensi had succeeded in the past month. The brand new Morning Sun Fist already had a perfect embryonic form. When the many blue-robed emperors on the metal blood warships saw this scene, they were all astonished. This is a profound martial technique. Old Fu is going to fail. He should not have been careless and allowed the other party to make 3 moves. This is going to be problematic. The might of a profound martial technique is really incredible. No wonder there are often situations where one cannot buy it, even if one has the money. The group of blue-robed emperors all frowned. They did not look optimistic about the situation before them. Only Chun Ming smiled coldly and said, "Don't underestimate Fu Yinyun. This fellow is very cunning." "What's going on? Brother Chun, did you see anything?" Everyone looked at Chun Ming in confusion. From the current situation, it was clear that Yuchensi had knocked Fu Yinyun back 1 kilometer with 1 punch. If there were 2 more punches, Fu Yinyun would definitely be severely injured. Chun Ming did not answer. He said indifferently, "You will know if you keep watching. Wait for my signal and prepare to launch an all-out attack." Yuchensi, who was hovering in the air, was already like the blazing sun, radiating a horrifying light and heat. A 7-colored bridge appeared under her feet. As she stood on the rainbow bridge, her second punch carried an even more ferocious aura as it charged over. Fu Yinyun's expression turned grave. She gathered all the law energy in her body on her right palm. Even before the fight started, the surrounding seawater already could not endure it. Fu Yinyun's energy caused huge waves to surge up and down. Boom! The fist and palm clashed again. This time, the impact was even greater. A continuous shock wave swept out in all directions, carrying the seawater with it. A large layer of the sea was shaved off like mud. A large, spiraling pit appeared in the vast seawater, and the sea level sank by 1 kilometer. Fu Yinyan moved back again. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She was significantly injured. The might of a profound martial technique was displayed to its fullest in Yu Chenxi's hands. Even the blue-robed emperor was injured if he was careless. Good. On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Jean Lin could not help exclaiming. He laughed loudly and said, "Keep pretending. There is still 1 punch left. Let's see if you can still laugh." Everyone in Heavenly Star Island's group felt greatly encouraged. After injuring Fu Yinyun with 2 punches, everyone saw hope of victory. When Fu Yinyun landed, she vomited a mouthful of blood. She smiled and said, "The might of a profound martial technique is indeed extraordinary. Continue. There is still 1 punch left. Let's see what tricks you can play. Remember, you only have 1 punch left." Yu Chenxi did not dare to be careless. She knew that whether she could defeat her opponent depended on this crucial punch. After this punch, her opponent would not go easy on her. He would not give her so much time to store up power. To be cautious, Yu Chenxi did not hold anything back in this 3rd punch. The bright light on her body slowly dimmed. Eventually, the scarlet afterglow of the setting sun appeared on her body. For the sake of maximizing the might of this punch, Yu Chenxi did not rush to make a move. Instead, she continued storing up power. This punch, after the setting sun, was the strongest move of the brand-new Morning Sun Fist. As long as she could bring out its full might, she was confident of defeating Fu Yinyun with 1 punch. The only problem was that she was not very familiar with this final punch and could not execute it as she pleased. However, that was not a problem. The other party was very arrogant. At the start, he said that he would let her make 3 moves first. Soon, the other party learned the consequences of his arrogance, what regret was. Hu Qi, however, just as Yu Chenxi was about to execute this punch, Fu Yinyun, who had been sitting down and preparing to defend, suddenly burst out with an overwhelming killing intent, bursting out with all of the blue-robed emperor's aura. Using the speed of a flickering light, Fu Yinyun arrived before Yu Chenxi, who was just short of executing the afterglow of the setting sun in 2 or 3 breaths. Unexpectedly, Fu Yinyun went against the promise he made in front of everyone. After he numbed Yu Chenxi, he suddenly made a move before the 3 moves were over. Not giving Yu Chenxi a chance to scatter his cultivation, Fu Yinyun did not hesitate to make a move. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Little girl, you are still too inexperienced. In your next life, don't trust the words of others." Fu Yinyun sent out a palm strike. Before Yu Chenxi could scatter his cultivation, he was injured by this palm strike. Then, he suffered the rebound of his martial technique. His meridians flowed in reverse, and his meridians ruptured. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Like a kite with its string broken, Yu Chenxi fell back unsteadily. The setting sun looked like blood, scattering its radiance. Something strange happened. No one expected the situation to change in an instant. To think that an older generation cultivator like Fu Yinyun would use such a trick. Fu Yinyun said that he would let Yu Chenxi make 3 moves, but he only gave 2. After he numbed Yu Chenxi, he dealt a fatal blow. If Fu Yinyun used such a trick to deal with a cultivator of the same generation as him, it would be understandable. However, Fu Yinyun actually used such a trick on someone younger than him by more than 200 years. This was simply extremely despicable, flabbergasting everyone. When everyone on the Dragon's Gate's warship saw the weakened Yu Chenxi, rage burned in their hearts, and killing qi surged. Lan Xiaobai's heart sank. He clenched his right fist tightly and gritted his teeth. Lan Xiaobai had never been so angry before. He had not expected an older generation cultivator to be this despicable. Whoosh! Chapter 1123. Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, and he entered the void. In the next moment, He appeared in midair and caught Yu Chensi. As he looked at the unconscious Yu Chensi, who was still in pain, Lan Xiaobai's expression turned sullen and furious. "My apologies, young Master Lan. I was a little too heavy-handed. This girl is probably crippled," Fu Yinyun said in a strange tone, revealing a smile on his crafty face. Lan Xiaobai retorted coldly, "Heaven is watching what people do. You will get your retribution sooner or later." After saying that, Lan Xiaobai quickly carried Yu Chensi back to the Dragon's Gate's warship. The reason was none other than the Metal Blood Sect's flagship charging over, leading 300 warships in a grandiose manner. Clearly, the so-called best of three and the loser withdrawing was just a pretense. Whether they won or lost, the other party would not leave. As long as they could deal a blow to Heavenly Star Island's morale, it would be fine. Brother Lianyun, you did well. The moment you appeared, you crippled one of the other party's people. You managed to throw Heavenly Star Island's people into chaos and cause their morale to plummet. This time, we will definitely succeed in taking down Heavenly Star Island. Chen Ming praised Fu Yinyun, who had returned to the warship. Fu Yinyun said, "This time, I am going all out. In attacking Heavenly Star Island, either you die or I die. I hope that Sect Master Chun can invite Zhuang Jinghe to make a move in the end." Chen Ming patted Fu Yinyun's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as Xiao Chen appears, Zhuang Jinghe will definitely appear and help us block him. Right now, we just need to focus on killing this group of inexperienced brats until not a single one remains." On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Lan Xiaobai showed a sullen expression as he suppressed the rage in his heart. He calmly made a decision to retreat and activate the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation, defending the outpost islets to the death. The Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation was partially repaired. Without a consummation cultivator like the blue-robed Emperor, no one would be able to break this formation. It would be sufficient to block these 8 factions that came with surging auras. Unfortunately, this formation was only partially repaired and could not be maintained for long. It could only operate for 3 days. Unless absolutely necessary, and in the most dangerous of times, he absolutely could not activate it. Originally, Lan Xiaobai had intended to use the advantage of the King-grade warship to fight it out with the other party, delaying for as long as he could to give Xiao Chen as much time as possible. But now, because of Yu Chensi's injury, the people on his side were all furious and unable to calm themselves down. Participating in battle in such a state was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could result in death. He had no choice but to give up on his original plan. Right now, they could only hope that Xiao Chen could come out of the Dragon's Gate's secret realm within 3 days. Otherwise, Heavenly Star Island would be finished. What made him feel slightly relieved was that he had not seen any forces from Black Flame Island since the beginning. The key characters of both sides, Xiao Chun and Zhuang Jinghe, did not appear. From a certain point of view, as long as one of the two appeared first, they would immediately be able to influence the situation of the battlefield. Who was going to appear? Zhuang Jinghe was currently conducting purification ceremonies on island after island. He forcefully purified everyone on the islands, leaving no one behind, including the families of the leaders of the 8 factions. His methods were cruel and bloody. The islands were like hell on earth. How could ordinary mortals be a match for these people? No matter how many of them there were, they were just like ants, an extremely miserable sight. As for Xiao Chun and Mo Chun, after entering the secret realm, they walked for a long time before finally arriving at the place where the treasure trove was suspected to be. Along the way, they ran into several dilapidated restrictions and the remains of all sorts of mechanisms and puppet beasts. This was sufficient to show that someone had been here long ago. However, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the treasure trove was suspected to be, Xiao Chun and Mo Chun heaved a sigh of relief. There was an ancient stone door on the mountain under the rocks that had fallen off. It was tightly shut without any cracks at all. It should not have been opened before. Of course, they could only be sure after they entered. After glancing at the tightly shut stone door in front, Xiao Chen calmed himself and decided to test it out first. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the stone door. Then he punched the tightly shut stone door. Imo-chan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Bang! The stone door did not budge at all. Instead, it bounced back with a huge force. The impact knocked Xiao-chan back. Cracks appeared in his internal organs, which showed how strong the rebound was. In terms of physical strength, Xiao-chan would find it hard to find an opponent for the blue-robed emperor. If it were anyone else, they would have been shaken to death by such a rash attack. Are you all right? Why did you become so anxious? Imo-chan asked out of concern as she rushed over. Xiao-chan circulated his energy and circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art. After a few breaths, the cracks in his internal organs had all healed, not leaving any wounds behind. Xiao-chan spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, he frowned and said, I was somewhat rash. I feel that there is no way to forcefully open this stone door. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to open it. I'm sure that no one has touched the things in there. Imo-chan nodded and said, It looks like this stone door blocked the 3 holy masters' land. However, you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor, yet you blocked this stone door. Do you need some kind of token to open it? As the two spoke, they slowly arrived before the stone door. Then, they carefully sized it up, trying to see if they could find any clues. The ancient stone door on the mountain wall had blue dragon patterns carved on it. It looked extraordinarily mighty and tyrannical. After searching around the stone door for a long time, Xiao-chan could not find any clues. He could not help feeling somewhat discouraged. After spending a month without sleep or rest, in the end he was blocked outside the treasury, unable to enter. It was easy to imagine how depressed he felt. Back then, the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate in the heavenly starry ocean and fought many battles. He destroyed many sects and killed many experts. It was easy to imagine how valuable the war spoils were. However, Xiao-chan could not enter. Big brother Xiao, come and take a look at this, Imo-chan suddenly said. She seemed to have discovered something on the cliff wall not far from the stone door. Xiao-chan quickly walked over. He saw that Imo-chan had cleared out a rhombus-shaped indentation on the cliff wall. All sorts of rocks protruded from the cliff wall. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice this indentation. Xiao-chan revealed an expression of joy. How did you discover it? Imo-chan smiled and said, Have you forgotten? I am an expert in mechanisms and divination. You saw my abilities on the trip to the treasure mountain. There is nothing complicated about this stone door. As long as you have the token, you can open it. Without the token, no matter how capable you are, you will not be able to open it. It looks simple, but it is actually incredibly tyrannical. Big brother Xiao, think about it. Do you have a Dragon's Gate token that fits this indentation? Xiao-chan thought for a while and immediately thought of something. Then he took out the blue dragon medallion and said, Imo-chan, take a look and see if it is this. Imo-chan received the blue dragon medallion and compared it. Then she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, That's right. It is this. After saying that, she placed the blue dragon medallion into the indentation. Indeed, it fitted perfectly. As the blue dragon medallion fitted into the ancient stone door, the engraved blue dragon patterns on the door slowly gave off a light. Rock fell off, revealing the stone door's true appearance. The stone door revealed its true appearance. It was a pair of well-made bronze doors. There was a plaque on the door with the words Dragon's Gate Treasure Trove written on it. The light did not diminish. Xiao-chan and Imo-chan exchanged glances. They both saw joy in each other's eyes. The door was about to open. However, for some reason, even after an hour had passed, the bronze gate that had revealed itself had not moved at all. It had not moved at all. The two's expressions slowly turned somewhat unsightly. Unexpectedly, the door still did not open. What was the problem? Why did the door not open? The two felt that it was strange. Based on the mysterious phenomenon of the bronze doors, the blue dragon medallion should be the right token. However, why did the door not open? Imo-chan removed the blue dragon medallion and quickly thought about it. The design of the stone door was very simple. It did not touch too much on the mysteries of divination. As long as one had the token, they should be able to open it. Xiao Chun frowned heavily. He did not know what was going on. The treasure trove was right before them, but they could not enter even though they had the key. Such a depressed feeling was very stifling. Might as well not go in at all. You gave me hope and then disappointed me. What is the meaning of that? Suddenly, Imo Chun thought of something. She said, Big brother Xiao, drip your essence blood on the blue dragon medallion and try again. Xiao Chun found it strange. However, under Imo Chin's urging, Xiao Chun did as she said. He infused his essence blood into the blue dragon medallion before placing it into the indentation again. Kassier. This time, there was practically no wait. The bronze doors instantly opened, revealing themselves. A cold wind blew out from inside, kicking up a lot of dust. The instant the doors opened caught Xiao Chun off guard. After a while, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, Imo Chun, how did you think of this? A smile appeared on Imo Chin's face as she said, This is a backup plan that the Azure Emperor left behind, a method that he set up as insurance. Even if someone else snatches away the blue dragon medallion, they will not be able to open this Dragon's Gate treasure trove unless they are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. It is a very simple method, but it ensures that this Dragon's Gate treasure trove will not fall into the hands of outsiders. Xiao Chun felt enlightened. So that is the case. After thinking it through, he realized that the answer to the question was actually very simple. Come, let's go in and take a look. Let's see what the Qing Emperor has collected. The two showed expressions of anticipation. After they calmed their emotions, they strode into the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. The first thing that came into view was a mountain of spirit stones, one after another, and each pile was like a small hill. Xiao Chun took a quick look. Without exception, they were all superior-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were the foundation of a martial artist cultivation. For weaker martial artists, upper-grade spirit stones were extremely tempting. Most of the large sects gave out superior-grade spirit stones as a stipend. Before Xiao Chun advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage, superior-grade spirit stones were his main source of cultivation. However, as Xiao Chun's cultivation slowly increased, superior-grade spirit stones became less and less helpful to his cultivation. Eventually, he gave up. Imo Chun exclaimed in shock, There is a total of 100 piles here. I estimate that each pile has 5 million superior-grade spirit stones. That is to say, there are at least 500 million superior-grade spirit stones in front of us. Chapter 1124. With such a large number, it is already more than enough to develop the 9 ranks of the great families. Xiao Chun thought to himself, with this large number of spirit stones, he could nurture any talented descendant in Heavenly Star City, providing the Dragon's Gate with an endless supply of blood for its future development. As the two strolled through the pile of spirit stones, they arrived before a stone door. Then they got blocked again. The path to the next hall was not smooth. A dust-covered combat puppet with its head lowered stood on both sides of the stone door. After 10,000 years, this combat puppet, which had once been incredibly strong, was now lifeless, showing no signs of activity. Imo Chun took a look and said, This is an Emperor-grade combat puppet. If it were in perfect condition, it would be as strong as Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun felt startled in his heart. How strong was the Dragon's Gate in the past? It could even create Emperor-grade combat puppets. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking of a way to open the stone door before him, the various joints of the combat puppet with its head lowered started moving, giving off creaking sounds. This startled Xiao Chun and Imo Chun. They pushed off with their feet and retreated, raising their guard. A moment later, the combat puppet suddenly raised its head and within its eye sockets. There were 2 faint flames burning in its eye sockets. The weak flames gave off a weak feeling like they could be extinguished at any moment. However, no one dared to underestimate the aura of this combat puppet. The instant it raised its head, it forced the 2 back again. When the combat puppet saw the Blue Dragon King's insignia on Xiao Chun's chest, its hostility vanished. Is the current Blue Dragon King so weak? How far has the Dragon's Gate fallen? Even this small reserve treasure trove requires the Blue Dragon King to come and collect. Is there no one left in the Shao clan's direct bloodline? A hoarse mechanical voice came out of the mouth of the battle puppet. This greatly shocked Shao Chun and Mo Chun. Unexpectedly, this combat puppet had its own thoughts. It could adjust itself and think clearly, no different from a normal person. However, he seemed to have lost track of time and did not know what was happening outside. Shao Chun composed himself and said, "Senior, the Qing Emperor is already dead, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The Shao clan has already been forced into the Sky Dome realm, far away from the Kunlun realm. 10,000 years? Has Dragon's Sect been destroyed?" The battle puppet did not seem to be able to react, not daring to accept the reality before it. How could the Qing Emperor die? He was unrivaled, sweeping through the world. The immortal God Emperor, the reincarnated Corpse King, the demon god Ju Yi, the master of the seven seas, the abyssal demon emperor, and the Hades hierarch. Which one of them could be his match? How could he die? Shao Chun said, "On the path of a martial artist, if one doesn't become a god, it's hard for one to escape death. Senior, please calm down. Although the death of the Qing Emperor is shrouded in mystery, it is an indisputable fact that he has fallen. The Dragon Gate no longer exists." The truth was very cruel. However, Shao Chun still had to say it. After a few explanations, the mysterious combat puppet finally accepted the truth. However, the two flames in its eyes turned even more illusory. After some communication, Shao Chun learned the other party's identity. When it was alive, it was a war venerate of the Dragon's Gate. After it died, it used a ghost race secret technique to seal its soul into the treasure trove, continuing to serve the Dragon's Gate loyally. According to what the other party said, the Dragon's Gate's War Venerate was an honorable title that could only be obtained after achieving extremely great military merits for the Dragon's Gate, surviving 10,000 battles without dying. Only these War Venerates could continue serving the Dragon's Gate after death. Every War Venerate was at least a greater Heavenly Emperor Wu when they were alive. At its peak, the Dragon's Gate had a total of 100 War Venerates. It could be said to be extremely strong. The matters of the world are really hard to predict. After I woke up from my sleep, 10,000 years had passed. Since you opened this Dragon's Gate treasure trove, you have to follow the rules of the Dragon's Gate. You can obtain as much as you are strong. The Dragon's Gate treasure trove will not be something you can casually take just because you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. The mysterious puppet stretched out its hand and grabbed a spear on the ground, pulling it into its grasp. Shao Chun and Mo Chun exchanged glances, somewhat surprised that such a thing happened. Mo Chun sent a voice projection to Shao Chun. Right now, he's in a bad state. His soul is already at the point where it can scatter at any moment. As long as the battle starts, he will die immediately. If you want to open this stone door, you have to defeat me first before you are qualified to enter. If you do not have the courage, you can just take the spirit stones outside and leave. The combat puppet looked at Shao Chun as it held its spear horizontally in front of the stone door. Shao Chun hesitated for a while before saying, "In that case, I choose to leave. In the future, when I have time, I will come down often to accompany Senior." "Coward!" The combat puppet seemed to roar from the bottom of its heart as it pointed its spear at Shao Chun. Its voice trembled as it said, "Who gave you a choice? Who made you so weak? Don't make me, a Dragon's Gate's War Venerate, look down on you. Draw your saber and make the choice you truly have to make." His trembling voice reverberated in the spacious hall, making it seem very desolate. This was seeking death, using its own death to force Shao Chun to take the path to the next hall. The Qing Emperor was no longer around. The Dragon's Gate was already destroyed. The glory of the past had turned to dust. However, the Dragon's Gate's War Venerate of the past was still that proud and undying War Venerate, filled with glory, willing to die for the Dragon's Gate. Unfortunately, this dream is too long. When I open my eyes, the sky has already flipped and the earth has already toppled. I'm still me. However, the world is no longer the world of the past. Shao Chun, draw your saber. Don't be a coward. Don't forget your identity. Suddenly, The weak flames in the combat puppet's eyes burned brightly, giving off a boundless light. The thick layer of dust on the armor rustled as it started to peel off. Then, an azure armor with the words "War Venerate" on the chest slowly appeared. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he slowly pushed Mo Chen away. With a flip of his hand, he held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him. He did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. Xiao Chen bowed. There were thousands of things he wanted to say in this bow. Bang, bang, bang. The former War Venerate, now a combat puppet, started running quickly. After 10,000 years, no one had maintained this combat puppet. Time was a merciless saber. The former Emperor-grade combat puppet no longer had its initial ferocity and nimbleness. Many of its internal parts were already damaged. However, when the combat puppet ran, the entire space trembled. Its nimble movements, horrifying aura, and impeccable stance all made this move look incredibly horrifying. All of these made this move incomparably terrifying, its aura surging up into the sky. Xiao Chun knew that this was just the final radiance of the setting sun, just a facade. Soon, the other party's originally weak soul would burn up and vanish from this world. Xiao Chun leaped into the air. This former Dragon's Gates, War Venerate, sent out hundreds of spear images, interlocking with each other, creating a shocking scene. This spear strike was extremely magnificent. It was the most shocking spear strike that Xiao Chun had ever seen. Clang, 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 clang. However, when the humans arrived, the battle puppet's armor parts fell off. They fell off one by one and spontaneously combusted in the air. By the time they landed on the ground, only a pile of ashes was left. Just as it was about to reach Zhang Xian, more than half of the combat puppet's body had already disappeared. It had all fallen off and burned into a pile of ashes. It would probably burn into nothingness before it could even reach Xiao Chun. Huh! A furious roar came from the remaining half of the combat puppet's head. It was filled with deep unwillingness and boundless hope. This Dragon's Gate, War Venerate, used the last of his strength to hurl the spear in his hand at Xiao Chun. The moment the spear shot out, half of the face was immediately burned to ashes. In the last moment, Xiao Chun vaguely saw a smile. It was not a smile of relief. Instead, it was a smile of relief. Xiao Chun had made his choice, and his efforts had not been in vain. The Dragon's Gate War Venerates were people of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Xiao Chun still did not draw his saber. The instant the spear flew at him, Xiao Chun tilted his head slightly and stretched out his hand to grab the spear. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, Xiao Chun remained silent for a long time. The remnant heat of the spear seemed to be able to feel the hot-bloodedness and loyalty of this Dragon's Gate War Venerate. After putting away the spear, Xiao Chun walked over to the pile of ashes. Everything had been burned to ashes, except for a badge that still shone brightly. Even after the flames, its light did not diminish. Xiao Chun took it out and blew the ashes on it. It was the badge with the words Dragon's Gate War Venerate. As Xiao Chun held the badge tightly, his heart felt heavy. "Big brother Xiao Chun, are you all right?" Mo Chun asked out of concern when she saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen stood up and forced a smile. Then, he held the War Venerate badge in his hand and said, "I'm fine." Mo Chun said with a serious expression, "Big brother Xiao, don't overthink." "Senior," he left very happily. "I saw his last smile. He hoped that you would continue down this path. Mo Chun will accompany Big Brother Xiao down this path." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he handed the War Venerate badge to Mo Chun and said, "This badge is for you." Mo Chun revealed a joyful smile as she received the badge. After taking a look, she said, "Dragon's Gate War Venerate, are you going to give me this title?" However, Mo Chun is still very, very far away from this title. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. I believe in Mo Chun. This day will come." Mo Chun felt happy in her heart as she put away the badge. Then, she started to head to the next hall with Xiao Chun. The stone door there had already silently opened, allowing them to enter without any obstructions. The second hall of the treasure trove was filled with piles of black astral coins. The number was similarly startling, more than 100 million black astral coins. When Imogen saw this, her eyes lit up. The most basic material for refining secret treasures was the minerals in black astral coins. With so many black astral coins, it would be possible to mass-produce king-grade secret treasures in the future. There was also a battle puppet standing guard in this hall, and its reaction was exactly the same as the previous one. After finding the Dragon's Gate, War Venerate's badge in the ashes, Xiao Chun and Mo Chun continued on to the next hall. Just like that, Xiao Chun passed the hall with superior grade spirit stones and black astral coins. Then he passed the hall with secret treasures, secret manuals, medicinal pills, and divine materials. Most of the secret treasures were sage grade, with a few being king grade. There were no emperor grade secret treasures. Chapter 1125. As for cultivation techniques and secret manuals, they were rather messy. The weakest were earth grade martial techniques and cultivation techniques. However, there were not many profound martial techniques that Xiao Qin needed. There were many kinds of medicinal pills. Xiao Qin looked through them one by one and discovered that these medicinal pills were not very effective for people above the blue-robed emperor. For people below the blue-robed emperor, these medicinal pills were extremely tempting. They would be of great help to cultivation. The war spoils at the Dragon's Gate collected in the heavenly starry ocean were placed in the various great halls in an orderly manner. However, Xiao Chun did not see what he wanted the most, so he could not help feeling disappointed. Could it be that the king's spirit veins that the Dragon's Gate obtained after destroying the Minor Lane Temple had already been used up 10,000 years ago? If that was the case, it would be somewhat unfortunate. No matter how many divine materials, spirit stones, or secret treasures there were, they would not be of any direct use to Xiao Chun. These were all the basic resources needed to establish a sect. By relying on the various treasures in this treasure trove, it would be sufficient to support a huge sect for 100 years. Although there were many treasures in astonishing numbers, there were simply too few that could be of use to someone of Xiao Chen's cultivation, practically none at all. Could it be that the peak items were all stored in the Savage Battlefield's Blue Dragon Palace? However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt that this was not right. The Blue Dragon Palace should be storing the treasures passed down by the Dragon's Gate's direct descendants. However, this should not have much to do with the peak war spoils of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. The war spoils of the Heavenly Starry Ocean should be in Heavenly Star Island's treasure trove. There is no stone door in front of the great hall that contained the divine materials. That was to say, the path here was already cut off. Imo-chun, what do you think is going on? Xiao Chen asked. Something is wrong. Along the way, I looked carefully and did not find a single peak item. This is definitely not normal. I think there should be a separate secret room to store these peak items. Imo-chun analyzed with a serious expression. However, we have to find this place ourselves. Xiao Chun frowned and said, if there really was such a place, those seniors from earlier should have told me. Since those Dragon's Gates, War Venerates acknowledged his identity, there was no reason for them to hide it. A light flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, perhaps they have already given us the answer. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Mo Chen must have thought of something. Otherwise, she would not have said that. As expected, Mo Chan said softly, how many war venerable emblems have you collected along the way? Xiao Chun thought for a while. Aside from the hall he was in, which contained divine materials, he had collected war venerate badges in the other halls. Including the one in Mo Chen's hand, there was a total of 5. Mo Chan smiled softly and said, the answer might be in these 5 war venerable badges. In the ancient era, 5 was the highest. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth form the 5 elements, and they develop all things in the world and even all the secrets of the universe. Is it that mysterious? Xiao Chen asked. Even the mysteries of the universe were revealed. Mo Chan giggled and said, actually, I don't believe it either. These are all distant legends from the Immortal epoch. The more common ones are the various 5 element formations. This hall, with divine materials, is actually arranged according to the 5 elements. Look over there. It is all metal divine materials. There are no impurities at all. This is metal. Look to the north. If you look carefully, you will discover that it is all divine materials formed from the fossilization of ancient divine trees. That is wood. As Imo-chan pointed out the divine materials, she meticulously differentiated them according to 5 elements: wood, water, fire, and earth. When they arrived, Imo-chan led Xiao-chun through the pile of divine materials, looking for a groove in every place. The War Venerate insignia happened to fit perfectly into it. When the final War Venerable emblem was placed in, the entire hall started to tremble intensely. Xiao-chan felt like the world was shaking. The 5 connected halls in front separated and spun around the hall below, materializing some kind of profound 5-element formation. After a while, a hole opened in the center of the hall, revealing a staircase leading underground. Xiao-chan immediately walked in, and Imo-chan followed slowly with a smile. At the end of the staircase was an average-sized stone room flickering with 9-colored spiritual light. When Xiao-chun saw this scene, he could no longer hold back the joy on his face. 2 simple and unadorned wooden shelves leaned against the wall. All sorts of rare items were placed in each shelf. At the end of the path was a platform. Paintings hung on the wall, depicting the past sect masters of the Dragon's Gate. The portrait of the Qing Emperor was placed in the center. 3 brocade boxes sat on the wooden table under the paintings. Each box looked very simple and unadorned, giving off an extraordinary aura. A brown prayer mat sat in front of the wooden table, looking very ordinary. Based on the decorations, this was where the Dragon's Gate kept its peak war spoils. There was a formation carved with golden blood on the floor of the stone room. Xiao-chan gently tapped it. He felt that this should be the blood of a deity race martial emperor expert, which could be called divine blood. However, it was of a much lower quality than the divine blood used to seal the heavenly flame's origin flame in the Blue Dragon Palace. The owner of this blood should be an ordinary deity race martial emperor, not a peak god king expert. However, this was not what Xiao-chan cared about. What he cared about was the item sealed in this formation. It was a clump of 9-colored spiritual light, the King Spirit Veins origin. This was Imo-chan's first time seeing such a divine blood formation. Her eyes filled with extreme shock. After advancing to martial emperor, even an ordinary person's blood would become extraordinary. What more a deity race martial emperor? According to ancient legends, the deity race came from the distant shore of the starry heavens. They had a noble bloodline. In their world, ordinary people would become gods the moment they were born, enjoying supreme reverence. In the Kunlun realm, after the 100 Race War, the deity race outshone others. If not for the Qing Emperor appearing 10,000 years ago, the Kunlun realm might have been ruled by them long ago. However, 10,000 years had already passed. Now that the deity race's luck had recovered, they regained their former prestige. Even in the distant heavenly starry ocean, they still held a significant reputation and could not be underestimated. How could Imo-chan not be shocked when she saw the blood of a deity race martial emperor being drained like an animal to form a formation? When Xiao-chan saw the item sealed in the divine blood formation, he could not help feeling happy. King Spirit Vein. There really is a King Spirit Vein here. Xiao-chan asked excitedly. Imo-chan, can you break this formation? Imo-chan squatted down and studied it for a while. Then, she smiled and replied, Fortunately, this formation is not used to stop outsiders. It is just to prevent the spirit vein from leaking out. This is really extravagant. So much deity race, martial emperor's blood, is just a simple formation. Xiao-chan suppressed his excited expression and said, In that case, let's break it. It's best not to. Xiao-chan gave Imo-chan a strange look, waiting for her explanation. Imo-chan said slowly, This formation is too crude. Once it is broken, the aura of the King Spirit Vein will immediately leak out. At that time, the entire Western Sea will know about the commotion. As you know, there will be consequences. Xiao-chan had not thought of this. He calmed down and thought for a while. However, he was not in a rush. He already saw the king's spirit vein. It was right before him and could not fly out. If he thought about it carefully, he would be able to find a way to deal with it. Let's not care about this for now. Let's look at the other things. Xiao Chun recalled that there were many treasures in this place. They were all things that could interest him, so he took stock of them first. There were simple restrictions on the wooden shelves, used to seal off spiritual energy, preventing the treasures inside from rotting and breaking as time passed. This is a profound cultivation technique. It is not simple. Mo Chen opened one of the restrictions and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. There was a huge difference in value between a profound cultivation technique and a martial technique. Profound martial techniques were still traceable and could be seen in auctions. However, they could not be bought. As for profound cultivation techniques, they were even harder to find. This is a king-grade medicinal pill, the Divine Essence Pill. It can directly raise the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation. To think that there really is a medicinal pill that can raise the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation. I have only read about it in an ancient text. The medicinal pill's recipe was lost many years ago. This is an Emperor-grade secret treasure. I remember that this was the sect-guarding treasure of the 9 ranks of the great families of the heavenly starry ocean 10,000 years ago. Unfortunately, it seems to be half broken. Compared to the piles of treasures in the hall outside, the number of items on the shelves was incomparable. However, the value of these treasures was several times higher. The two were dazzled and pleasantly surprised. After taking a final count, there were 6 profound cultivation techniques and 11 profound martial techniques. These were all obtained by the Dragon's Gate after it destroyed the other sects of the heavenly starry ocean. There were 100 king-grade medicinal pills, 10 peak king-grade secret treasures, 1 damaged emperor-grade secret treasure, and some miscellaneous items. Every item here was useful to Xiao Chun. However, he did not particularly need them. The one that excited him was still the king's spirit vein. Xiao Chun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the small perfection blue-robed emperor. No matter how many resources he had, they would be useless. As for the profound martial techniques and cultivation techniques, he did not lack medial grade or superior grade ones. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun got Mo Chun to put away these items. He intended to leave these for Yu Chenxi, Mo Chun, and Lan Xiaobai. The treasures on the shelves could allow them to quickly increase their strength in the blue-robed emperor realm. They could truly rival the resources of the holy scions of the immortal holy lands. After passing through the divine blood formation and arriving beside the prayer mat, Xiao Chun focused on the 3 embroidered boxes on the table. Then, he bowed slightly to the portraits of his predecessors. Xiao Chun opened one of the embroidered boxes, which contained a jade strip. He sent in his spiritual sense and discovered that the jade strip contained the Dragon's Gate's refining techniques. It contained a complete set of Dragon's Gate secret treasures. The Dragon's Gate battle armor, the Dragon's Gate warship, the Dragon's Gate war banner, the Dragon's Gate war weapon, the Dragon's Gate totem, and even a manufacturing method for a Heaven Dragon city were all in there. Xiao Chun picked up the jade strip and thought about it. This was a good item, unlike the treasures outside, which were all snatched from the other sections. This was the foundation of the Dragon's Gate. Otherwise, even if the Dragon's Gate was re-established, it would just be for show. It would have no connection to the Dragon's Gate of the past. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that such things would be in the Blue Dragon Palace. After all, that was the largest treasury of the Dragon's Gate. Chapter 1126. Unexpectedly, there was a jade strip containing the Dragon's Gate's refining techniques. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Among the jade strips, Xiao Chun was more interested in the Dragon's Gate totem and the Heaven Dragon city. He had heard of the Dragon's Gate battle armor, soldiers, and war flags before, so he was not unfamiliar with them. As for the Dragon's Gate totem and the Heaven Dragon city, this was his first time hearing about them. After thinking for a while, he handed the jade strip to Mo Chun. He knew a little about refining. But compared to Mo Chun, who had the Book of Heavenly Works, he was definitely much weaker. It was more appropriate to hand it to her. As the saying went, one should make the best use of one's talents. There was no need to keep everything to oneself. After receiving Xiao Qin's jade strip, Imo-chan checked it and felt incredibly excited. This was probably the treasure that she was the most excited about in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. Xiao Qin opened the second brocade box and saw a mysterious black medallion. He could not tell what material it was made of. A Buddha statue was carved on the front of the medallion. This Buddha statue looked extremely strange, different from the various Buddha statues that Xiao Qin had seen before. This Buddha statue had 8 hands covering its eyes, nose, ears, mouth, navel, heart, and other parts. It looked extremely strange. Imo-chan, what is this? Xiao Qin asked Imo-chan, who was at the side. Not long ago, Imo-chan had read through the ancient Buddhist texts. She should have some knowledge of this. This is a Buddhist medallion, an ancient Buddhist sect ornament. It is similar to the Buddhist sect's heavenly beads and bracelets. However, this Buddhist medallion is even more ancient. There are many ways to make Buddhist ornaments. Imo-chan said, in Orthodox Buddhism, unless one is an esteemed monk or the head of a temple, one is not allowed to wear ornaments. There are strict rules and restrictions. Only Buddhist medallions are ornaments that do not have many restrictions. With the blessing of an esteemed monk, they can be given to junior generation disciples or people who believe in Buddhism. They can be used to seek good fortune and ward off calamity. This Buddhist medallion has the image of a masked Buddha. It is a great Buddha that is best at seeking good fortune and warding off calamity. Furthermore, this is an 8 hands masked Buddha. It is of extremely high standards. Normally, it is 2-handed. Not only can it protect the wearer's body from harm, but it can also protect the mind from temptation. Sure enough, for it to be placed in a brocade box by itself, this amulet must be quite useful. It should be the spoils of war from destroying the small Thunder Temple. The items in the first 2 boxes did not disappoint Xiao Qin. As for the third box, Xiao Qin could not help but look forward to it even more. He opened a mirror box and found a yellowed, ancient book inside. It was extremely old. Xiao Qin flipped it open and skimmed through it. The content recorded inside shocked him. It was actually a detailed method of how Buddhism absorbed the power of faith and how to cast a Buddha statue. There were many rituals of the ancient Buddhist sects that allowed the Buddha statue to receive the prayers of the believers and how to repay the prayers. This ancient book should have come from the Minor Lane Temple, the Immortal Holy Land from 10,000 years ago. The content was very detailed, and there was everything that one could think of. The only thing missing was how to convert the power of faith into cultivation. However, that did not matter. Xiao Qin did not need to use this to cultivate. In his opinion, such a shortcut was not something that one could cultivate on their own. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was just a paper tiger. What made Xiao Qin happy was that with this mysterious veil of the Buddhist sects, it was no longer mysterious to him. It would be easy to find the other party's weakness. What is it? Why are you so happy reading it? Imo-chan asked, finding it strange when she saw Xiao Qin's expression. Xiao Qin smiled and handed it over. Take a look at this. Imo-chan received it and took a few glances. Then, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "This is great. I found a lot of information in the ancient books, but there were only some vague fragments. Now, we do not have to worry about the secret of Black Flame Island. Right? After we go out, we will destroy this fake Buddhist sect. It swindles people and acts like bandits. Furthermore, it pretends to be benevolent. It is too much of a threat to Heavenly Star Island." Imo-chan looked at the Divine Blood formation and asked, "However, what do you intend to do with this King's Spirit Vein? Unless we invite a peak expert like the Thunder King or a Hao-Ian Prime, it will be too difficult to take away the King's Spirit Vein silently." Xiao Qin frowned and thought hard. For now, he did not know what to do. Xiao Qin did not want to refine this entire King's Spirit Vein. With his current cultivation, he was far from being able to consume a King's Spirit Vein. If he did so, he would only explode. At the very least, he would have to reach the level of Emperor Wu before he could consume a King's Spirit Vein. Xiao Chun wanted to use the King Spirit Vein's pure spiritual energy and vast quantity to break through his small perfection blue-robed emperor level. After that, he could use Holy Spirit Veins to continue cultivating as long as they were of high quality. However, right now, the King Spirit Vein was completely sealed. Once Xiao Chun broke the formation, the mysterious phenomenon of the King Spirit Vein appearing would be a huge problem. If he went back and forth to find the Thunder King and the Hao Yin Prime, he would spend a lot of time. The gains would not make up for the losses. There was no way to touch this spirit vein. He could see it, but not obtain it. You are really an idiot. Don't you see that there is a prayer mat in this secret room? This secret room is filled with treasures. Don't you find it strange that a prayer mat suddenly appeared? Just as Xiao Chun was preparing to go out and brainstorm for a solution, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the Immortal Spirit Ring. She mentioned something that Xiao Chun and Mo Chun had overlooked. That's right. Why is there a prayer mat out of nowhere? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Why is there a prayer mat out of nowhere? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then Xiao Chun remembered that there was a secret realm in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the lower realm. The prayer mats that were connected to a spirit vein. Thank you, little Ao Jiao. Xiao Chun could not help laughing in his heart. It turned out that the problem that plagued him was so simple. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao performed a great service. When Xiao Chun arrived before the prayer mat, he said to Mo Chun, "There is no need to rush to leave. This prayer mat might be connected to a King Spirit Vein. I should be able to use it to break through the bottleneck of the small perfection blue-robed emperor." Mo Chun felt somewhat surprised. She asked, "Your bottleneck requires a King Spirit Vein to break through?" "Yes. The purity of a Holy Spirit Vein is not high enough. The chances of using it to break through the bottleneck and form the Heavenly Seal are too low." Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. After he answered, he closed his eyes. Xiao Chun calmed himself and slowly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. The instant he circulated his cultivation technique, the sound of a torrential flood rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. That was an auditory hallucination caused by the vast amount of spiritual energy. As the Purple Thunder Divine incantation drew in the spiritual energy, it looked like roaring dragons pouring into Xiao Chen's meridians, looking extremely horrifying. If Xiao Chun was not careful, his meridians might burst. The golden divine blood formation started to give off a faint light. The 9-colored clump of light flickered endlessly. However, not a single strand of spiritual energy leaked out. Mo Chun, who was standing at the side, heaved a sigh of relief as she held the secret manual in the third brocade box. However, there was still some worry on her face. A King Spirit Vein could only be used by Xiao Chun to break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. How difficult would it be for Xiao Chun to advance to Martial Emperor? There were still 4 more years. That was simply too short. Mo Chun sighed in her heart. Then, she glanced at Xiao Chun and quietly moved to the side to read quietly. While Xiao Chun was breaking through the bottleneck, he did not know that Heavenly Star Island had already reached its most dangerous moment. Originally, the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation could last for 3 days. However, after Zhuang Zhenghe rushed over and smashed down with the Amitabha Buddha's palm strike, the situation instantly reversed. The defenses of the 7 outpost islets were completely destroyed. The Heavenly Star Island cultivators had no choice but to shrink the defensive perimeter of the formation to its limits and retreat to Heavenly Star City to put up a final resistance. Layers of Buddhist lights spread across the vast Heavenly Star Island sky, covering the entire 500 kilometers of the sea region around Heavenly Star Island. The sound of chanting rang out in every temple, lingering and inspiring the hearts of the people. To the many cultivators defending Heavenly Star City, the tranquil and peaceful chanting of scriptures sounded like demonic music, filling them with despair. Originally, after the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation activated, the Heavenly Star Island cultivators were evenly matched. A partially restored dragon's gates, heaven-locking formation, was not something that the 8 factions could break. Furthermore, there was still Lan Xiaobai's group, leading 8 king-grade warships. When they charged out, they held back the many people of the 8 factions. The 8 factions could not focus on breaking the formation. The defensive formations of the 7 outpost islets linked together. 7 ancient azure-colored dragon images guarded one area, forming an impregnable defensive perimeter. This rendered the 8 factions helpless. They could only rage out of humiliation as they watched Lan Xiaobai's group enter and leave, destroying their sage-grade warships one by one. However, at this crucial moment, a resonant Buddhist voice rang out. Before Heavenly Star Island's side could understand what was going on, a golden Buddha hand descended from the sky, flickering with a dazzling light. A golden Buddha's hand, flickering with a dazzling light, fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the defensive barrier. The Amitabha Buddha image appeared in the 10,000 layers of Buddha rings. With one palm strike, it shattered the defensive barrier, ripping it with cracks. A significant amount of horrifying energy leaked in through the cracks. Then, it swept through the surroundings like a strong wind, easily destroying the buildings on the outpost islets like they were nothing more than piles of rubble. It could be said that the wind passed without leaving a trace. The place was in a sorry state, looking like rubble. Although the defensive barrier quickly mended, Lan Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. In the end, he decisively chose to retreat, shrinking the defensive perimeter and retreating to Heavenly Star City. On the other side, the 8 factions, who were originally in a predicament, immediately gained momentum. They gave chase and attacked ferociously, working together with the huge Buddha image hovering in the air. As the pursuit continued, a significant amount of energy penetrated the defensive barrier and killed several people of Heavenly Star Island's group. After the barrier shrank by 100 times, its defenses became significantly stronger. The group that retreated to Heavenly Star Island finally stabilized the situation. However, good times did not last. Resonant chanting rang out on the nearby islands of Heavenly Star Island. Bathed in a Buddhist light, the Amitabha Buddha image's strength increased explosively. Every now and then, it would throw a palm strike. The huge palm covered the sky. When it descended, it blocked the boundless sunlight in the sky, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star City in darkness, making everyone anxious. As the 7 blue dragon images circling Heavenly Star City clashed with each other, their bodies grew increasingly illusory. Clearly, they were on the verge of collapsing. The wind howled on the city walls. When Lan Xiaobai saw the 7 blue dragon images descend once more, he frowned heavily. There were only 7 blue dragon locking the sky. It was still too weak. If he could completely repair the formation, with the momentum of 1,000 dragons soaring, even Emperor Wu would have to retreat. Then, he would be able to advance or retreat as he pleased. He would not have to wait for death like now. Chapter 11:27. City Lord, why is the Blue Dragon King not coming out yet? The streets and alleys, the broken pavilions, and the cracks in the city walls were everywhere. The enemy's attacks intensified each time, announcing a heartless fact. The city was about to fall. An outer sect elder could not help asking about Xiao Chun. Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly to himself as he glanced at this person. He remembered that this was the Grandmaster-level martial sage that Kim Taeho had first hired from the Black Sea. This person had been on Heavenly Star Island for more than a year already and could be considered a veteran. After this person spoke, the group of outer sect elders all looked at Lan Xiaobai. Never mind. You all can go. I left some black astral coins and 2 copies of profound martial techniques in the City Lord's residence. After you obtain them, you can leave through the underground passageway. These outer sect elders had already done their best to last until now. After all, compared to Heavenly Star Island, these old men were only consecrated. It was already pretty good that they did not turn against Xiao Chun when they saw that the city was about to fall. Hence, they parted on good terms. Now that the situation was already over, There was no need to drag this group of people down with them. When the old man who asked the question heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Something must have happened to the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. He probably would not be able to rush back quickly. City Lord, you are overthinking. This old man has watched Heavenly Star Island develop step by step. Although my feelings for Heavenly Star Island are not like those of the intersect elders and the City Lord, I am willing to defend it to the last moment. Before the city falls, this old man will not take half a step out of Heavenly Star Island. That's right. If this city doesn't fall, we will not leave. To Lan Xiaobai's surprise, the group of outer sect elders did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, they all chose to defend to the last moment. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Lan Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to everyone. I hope that everyone will hold fast to your posts. If the other party's cultivators charge in through the cracks in the barrier, I will have to trouble everyone." Although most of the Buddha statues' attacks were blocked by the 7 ancient blue dragon images, a small portion of their attacks still hit the barrier. Many cultivators of the 8 factions would take advantage of the crack in the barrier before it mended to charge in. They wanted to attack the root of the problem and destroy the core of the Dragon's Gates Heavenlock formation. If that happened, Stellar Sky City would fall into the enemy's hands in an instant. Lu Ku, Jin Lin, and the others were guarding the core of the formation, unable to leave. As for the city walls, they needed a large number of people to be the first line of defense. For this group of outer sect elders to say such words, Lan Xiaobai couldn't help but be moved. Whoosh! Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, and he arrived at a slightly quieter place on the city walls. Elder Qin was circulating his energy to treat Yu Chenxi's injuries there, not stopping for even a moment. "Chenxi, how is she?" Lan Xiaobai asked anxiously, regret flashing in his eyes. Elder Qin did not stop what he was doing. He sighed and said, "Her situation is more or less stable. There is no danger to her life. However, the rebound from her martial technique injured her heart vessels, and her meridians ruptured. Without medicine to heal her meridians, she will probably become an ordinary person." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, he clenched his fists tightly, revealing the veins on the back of his hands. Hatred surged in his eyes. No matter how much Lan Xiaobai hated Fu Yinyun, who had shamelessly injured Yu Chenxi, had a wide smile on his face at this moment. Flattery filled his ears. On the Metal Blood warship, when Zhuang Zhenghe heard about Fu Yinyun's magnificent feat, he could not help smiling. "Little brother Fu, good job. After we break into Heavenly Star City, I can let you choose a treasure first." Fu Yinyun felt extremely flattered. He quickly said, I dare not. Brother Zhuang contributed the most. If not for Brother Zhuang rushing over to activate the Amitabha Buddha image, the situation would not be like this. At this moment, the people of the other 8 factions also saw the wind and changed their direction. After seeing the might of the Amitabha Buddha image, they felt a deep fear of Zhuang Zhenghe. After all sorts of flattery, they bombarded Zhuang Zhenghe with compliments. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, seems to have not appeared from the start. I wonder where he went. He probably has something to do. Otherwise, he would not have not appeared until now. Fortunately, he is not here. Otherwise, Heavenly Star Island would not be so easy to break into. Seeing that Heavenly Star City was about to fall, the leaders of the 8 factions felt very relaxed. They chatted without any reservations. Humph! Just at this moment, the group heard a cold snort. Zhuang Zhenghe said unhappily, "Even if Xiao Qin comes, this old man can easily kill him." Seeing Zhuang Zhenghe's expression change, the others immediately stopped talking, not daring to say anything more. Putting aside the Amitabha Buddha image, Zhuang Zhenghe's aura had already reached an unimaginable level. Before him, the other small perfection blue-robed emperors could not help but feel fear. It was not that they had not seen Zhuang Zhenghe before. However, the feeling that Zhuang Zhenghe gave them today was very different. His aura was terrifyingly strong. These blue-robed emperors did not know why. When they saw Zhuang Zhenghe get angry, they all kept quiet out of fear. The Metal Blood Sect's sect master, Chun Ming, changed the topic. The city looks like it is about to fall. Everyone, please make your preparations. The group quickly looked over and saw that the 7 azure dragon images circling outside Heavenly Star City had already turned into azure light that filled the sky and rained down. Everyone in the city looked at the green speck of light with despair on their faces. Everyone knew that without the protection of the 7 blue dragons, the barrier of Heavenly Star City would not be able to withstand a palm strike from the Amitabha Buddha image. Lan Xiaobai bowed slightly. Then he faced the many outer sect elders who fought to the end and said, "This time, Lan Xiaobai thanks everyone. Let's go." Suddenly, an outer sect elder pointed to the back and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "City Lord, look!" Lan Xiaobai turned his head and saw a familiar white figure rushing over at lightning speed. Boom! The Amitabha Buddha image's huge hand descended, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star City in darkness. The pitch-black world made everyone in the city feel suffocated with fear and despair, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Before Lan Xiaobai could clearly see that figure's face, this palm strike shattered the final defensive barrier of the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation. A strong Buddhist might surged over, and the entire city wall instantly crumbled, crumbling completely. All the buildings of various sizes in the city crumbled under this horrifying might. Heavenly Star City, which had taken close to 2 years of effort, was destroyed in an instant. It looked like this palm strike would crush everyone to death or injure them. Suddenly, an unyielding dragon roar resounded in the sky. The dragon's voice reverberated as it roared out, completely suppressing the chanting of scriptures that had not stopped throughout the entire time. The sound waves spread out in all directions, kicking up waves on the surface of the sea. They layered over each other, surging endlessly. With this roar, the Buddha statues worshipped in several of the temples on Heavenly Star Island's subsidiary islands all shattered. A saber light flashed in the pitch-black space, chopping off the Buddha image's palm down the middle. A ray of sunlight shone through the crack. The light was holy and solemn. Under the illumination, a white figure hovered in the air while holding a saber. One man and one saber broke this huge palm filled with Buddhist might. This ray of light seemed to freeze the entire scene, making it hard to forget. After an instant, the huge palm vanished, and sunlight illuminated the land. Heavenly Star City regained its light. The cultivators fighting in the city all clearly saw that figure. If it was not the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, who else could it be? It's over. The Blue Dragon King is back. When the people of the 8 factions on the Metal Blood warship that had already arrived at Heavenly Star Island saw this scene, they could not help exclaiming. Who could have expected that Xiao Chun, who had not appeared all this while, would appear at this crucial moment? Furthermore, the moment Xiao Chun appeared, he chopped off the palm strike that rivaled a peak consummation blue-robed emperor's attack. How could they not feel fear? Zhuang Zhenghe shouted coldly and angrily. What are you all panicking for? I'm not even afraid. What are you all afraid of? Chunming knew that the leaders of the other factions still had some value, so he consoled them at an appropriate time. Don't exaggerate his strength. He just used a trick, using a sound wave to break the Buddhist sound. That is how he managed to barely block it, reducing the might of the palm strike significantly. Given Brother Zhuang's strength, it is more than enough to deal with him. Furthermore, the Amitabha Buddha image is not that easy to break. Zhuangzheng has said, "That's right. Just help me block those small fries later. There is no need for you to worry about the rest." Fu Yinyun and the others calmed down. At this moment, there was no turning back. They could only fight to the death. After chopping off the Amitabha Buddha image with one saber strike and sending it into the clouds, Xiao Chun did not take advantage of the situation to give chase. Xiao Chun looked around at the ruined Heavenly Star City and quickly landed beside Lan Xiaobai. When Lan Xiaobai saw Xiao Chun land, a guilty expression flashed on his face. He said, "Sorry, I still fail to defend this city, Xiao Chun patted Lan Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "Don't say that. I'm the one apologizing to you. You did your best and did very well." "Qinci, what happened to her?" Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to Yu Qinci, who was being guarded by Elder Qin. His face sank as he asked immediately. Lan Xiaobai quickly recounted the events that transpired. After Xiao Chen finished, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding air suddenly turned bone-chilling, a bone-chilling killing intent that made him tremble involuntarily. When Xiao Chun came out of the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, he sensed the extraordinary atmosphere of Heavenly Star Island, so he rushed over before Mo Chun did. What a despicable and shameless old fogey. Even when Xiao Chun saw the ruined Heavenly Star City, he still managed to control his killing intent. When Xiao Chun heard Lan Xiaobai's description, he could no longer control his killing intent. Lan Xiaobai was still fine. After all, he had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor and was an outstanding talent. This killing intent could not injure Xiao Chun. However, those outer sect elders did not have it easy. Whoosh! Mo Chun, who was slightly slower than Xiao Chun, arrived. When she saw Xiao Chen's state, she immediately said anxiously, "Big brother Xiao, you injured them." Chapter 1128. Xiao Chun startled to his senses. Lan Xiaobai and the many outer sect cultivators standing on the rubble of the city walls all heaved a sigh of relief. "I startled everyone," Xiao Chun said, feeling some self-blame. His mental state was still not perfect enough. One could not be without anger. One could have killing intent as well. However, killing intent had to be controlled. Otherwise, as one grew stronger and stood higher, one might fall into the demonic Tao at any moment. When the many outer sect elders saw Xiao Chen's sincere apology, they all said that he did not need to take it to heart and that they understood. At the same time, they felt somewhat surprised. The famous Blue Dragon King did not put on any airs. However, when they thought about it, that was not right. Earlier, when Xiao Chun was bathed in light, he gave off an aura that was no weaker than that of some famous major characters. He was a person filled with contradictions, unfathomable. Xiao Chun thought of something and asked, "Mo Chun, are the king-grade medicinal pills in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove useful for mending meridians?" "There are 3, and they're all of peak quality. After mending them, the toughness of the meridians can increase by another level." Mo Chan was the one who collected the treasures in the secret room. She was rather familiar with them, so she immediately mentioned them. Xiao Chen's anxious emotions eased slightly. He looked at the sky. The Amitabha Buddha image, which had been temporarily knocked back by the Buddhist light, had already retreated into the light. However, Xiao Chen knew that the Amitabha Buddha image, which possessed the power of faith, would recover from that minor injury in no time. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chun looked at Mo Chun. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Chun smiled softly and said, "I know what you want. You want to take this opportunity to uproot all the factions on Black Flame Island, completely ending this calamity." After experiencing life and death in the Cloud Sea domain, the two had worked very well together during their trip to the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. Mo Chun said everything she wanted to say, saving Xiao Chun a lot of explaining. He looked at her and said, "Be careful." Mo Chun smiled faintly and left calmly. Her target was Zhuang Zhenghe's lair, Black Flame Island. When Xiao Chun broke through to great perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Mo Chun had found a weakness in the Minor Lane Temple's secret manual for gathering the power of faith. The weakness was in the Enlightened Sense Temple, which Chun had been to before. That was the source of the other party's power of faith. Then, he would use the method in the secret manual to return the power of faith, and this insufferably powerful Amitabha Buddha would immediately become a rootless duckweed. Given Mo Chen's strength, as long as she was careful and did not enter the palace hall, she should be able to kill all the enemies on Black Flame Island while Zhuang Zhenghe and the Amitabha Buddha statue left. "Benefactor Xiao Chun, we meet again." "Benefactor Xiao, we meet," said, of Chun. Chunis s to say, "We meet again of Chun'll will. Benefactor Xiao, we meet again." Zhuang Jinghe looked at Xiao Chun with a smile. No one could sense any murderous intent. If not for Xiao Chun having a deep understanding of Zhuang Jinghe, he might have been fooled by this smiling Buddha. The group of outer sect elders on the city walls acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly gathered behind Xiao Chun and watched anxiously as the 8 blue-robed emperors and Zhuang Jinghe pressed in. You should be clearer than anyone else on how strong the Amitabha Buddha is. If you're smart, quickly scram and return to your Kunlun continent. Otherwise, this ruined city before you will be your grave. Zhuang Jinghe maintained a smile on his face. However, even a fool could make out the murderous intent in his words. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Zhuang Jinghe. He swept his gaze across the various blue-robed emperors and asked indifferently, "Who is Fu Yinyan?" Xiao Chen's indifferent words made the hearts of the leaders of the 8 factions sink for some reason. When they looked over, the murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes seemed to pour into their bodies, giving them a chill. From the changes in their expressions, Xiao Chun managed to find Fu Yinyan in one breath. "Very good. You could die now." Zhuang Jinghe was stunned. He quickly moved to the side, trying to block Xiao Chun. However, who knew, Xiao Chun did not choose to charge over. He only leaped up, and his body seemed to vanish into thin air. When he landed, the lunar shadow saber scabbard was already stabbed into Fu Yinyan's chest. No matter how Fu Yinyan struggled, it was useless. The others were greatly startled. They had not expected Xiao Chun to be so bold, daring to jump into their encirclement alone. "You're seeking death." The Metal Blood Sect's sect master, Chun Ming, was the first to react. He led his people to surround Xiao Chun, moving as fast as lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of 7 or 8 figures tearing through the air was ear-piercing. At such a close distance, they would need only half a second to land their attacks on Xiao Chun. Even a consummation blue-robed emperor will be severely injured after receiving the attacks of so many blue-robed emperors. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun showed no intention of dodging. Holding the scabbard, he stabbed Fu Yinyan into the ground, leaving no chance of survival. Following Fu Yinyan's miserable cry, blood spurted out of his wound like a fountain, blooming like a flower. At this moment, Xiao Chun unleashed the vast aura of the great perfection blue-robed emperor without holding anything back. The people charging over all revealed shocked expressions as they felt a vast aura. They only felt a huge aura that felt solid and surged out in all directions, blowing them away. Caught off guard, even Zhuang Jinghe could not block it. He had to take 100 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Zhuang Jinghe glanced back and saw the sorry state of the crowd. Then, he stood up and drew his scabbard. Xiao Chun gently drifted away and somersaulted to the ground. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I do not like to be disturbed when I am killing people." The dying Fu Yinyan on the ground pressed his hands on his wound. His face was filled with horror and helplessness. Fu Yinyan did his best to raise his head and look at Zhuang Jinghe with some hope. He did his best to say, "Save me." However, no one cared about him at this moment. The group of small perfection blue-robed emperors gathered behind Zhuang Jinghe. They all looked at Xiao Chun warily. No one noticed his gaze. No one had expected Xiao Chun to break through to the great perfection blue-robed emperor realm. His aura was like a mountain, completely surpassing theirs. Even the great perfection blue-robed emperor Zhuang Jinghe and the Metal Blood Sect's Chun Ming could not compare to Xiao Chun in terms of aura. Zhuang Jinghe did not say a word. He squinted as though he wanted to see through Xiao Chun. However, he could not figure out Xiao Chun's strength at all. Chun Ming sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun and drew his saber. Then, he pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chun. The other 6 small perfection blue-robed emperors all drew their weapons and charged over, radiating killing chi. At this point, they knew that there was no way out. Even if they begged for mercy, there would not be a good result. They could only fight and defeat Xiao Chun. Only then could they survive. Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating that Lan Xiaobai and the others did not need to make a move. He took a step forward and blocked Chun Ming's saber strike without drawing it. After reaching the blue-robed Emperor realm, every move could stir up the wind and clouds. In 2 or 3 breaths, he could change his moves dozens of times. Dang, dang, dang. The 7 worked together to block Xiao Chen's horrifying aura. They surrounded Xiao Chun and attacked him. Saber lights and sword images flashed, and sparks flew everywhere. They kicked up strong winds and stirred up the clouds. Because of the surging power of the world, the scene and the surroundings looked like a geomancy painting flashing by the group of people. Xiao Chen's figure leaped around, fighting 1 against 7. Without drawing his saber, he formed an impenetrable defense, blocking the attacks of the 7. Of the 7 people before him, aside from Chun Ming, who was slightly difficult to deal with. As for the other 6, as long as they drew their sabers, Xiao Chun could take them down in an instant. However, there was still Zhuang Zhenghe, who was eyeing Xiao Chun like a tiger, storing up power and waiting to make a move. Once he figured out Xiao Chen's strength, he would make a swift move. This time, when Xiao Chun saw Zhuang Zhenghe, he could clearly feel that Zhuang Zhenghe's strength had improved compared to a month ago. Logically speaking, this was an abnormal improvement. Even if one could use the power of faith to convert it into cultivation, it would be impossible for one to improve so quickly. There was only one possibility. After thinking about the ritual recorded in the secret canon, Xiao Chun had a vague guess. He would not think about it for now. He would play with this group of people. Either he would not make a move, or he would take down Zhuang Zhenghe when he did. After Chun Ming's attack failed, he was forced back by Xiao Chun again. Then, he immediately launched a frantic counterattack, provoking Xiao Chun. Blue Dragon King, you are really boundlessly arrogant. Do you really think that you can take down the 6 of us without even drawing your saber? As Chun Ming spoke, the other 6 small perfection blue-robed emperor made their moves. All sorts of killing moves flashed with multicolored lights, bringing with them all sorts of mysterious phenomena. They surged toward Xiao Chun like an erupting mountain flood, their auras startling. Xiao Chun did not answer. His eyes were like lightning, clearly seeing the trajectories of the 6 attacks. The lunar shadow saber in his hand seemed to come to life. It was like a third arm, nimbly moving around his palm and the back of his arm. Bang! Bang! Metallic sounds rang out, sounding like thunder. Xiao Chun still did not draw his saber. As he retreated, he blocked all the moves of the 6. It was like there was an unbreakable, formless wall in front of Xiao Chun. As long as he wanted to, not even a strand of wind would be able to penetrate it. The first spurt of vigor would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. The principles of the art of war in Xiao Chen's hometown were the same in the world of cultivators. Under Xiao Chen's exquisite defense, Chun Ming's group attacked for a long time, but could not take him down. Initially, they were like ferocious tigers. Now they were completely sluggish. Their moves were full of openings. Zhuang Zhenghe felt frustrated. Even now, he still could not figure out Xiao Chen's strength. He cursed this group of people in his heart. They were all trash. Xiao Chun, you're called the Blue Dragon King in vain. You are being beaten until you cannot even retaliate. Chun Ming knew about Zhuang Zhenghe's arrangements. When he saw that he still could not force Xiao Chun to draw his saber, he tried to provoke him again. Very good. The other party's mental state is already in chaos. His aura is weakening. It is time to end this farce. As you wish. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flickered in them. His gaze was like a saber, boundlessly sharp. With just a single glance, the 6 of them felt a chill run down their spines. As his long hair fluttered, boundless saber hums came from Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, his body was like a saber, his hair was like a saber, his clothes were like a saber, and his gaze was like a saber. Xiao Chun, who had been passively defending, suddenly started running. His clothes were as white as snow, and his figure was as fast as the wind. In the wind and snow, he quickly charged at the 7. Chapter 1129. Dang, dang, dang. Saber hums reverberated in the air. sounding like the most beautiful zither music in the world. Xiao Chun dodged Chun Ming's saber and closed in, not giving him a chance to react. Then, he slammed his shoulder into Chun Ming's body. A horrifying saber wound appeared on Chun Ming's chest. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, severely injured, no longer able to fight. It was fine if Xiao Chun did not make a move. However, once he did, Xiao Chun would not give this group of people any chance. Xiao Chun waved his long sleeves, and the saber arm of a person charging at Xiao Chun from the left was chopped off by a saber light. However, the saber in Xiao Chun's right hand clearly did not leave its scabbard. Xiao Chun did not stop running. With every step he took, boundless saber lights flickered. Everywhere Xiao Chun went, saber lights flashed endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared, and wind and snow danced. No one could stop Xiao Chun. With every step he took, someone went flying and vomited blood, no longer able to fight. After Xiao Chun took 7 steps, 7 people fell to the ground, unable to get up. They lay there moaning in pain. Those with light injuries had broken limbs, and those with heavy injuries had fainted from the pain. When Xiao Chun attacked, he did not show any mercy. Without stopping, Xiao Chun's figure flashed and arrived before the stunned Zhuang Zhenghe. At this moment, Xiao Chun defeated 7 people. His aura had reached its peak. When he moved, it felt like the entire world moved with him. Zhuang Zhenghe, who had been waiting for Xiao Chun to draw his saber, wanting to find some openings and deal a lightning-quick blow to Xiao Chun, was caught off guard. This aura sent him flying. However, Zhuang Zhenghe's cultivation was extremely horrifying, even stronger than the newly advanced great perfection blue-robed Emperor Xiao Chun. Zhuang Zhenghe's face sank as he stomped heavily on the ground. The ground trembled, and a scarlet Bodhi tree took root behind him. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light appeared behind him. Buddhist chanting resounded, and the Bodhi tree moved without any wind. Many scarlet Bodhi flowers floated out. Boundless power of faith gathered, and one could vaguely hear horrifying cries. Those were the aggrieved spirits in hell. Zhuang Zhenghe stretched out his palm and wanted to throw a palm strike, wanting to knock down Xiao Chun's aura. However, how could Xiao Chun, who was in his peak state, give him such an opportunity? The instant he landed, Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber, which he had not drawn yet. A saber hum resounded throughout the world. The resplendent saber light made the world pale in comparison. Spring flowers, winter snow, summer, autumn wind, blue dragon breaking the sea, the bright moon soaring. The boundless mysterious phenomena materialized a boundless glory in that instant. Then, the saber light solidified into a vast painting. The scarlet Bodhi tree instantly crumbled. This saber strike sent Zhuang Zhenghe flying back 1 kilometer. The Buddhist light scattered, and he was in a sorry state. The wound on his chest nearly cut him in half at the waist. In just 7 steps and 1 blade, this group of people had been heavily injured by Xiao Chun's thunderous momentum. As Xiao Chun watched Zhuang Zhenghe fly back in a sorry state, he did not relax his guard. The Amitabha Buddha image hidden in the clouds was the greatest threat to the entire heavenly star island. After such a long time, it should have already recovered from Xiao Chun's saber strike. After all, it was just an injury to the palm, not a major one. If Xiao Chun was willing to expend the power of faith, it could recover in a moment. However, for some reason, Zhuang Zhenghe did not bring out the Buddha image. Even after he killed the leaders of the 8 factions until they could not put up a fight, he did not bring it out. Perhaps in Zhuang Zhenghe's eyes, these factions were just pawns. Their lives had nothing to do with him. However, Zhuang Zhenghe had been severely injured by Xiao Chun's saber strike. If he still did not bring out the Amitabha Buddha image, he would be killed by Xiao Chun. Even if he did not want to come out, he had no choice but to do so. Xiao Chun held up his saber and stood upright. He did not give chase, just waited quietly. The heavenly seal in Xiao Chun's dantian was already completely formed. It looked like a blue dragon. As it breathed, strands of formless heavenly laws appeared behind Xiao Chun. There was a total of 10,000 of them, surging in all directions like a great river. Before reaching Emperor Wu's level, one could not even form a circle with their heavenly laws. One would not be able to use the power of the world as they pleased. Now, Xiao Chun had reached great perfection, blue-robed emperor. All the accumulations that he had laid before advancing to blue-robed emperor erupted out now. With a thought from 10,000 heavenly laws, they could drive the power of the world. How horrifying was that? It could break mountains and rivers, shatter the sky. Every action of Xiao Chen's contained an invisible aura that suppressed cultivators of the same cultivation realm. One look from him could make his opponent tremble in fear. It had been a long time since Zhuang Zhenghe advanced to great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Now, he used the ritual to strengthen himself further. Zhuang Zhenghe's cultivation was clearly much higher than Xiao Chen's. However, the quantity and quality of his heavenly laws, as well as his aura, were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. This was the gap that came from accumulations and accumulations. The further one went, the more obvious this gap would become. When one reached Emperor Wu's level, it would be clear who was superior. Whoosh! As Xiao Chun watched, a Buddhist light suddenly shot down from the sky and fixed Zhuang Zhenghe in place. Then, the Buddhist light started to treat his injuries. The horrifying saber wound on Zhuang Zhenghe's chest healed at a visible pace amid the Buddhist light. After suffering a saber strike, Zhuang Zhenghe did not show any anger on his face. After he clearly saw Xiao Chen's strength, he laughed maniacally. Zhuang Zhenghe walked over step by step in the air. Then, he said coldly, "Xiao Chun, is this your strength? If this is all you have, you will find it hard to escape death today. The Buddha has a merciful heart. However, when the Buddha gets angry, no one can stop him." A Buddhist voice resounded, and the Amitabha Buddha image that terrified Heavenly Star Island's group broke through the clouds and reappeared. As the golden light descended, every corner of the ruined Stellar Sky City was illuminated by the Buddha light. Right after Zhuang Zhenghe spoke, the Amitabha Buddha image struck out with another palm strike. The palm covered the sky. If this palm strike landed, everyone in the rubble of Heavenly Star City would be injured. I absolutely cannot let this palm strike land. I absolutely cannot let the many fellow cultivators of Heavenly Star Island get injured. Xiao Chun roared ferociously and executed the dragon tone art. He materialized the blue dragon battle armor as he held the lunar shadow saber and soared into the sky, clashing ferociously with the palm strike. Boom! A resplendent saber light flew out and chopped the palm in half again. However, this time, the Buddha did not retreat. Instead, it sent out another palm strike, carrying the weight of heaven and earth. When this palm strike descended, the entire sky seemed to be pressed down. Dying! Zhuang Zhenghe already had a good grasp of Xiao Chen's strength. Right now, Xiao Chun was already unrivaled among the great perfection blue-robed emperors. However, he was still no match for a consummation blue-robed emperor. Zhuang Zhenghe could not execute the dragon tone art continuously. As for the Amitabha Buddha image, as long as Zhuang Zhenghe continuously exhausted the power of faith, it would be sufficient to grind the other party to death. When this palm strike landed, it would severely injure Xiao Chun. However, just as this palm strike was about to strike Xiao Chun, an ancient Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Chun. It had 8 arms, protecting Xiao Chun's chest, navel, and other vital areas. The Buddha image was not as huge as the Amitabha Buddha image. It only had an ancient aura that was reserved and peaceful, filled with benevolence. The palm protecting Xiao Chen's chest swung back and forcefully smacked the Amitabha Buddha image's palm back. When the two Buddha images clashed, the entire sky started to tremble intensely like the sea. Waves surged, shattering the boundless clouds. Bang! 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 The Amitabha Buddha image exhausted the power of faith. As it bathed in the Buddhist light, it recovered its right hand. When the palm strike landed, it was once again smacked back by the palm protecting Xiao Chun. This repeated 8 times, exhausting a boundless amount of power of faith. However, the Amitabha Buddha image's 8 attacks did not succeed even once. Instead, after exhausting the power of faith, the Buddhist light encasing the surroundings dimmed significantly. The originally resonant Buddhist sound became like the buzzing of a mosquito, not showing any might at all. Zhuang appeared extremely shocked. His eyes even appeared somewhat dazed. This is the Buddhist sect's holy item, the 8-armed Buddhist pendant. How did it end up in your hands? Xiao Qin did not answer Zhuang. He knew that this was the best opportunity to make a move. Whether he could successfully kill the Amitabha Buddha image or not would depend on this saber strike. Otherwise, by the time the other party recovered, the Buddhist pendant would have already used up all 8 chances. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Xiao Qin pushed off the air and swung his saber. 18 blue dragons circled him and roared together. The dragon roars shook the sky and scattered the remaining Buddhist sound. This was Xiao Qin's strongest saber technique, subduing dragon profound slash. As the saber light flew out, a towering saber light chopped at the Amitabha Buddha image, seeking to kill it in one strike. If you want to kill it in one strike, you have to get past me first. When Zhuang saw the situation, he cursed angrily and leaped up, wanting to block this saber light for the Amitabha Buddha image. As long as the Amitabha Buddha image remained, he could recover from his injuries, no matter how severe. When Lan Xiaobai, Jin Lin, and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed. They all knew that they absolutely could not let Zhuang succeed at this crucial moment. Otherwise, when the Buddha image recovered, no one would have a good ending. All of them soared into the air and used their strongest killing moves to charge at Zhuang. As long as he dared to continue advancing, the attacks of the many profound martial techniques would kill him on the spot. Damn it! Zhuang cursed and stopped moving. Then he sent out a palm strike to face the attacks of Lan Xiaobai and the others. 2 loud rumbles resounded at the same time. Zhuang attacked with his full power, sweeping through the surroundings. Lan Xiaobai and the others were all knocked back. However, on the other side, Xiao Qin chopped the Amitabha Buddha image in half. All the Buddhist light vanished in an instant, and the annoying Buddhist chanting vanished as well. Bang! Xiao Qin descended amid the boundless saber lights and hacked at Zhuang repeatedly. After 100 moves, he knocked Zhuang into the air with one kick. Before Zhuang could get back up, Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he landed. Then, he placed the lunar shadow saber on Zhuang's neck. Zhuang coughed and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, he smiled with a somewhat sinister expression. You cannot kill me. My dermic incarnation is on Black Flame Island. As long as my dermic incarnation is not destroyed, I do not care about this body of mine. Lan Xiaobai and the others came over. When they heard this, they could not help but feel shocked. They had managed to restrain this person after much difficulty. In the end, they still could not do anything to him. That was simply too unreasonable. Xiao Qin, is that so? The others asked anxiously. Xiao Qin nodded and said, That's right. However, he will soon not be able to laugh anymore. Zhuang laughed maniacally and said, How can I not be able to laugh anymore? I will self-detonate now, and you will all die with me. When I make a comeback, Heavenly Star Island will still be mine. After saying that, Zhuang's body swelled up like a balloon. The blood vessels on his skin were clearly visible. Horrifying energy brewed in his body. Chapter 1130. When the others saw the situation, they quickly scattered. The horrifying energy from the self-detonation of a great perfection martial sage was not something they could endure. Xiao Qin did not retreat. Based on his calculations, Immortal should be almost done with Black Flame Island. Zhuang's dermic incarnation would not last much longer. Even if Immortal did not deal with him, Xiao Qin could not retreat. He had to block most of the force when she self-destructed. He could not let the other cultivators of Heavenly Star Island come to harm. Xiao Qin's physical body had already reached the peak of a sage body. Furthermore, he had the Blue Dragon body nourishing Art's Blue Dragon battle armor. he would not suffer much damage from Zhuang Jinghe's self-detonation. Suddenly, horror appeared on the crazed Zhuang Jinghe's face. He quickly stopped self-detonating in a fluster, his body deflating like a balloon. Not only did he stop self-destructing, but his cultivation also dropped from the great perfection blue-robed emperor to the small perfection blue-robed emperor. It kept dropping until it reached the peak great grandmaster. You broke my source of faith. How is that possible? How did you know the weakness of the power of faith? Zhuang Zhenghe looked at Xiao Chun, his face filled with disbelief. How could Xiao Chun know such a secret? Xiao Chun pressed the tip of his saber against the other party's neck. His eyes remained calm as he said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about how I know. Tell me honestly how you obtained the Buddhist inheritance, and I'll give you a quick death." Zhuang Zhenghe, who wanted to say something, suddenly stopped breathing. His eyes turned lifeless, and his heart stopped beating. He died just like that. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he bent down to check. The other party's body was still warm, and there were no obvious injuries. His meridians, heart, and lungs were all intact, and there were no signs of suicide. This was the appearance of a spirit being destroyed. The spirit left in this body had been forcibly erased by someone. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Black Flame Island. Something must have happened there. Xiao Chen, what should we do with these people? Lan Xiaobai sent people to bring the leaders of the 8 major forces to Xiao Chun. Among the leaders of the 8 factions, other than Fu Yinyun, who was gravely injured and on the brink of death, the others suffered light injuries, only losing the ability to fight. For the blue-robed emperor, as long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover. Hearing Lan Xiaobai's words, a group of people looked at Xiao Chun. Other than the Iron Blood Clan's clan leader Chun Ming, everyone else started begging for mercy. Blue Dragon King, we were reckless this time. We are willing to compensate for the losses of Blue Dragon City. That's right, we're willing to give up all of our family's assets, as long as you let us live. There was a glimmer of hope in Fu Yinyun's eyes. She said weakly, Blue Dragon King, please let us go. Fu Yinyun, promise you that from now on, I will bring my family far away from home and be an ordinary person. Family? Xiao Chun let out a soft sound of surprise and said indifferently, I'm afraid you don't have any family. What do you mean? Xiao Chun, you can't be that ruthless. There is justice in the world. Family should not be implicated. Don't tell me you can't even abide by this rule. Be careful of the older generation. If they can't stand it, they might take action against you. Hearing this, the expressions of the group changed greatly. They became agitated and roared with ferocious expressions. That's right. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were no saints. There was no reason. Whoever had the bigger fist was the truth. This was especially so in the chaotic Western Sea. However, most people had a bottom line. Not implicating family was an unwritten rule. As long as one was not an evil cultivator or a demon, they would not do such a heartless thing. Although Xiao Chun sentenced these people to death in his heart, he did not intend to touch their families. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Chun Ming. He said calmly, don't overthink. I was not the one who did it. Sect Master Chun should be clear on what happened. Chun Ming, what's going on? Our family is really all dead. The others asked Chun Ming anxiously as they looked at him. When Chun Ming heard their questions, he laughed loudly and said, that's right. Your family is indeed dead, including the ordinary people on the island. They all died in Zhuang Zhenghe's purification ceremony. Don't blame anyone. If you want to blame something, blame yourselves for being greedy. The winner becomes king, and the loser becomes a bandit. From the day you stepped onto the path of cultivation, you should have understood this. Chen Ming, was also greedy. I believe that Zhuang Zhenghe had some way to advance to martial emperor. I was extremely naive. There are no shortcuts on the path to martial emperor. Blue Dragon King, I will be leaving first. I will wait for you 4 years from now. Ha ha ha. As the Metal Blood Sect's clan leader laughed maniacally, Chun Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. He had broken his own heart veins and died of a shattered heart. The other people of the 8 factions turned ashen. They could not accept this fact as they muttered to themselves. This was especially so for Fu Yinyun. When he thought about his initial actions, he found them laughable. Fu Yinyun had disgraced himself and risked his life. Behind him, Zhuang Zhenghe hunted down his family. What could be more lamentable than this? The more Fu Yinyun thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Fu Yinyun, who was already on the verge of death, could no longer hold on. He fell over, his life force severed, and he stopped breathing. Looking at the leaders of the other factions, Xiao Chun did not feel any sympathy. He said indifferently, "Kill them." The group of small perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators, suppressed by Chun Ming, raised his saber, and blood spurted out. The few small perfection blue-robed emperors who invaded Heavenly Star Island and reduced Heavenly Star City to rubble, killing many cultivators, all died. The path to martial emperor was paved with blood and corpses. If I do not kill today, someone will definitely kill me tomorrow, injure my friends, and destroy my family. The heart of an emperor does not allow one to hesitate or panic. One must be decisive in killing. Xiao Chun stood side by side with Lan Xiaobai, looking at the rubble of Heavenly Star City. The two chatted softly, their eyes filled with pity. Heavenly Star City had just been established, and had already faced such a calamity. Furthermore, this was before the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was erected. If they erected the Dragon's Gate's signboard and announced it to the world, who knew what kind of waves it would cause? As the cold wind howled, Xiao Chun seemed to see a scene of the future. Killing and blood flowed endlessly. A city of iron and blood stood amid the flames of war until the end. No one dared to invade it. As Xiao Chun looked at Lan Xiaobai, who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, he felt very moved. Back then, in the Haotian sect, when Shui Lingling told Xiao Chun that Lan Xiaobai and the other two wanted to follow him, Xiao Chun could not believe it. He was sure that Lan Xiaobai was just playing around. Lan Xiaobai was an outstanding talent of the Azura race, an ancient race. His status was no lower than that of the holy science. How could he be willing to follow a person with an unpredictable future? A long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a person's heart. The saying of his hometown could be said to be the best example when applied to Lan Xiaobai. At this point, there was no longer any need to prove whether Lan Xiaobai was sincere or not. "Xiaobai, get the people below to come out. The matter at Black Flame Island should be resolved already," Xiao Chun said when he sensed Imo Chen's figure flying over at an extremely fast speed. The vast and complicated tunnels under Heavenly Star City were personally built by Lord Jiao. He had already rendered meritorious service countless times. If not for Lord Jiao's tunnels, who knew how many ordinary people would have died under the Amitabha Buddha's palm strike? Lan Xiaobai nodded and quickly made arrangements. Then he took his leave. Whoosh! Imo Chun landed beside Xiao Chun. Fatigue appeared in her eyes. However, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Imo Chun was not severely injured. The matter at Black Flame Island is resolved. The Enlightened Sense Temple is already destroyed. I killed all of Zhuang Zhenghe's subordinates in the city. The rest all fled. Imo Chun explained the matter at Black Flame Island. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "However, something happened to Zhuang Zhenghe's dermic incarnation, right?" Shock flashed in Imo Chen's eyes. She asked, "How did you know?" "There was actually a Buddha head hidden in the Enlightened Sense Temple. At the last moment, it swallowed up Zhuang Zhenghe's dermic incarnation. I do not know whether it is dead or alive." "Buddha head?" A strange light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. "That's right. It is a Buddha head. It is a lone Buddha head without a body. It looks very ancient. Even though it's very weak now, I couldn't stop it and let it escape." Xiao Chun cared a lot about Buddha heads. The moment he heard about Buddha heads, he thought of the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva in the 9 layers of purgatory. There was also the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's frightening specter. He would often roam the Yellow Springs Road, searching for his head. No one dared to look back. If his guess was right, and this head was really the head that the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva King was searching for, then it would be a little scary. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who had been beheaded by the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, was still alive. Furthermore, he had found a successor and was starting to stir up trouble. Just thinking about it was a headache. In particular, he was inextricably linked to the Qing emperor. The cause of the past was the effect of the present. The cycle of cause and effect had never been broken. Now that Xiao Chun thought about it, Zhuangzhing's choice of Heavenly Star Island to spread his religion was not intentional. Fortunately, this Buddha head was still very weak right now. Since Mo Chun could deal with it, there was no need to worry too much for now. However, the future was hard to say. Furthermore, this was just Xiao Chen's guess. It might not be the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head. Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Do you know something about the origins of this Buddha head? Mo Chun asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and nodded. I know a little. However, I will have to personally make a trip there to find out the specifics. Let's not care about it for now. Right now, this place is giving me a headache. Mo Chun looked at the Heavenly Star City residents coming out of the underground tunnels amid the rubble. She agreed with Xiao Chun. The great battle had turned their homes into rubble, making them homeless. Some of them even had relatives and children who were cultivators who lost their lives in the battle. It was a tragedy. There were more than 2 million residents in Heavenly Star City. Stabilizing so many people in one go was not a simple matter. Xiao Chun would be very busy for a long time in the future. Big Brother Xiao, I would like to build Heaven Dragon City on these rubble, Mo Chun said after looking for a long time. Then, she made a bold suggestion. Xiao Chun felt excited. Since the city was destroyed, he had to build a new one. Taking this opportunity to build Heaven Dragon City was indeed a good opportunity. Chapter 1131. Furthermore, once Heaven Dragon City was established, it would not be so easy to destroy. Even without the protective formations, Emperor Wu would not be able to destroy Heaven Dragon City so easily. However, the construction of Heaven Dragon City was a vast undertaking. When Xiao Chun took a quick glance at it, he was deeply impressed. Not to mention the resources needed to establish a city, the formations, restrictions, astrology, geomancy, and the layout of the city were not something that just anyone could handle. There needed to be a person proficient in all aspects to be able to direct this project. Xiao Chun asked himself if he had the ability to do so. That's not right. Isn't there a girl in front of me who is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Mo Chun smiled faintly and said, if Big Brother Xiao is determined to let me use the resources in the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, I can give Big Brother Xiao a rough map of Heaven Dragon City within half a month. A rough map requires half a month? Yes, that is still a conservative estimate. The complexity of Heaven Dragon City is the highest among all the cities that I have seen. If it is completed, it will be comparable to Bright Moon City, not too far off. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. How could Heaven Dragon City be inferior to Bright Moon City after it was completed? The Lunar Palace's reputation was much weaker than the Dragon's Gates back then. This was something that he could not accept. Mo Chun explained, this is very normal. After Bright Moon City was built, it had accumulated for 10,000 years. Furthermore, once Heaven Dragon City is completed, it will be comparable to these 10,000-year-old ancient cities. Since ancient times, it is the only one of its kind. All right, I'll trouble you then. However, now that these refugees have no home to go to, how shall we settle them? Seeing that Xiao Chun trusted her so much, handing over the resources of the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove to her after asking a few questions, Mo Chun felt very happy. She smiled and explained, everyone has their own specialties. Big Brother Xiao, there is no need to worry. Lan Xiao Bai, and I will handle the rest. You just broke through to great perfection, blue-robed Emperor. Time is precious. You need to comprehend more. Your strength is the foundation for how far Heavenly Star Island can go in the end. Xiao Chun was touched. The most difficult thing to find in life was a confidant. What is a bosom friend? A bosom friend is someone who understands me. Without a doubt, Mo Chun is such a bosom friend. Thank you. He didn't know what else to say. Everything was contained in these two words. Under the veil, Mo Chun smiled and said, there is no need for thanks between us. Back then, if you had not made a move in the Cloud Sea domain, it goes without saying what would have happened to me. If there's anyone thanking me, it should be me thanking you. Xiao Chun was not someone who cared about trifles. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Accompany me to Black Flame Island. I would like to see the hiding place of that Buddha head as soon as possible." Chen nodded lightly. Xiao Chun summoned out the Flood Dragon War Chariot and carried the two through the clouds, heading for Black Flame Island at lightning speed. In the clouds, Xiao Chun was in the war chariot. He opened the curtains, and his sharp gaze pierced through. He could vaguely see many battleships hidden in the surroundings. They were extremely careful. However, these battleships did not release any malicious intent. This was especially so when they saw the Flood Dragon War Chariot. They all fled far away. Imogen also noticed these battleships. She said, "These are the major factions around Heavenly Star Island. They are all from the 9 ranks of the great families. Emperor Wu is overseeing them. It looks like they are paying a lot of attention to this battle." Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze, not feeling surprised. Heavenly Star Island's foundation was there. It was a juicy piece of meat. It was impossible for these factions not to be tempted. Even if they did not dare to make a move because of the Bushin Palace and the Thunder King's name, as a new faction, they still had to pay attention to this battle. After this battle, at the very least, the Blue Dragon King's fame would spread far and wide, enough to shock everyone. This would let these major factions know that even if the 3 holy masters did not care about Xiao Chun, Heavenly Star Island was not that easy to bully. If they wanted to scheme against the Blue Dragon King, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the rage of the Blue Dragon King. 15 minutes later, the Dragon War Chariot arrived at the sea region near Black Flame Island. When Xiao Chun came out of the war chariot, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. He saw a 9-colored light soaring into the sky from the direction of the Enlightened Sense Temple on Black Flame Island. Colorful clouds filled the sky, and golden rain covered the entire island, pattering endlessly. Black Flame Island, which was originally known for being hot and desolate, was now peaceful. Plants flourished, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. It was thriving and full of life. The ordinary people bathed in the rain all revealed excited expressions. They knelt on the ground and chanted, "Merciful Buddha." The rainwater seeped into their bones, blood, and marrow. Everyone could clearly feel their bodies feel refreshed and rejuvenated. The illnesses that had tormented them for so long vanished. All sorts of wondrous effects made them feel extremely comfortable. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This is retribution." All the vast power of faith that Zhuang Zhenghe absorbed over the past year or so was returned to him. After today, Zhuang Zhenghe's foundation here would completely crumble. Imogen stood beside Xiao Chun. Having seen this scene before, she appeared rather calm. She said, "Actually, the ancient Buddhist teachings are not bad in the first place. They talk about karma and reincarnation, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. These are all very good teachings. Even when collecting the power of faith, they are sincere in preaching. There is no such thing as converting people, much less those evil rituals. The believers worship and make offerings, and the bodhisattvas and Buddhas listen to their prayers and send down blessings. This is a very good cycle, a good thing for ordinary people." Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. The secret canon of the Small Lane Temple had records of this as well. However, the human heart was unfathomable. There were too many temptations. Even a Buddha would find it hard to remain calm when faced with such vast power. Xiao Chun asked himself, if an ordinary person faced such a shortcut, he would find it hard to control himself. He would definitely use the power of faith to strengthen himself. Slowly, he would change his mind and convert people. Then, he would preach in a barbaric manner, slowly falling into the abyss. Xiao Chun believed that there were benevolent Buddhas and bodhisattvas. However, it was hard to say if it was the headless Buddha behind Zhuang Zhenghe. "Come, let's go to the Enlightened Sense Temple Hall and take a look." Xiao Chun's figure flashed as he flew towards the Enlightened Sense Temple Hall. Whether it was the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head or not, he had to search for it personally. As Xiao Chun flew, he saw all the temples and statues of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas shattering. The temples were also empty. Not only could the abbot not be seen, but the young novice monks had also fled. The believers on the island were enjoying a feast. However, to the long-term beneficiaries of the power of faith, it was a disaster. The source of faith was destroyed, and the vast power of faith that had accumulated poured out without restraint. Furthermore, the backbone of the temple was killed. This seemingly huge, fake Buddhist sect collapsed in an instant. When Xiao Chun landed in the Enlightened Sense Temple, the situation was even more dismal. The originally vast and glorious temple had collapsed. The Arhats and Bodhisattva statues had all collapsed and shattered. Everywhere Xiao Chun looked was a scene of ruin. Life flourished everywhere on the island. However, this place, the source of the Buddhist light, was deathly silent and gloomy. The flowers and grass were withered, and the trees were withered. Compared to the magnificent scene that Xiao Chun saw the last time he came here, it was like heaven and earth. When Xiao Chun arrived before the Enlightened Sense Temple Hall, the originally mysterious and unfathomable hall that Xiao Chun did not dare to enter no longer had any mysterious aura. The entire roof of the hall had been blown away. This must have been caused by the shock waves from the battle between Chun and the abbot. The nine-colored Buddhist light came from the cracks in the rubble and shot out into the clouds. Xiao Chun threw a palm strike and swept away all the rubble. A strong palm wind picked up the rubble and flew away. A large hole appeared in the empty space in front. The source of the Buddhist light was in there. Chun, did you go down there? Xiao Chun asked as he looked at the large hole where the Buddhist light came from. Chun shook her head and replied, I did not have time to go down. At that time, the Buddha head flew out from there. Its mental energy injured me. Then, I was busy killing some of the backbones. After I was done, I was afraid that you would worry, so I rushed back. Understanding this, Xiao Chun immediately jumped down. Chun leaped up and followed Xiao Chun. The entrance of the cave was very deep, much deeper than what the two of them had imagined. The two of them descended for a full quarter of an hour before they stepped on a patch of black water and found themselves in a vast cave. When the two looked ahead, they saw a headless Buddha at the end of the cavern. The Buddhist light that filled the air came from this headless Buddha. Xiao Chun felt startled. This headless Buddha was clearly the same as the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's headless body that he saw in the 9 layers of purgatory. Suddenly, Xiao Chun understood. That Buddha head was indeed the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha head. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva wanted to use the power of faith to reconstruct the Buddha body. After that, the two would merge and truly revive. However, it did not look like it would be that easy. Although the headless Buddha before Xiao Chun looked the same as the one in the 9 layers of purgatory, the might and pressure that the two gave off were completely different. However, the might and pressure from the two were completely different. The headless Buddha before Xiao Chun did not feel threatened at all. However, the Buddha in the 9 layers of purgatory was simply horrifying. Before the headless Buddha, Xiao Chun shrank infinitely, unable to resist at all. What is this? Chun asked with an unsightly expression as she looked at the black water on the ground. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said, This is the sea of bitterness, the prayers of the many believers. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are all in these prayers. However, the Bodhisattva here does not care at all. It draws out all the prayers and the power of faith, forming this vast sea of bitterness. Chun looked at Xiao Chun's expression and said, Big brother Xiao, you seem to recognize this headless Buddha. Yes, I once saw the original form of this headless Buddha in the 9 layers of purgatory. Before Chun, Xiao Chun did not hide anything. He told her everything he saw and heard. When Chun heard that, she found it strange. She asked, since it has its own body, why did it not go to the 9 layers of purgatory and reattach it? Xiao Chun thought of that horrifying saber light. Even after 10,000 years, it could still bring color back to the Yellow Springs realm. He said, That's impossible. The Qing Emperor left a wound on its neck. I estimate that even after 10,000 years, the saber intent still has not scattered. Reattaching, it would be like sending oneself to death. Is the Qing Emperor really so strong that his saber intent does not scatter after 10,000 years? Clearly, Imo-chan was somewhat shocked. A saber intent that did not scatter after 10,000 years could still be so mighty. Chapter 1132. Xiaochen nodded and said, "If you saw the Qing Emperor's saber light, you would not be so shocked." Imo-chan entered deep thought. She watched as the nine-colored Buddhist light slowly scattered the headless Buddha's body, making it look even more withered. She asked, "What should we do with this headless Buddha now?" Xiaochen paused for a moment before replying. "Let it destroy itself. When the power of faith runs out, it will disappear naturally." After saying that, Xiaochen prepared to leave. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A figure of light quickly descended from the cave entrance. Xiaochen's eyes were sharp. He clearly saw that it was a Buddha head. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. However, he did not panic. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and instantly shielded Imo-chan. The Buddha head hovered in the air, giving off an ancient aura. Its large eyes stared at Xiaochen as if it wanted to see through all of Xiaochen's secrets. The Buddha head spoke in a hoarse voice. "It is indeed you, the fellow with the bloodline of the Qing Emperor." Xiaochen did not reply to it. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, and a resplendent saber light illuminated the dark cave. Then, he charged at the Buddha head at lightning speed. Xiaochen was already certain that this evil Buddha was not a kind person. It was clearly not on good terms with him, so there was no need to hold back. Dang! Just as the saber light was about to strike the Buddha head, the headless Buddha body suddenly moved. It opened its hand and blocked Xiaochen's saber light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber light did not stop, and the movement did not stop. Xiaochen attacked with his full power, sending out 9 saber strikes, and chopping the Buddha body, blocking the Buddha head into pieces. The Buddhist light that soared into the clouds stopped. The spiritual rain that covered the entire island also stopped. Unfortunately, this is not the Immortal epic. Otherwise, I would be able to kill someone like you with just one word. Live on properly. When you undergo your great tribulation of wind and fire, I will return the saber strike that the Qing Emperor gave me to you. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha head spoke in a somewhat cold voice. Then, it turned into a beam of light and quickly flew away. Xiaochen naturally didn't want to let him go so easily. Putting aside the fact that the other party was a ticking time bomb, as long as she had a real body, she would be a great threat to him. Just based on the fact that Shanxi possessed numerous secrets of the ancient Buddha dimension and some secrets of the Qing Emperor, he shouldn't be allowed to leave no matter what. However, the other party had clearly come prepared. After confirming Xiaochen's identity, they left using a secret technique, not leaving any traces for Xiaochen to track them down. Xiaochen chased out of the cave and found that there was no trace of the Buddha head. There was no trace of it at all, only some faint fluctuations in the space. "Did you fail to catch up?" Imo-chan asked after flying out of the cave. Xiaochen sighed. He used a secret technique to break space. Without becoming Emperor Wu, there is no way to catch up to him. Imo-chan consoled. There is no need to rush. It is clear that the Qing Emperor severely injured his essence 10,000 years ago. Now he is just a stray dog. Even an ancient bodhisattva would not be a threat to you. Indeed, Xiaochen was not in a rush. However, he felt that the other party should know some secrets of the Qing Emperor back then. If he could capture and interrogate the other party, he might gain a lot. Probably even the old item spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace did not know why the Qing Emperor went to the 6 paths of reincarnation back then. Only this fellow knew a little. However, this happened to be what Xiaochen cared about the most. Suddenly, the mysterious Buddha head appeared on a desolate island. It opened its mouth and spat out a weak beam of light. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the weak light was actually a small person giving off a Buddhist light. If one's eyes were sharp enough, one would immediately discover that this small person was the bloody monk, Zhuang Zhenghe. Master, you have seen it already. When can my physical body recover? Zhuang Zhenghe asked quickly with some anxiousness in his voice. The Buddha head said coldly, "It is just an ordinary physical body. You can recover it at any time. It is just a small matter, yet you are so flustered. No wonder you cannot accomplish anything great." Zhuang Zhenghe clearly feared this mysterious Buddha head. He nodded in a hurry and said, "Master is right. Where should we go now? It was not easy for us to develop our foundation on Black Flame Island. If it gets destroyed, it would be too much of a pity." The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha head said indifferently, "It is just a small island. You have not seen it before. You have not seen the horrifying scene of billions of believers worshipping together during the golden age of Buddhism. This bit of foundation is nothing." However, a strange light flashed in the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something as he said, "I forgot. This place is an abandoned land. How could it recover to its golden age? I still have to kill the Blue Dragon King and leave this place with his luck. Only then can I return to the Buddhist sect and seek veneration from Buddha." "Master, where are we leaving?" Zhuang Zhenghe asked out of curiosity, feeling confused. "Don't ask what you should not ask." The Buddha head snorted coldly. Suddenly, 4 or 5 cultivators arrived on the island. The Buddha's attention immediately shifted. Scarlet Bodhi leaves appeared in the Buddha's eyes, materializing an ancient Buddhist temple in the depths of his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and sucked in. Clumps of green light appeared on the foreheads of the 4 or 5 inferior grade martial sages. As they struggled, they were sucked into the Buddha's mouth. Then their physical bodies fell to the ground. "Go and choose one. You only have one chance to undergo dermic reincarnation. This is also your last chance." When Zhuang Zhenghe heard this, he rejoiced and quickly flew over. The Buddha had opened its mouth and chanted scriptures. Ancient Buddhist scriptures came from the Buddha's mouth. Amid a Buddhist light, a corpse on the ground slowly stood up. While Zhuang Zhenghe was undergoing the dermic reincarnation ritual, Xiao Chun and Mo Chun were strolling around Black Flame Island. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered strolling around. After Zhuang Zhenghe's group left, Heavenly Star Island would definitely take over the management of Black Flame Island. It was not a bad idea to inspect the island situation in advance. "Big Brother Xiao, this Black Flame Island hides a peak Black Flame, Earth Flame. It is the best place to build a refining pavilion. I would like to move all my clansmen here and transform it into a peak refining pavilion." Xiao Chun had heard of this before. Previously, because of the 7 heroes of the dragon and other reasons, the Mo clan's clansmen had been living on a desolate island outside Heavenly Star Island Sea region. Only a small portion of them remained on Heavenly Star Island. Now that all the hostile factions near Heavenly Star Island had been cleared out, there would be no obstacles for the Mo clan to come in. Furthermore, the Mo clan was a refining clan in the first place. In the past, they were famous in the Cloud Sea domain. They had many refining masters in the clan, and they even had refining techniques passed down by their ancestors. As long as they had sufficient resources in a peak location, it would not be difficult to build a refining pavilion that was not inferior to a Holy Land's. Xiao Chun appeared somewhat distracted as he thought of something even further in the future. He thought of his clansmen in the distant Sky Dome realm. Never mind. Thinking about it now is still too far away. The clansmen of the Qing Emperor's descendants returning to the Kunlun realm would be much more complicated than the Mo clans. There would also be more unpredictable factors. It would be better to wait for the Heaven Dragon City to be completed before going to the lower realm and fetching the Xiao clan up, returning them to where they belonged in the first place. Otherwise, without any guarantee of safety, Xiao Chun would find it hard to rest assured. No matter how worried he was in the Sky Dome realm, Emperor Wu could not go there. With the Haotian sect's branch and the mysterious Great Qi Nation's royal court guarding that place, it would be safer than the Kunlun realm. "Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" Mo Chun asked out of concern when she saw Xiao Chen's distracted expression, like he was thinking of something else. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and smiled. "It's fine. Can the transportation formation on our heavenly star island send us to the lower realm? Emo-chan said, "It can. The Bushin Palace has a transportation formation in the lower realm as well. However, such a transportation formation requires a lot of resources." I understand. Xiao Chun understood. Resources were not a problem. If he wanted to go to the Sky Dome realm in the future, it would be much more convenient. After chatting for a while longer, the two rode the dragon chariot back. After saying goodbye, Xiao Chun returned to the summit to comprehend the many benefits of advancing to great perfection blue-robed emperor. Emo-chan assisted Lan Xiaobai in sorting out the refugees in the original Heavenly Star City. She also had the many resources in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaobai would also be in charge of judging contributions and distributing rewards. Xiao Chun was very clear on the principle of not doubting the people he used. This way, he could relax and also ease the pressure on others. 7 days later, Xiao Chun and Elder Qin sat at the summit, drinking tea and discussing the Tao, exchanging their experiences in the martial Tao. In terms of experience, Elder Qin had stopped at Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor for several decades. Indeed, Xiao Chun could learn many things. The Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor can be considered to have reached a higher level on the path of forging the Emperor's Bridge. With the Heavenly Seal, it is much easier to use the heavenly laws. Compared to the small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, there is a vast difference. Of course, you are an exception, Elder Qin said with a somewhat helpless smile as he took a sip of tea. Breaking before establishing. Before advancing to the Blue-Robed Emperor, you accumulated 10,000 heavenly sage laws. Since ancient times, I really cannot think of anyone with such a horrifying cultivation. This also gives you the capital to kill opponents of higher cultivation. After sighing, Elder Qin continued, "To think that I spent 100 years in the Blue-Robed Emperor realm. Now I have only 3,000 heavenly laws, not even a third of it." Xiao Qin put down his teacup and smiled. Elder Qin is being too humble. Old Qin's heavenly laws are much denser than mine. The power of the world that you can drive is not much weaker than mine. These words were not too humble. The other party's cultivation was still much denser than the newly advanced Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. The density of heavenly laws was far inferior to Xiao Chen's. What Xiao Chen was strong in were the quantity of his heavenly laws and the purity of his purple thunder divine incantation. Elder Qin, how is it to cultivate a soul with heavenly laws? Can you explain it to this junior in detail? Xiao Chun asked humbly. Elder Qin took a sip of tea and smiled. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor is very profound. However, in the end, it is still about resources. If you do not have enough resources, you can accumulate them with time. It is not too difficult and can be considered uneventful. However, in reality, 90% of the blue-robed emperors are stuck at peak great perfection blue-robed emperors, unable to advance further. This is because there is no way to cultivate a soul with heavenly laws. If nothing unexpected happens, this old man will be stuck at this stage as well. Xiao Chen frowned and asked, "Is it that difficult?" Elder Qi nodded and said, "This stage has nothing to do with resources. Even if you had all the resources in the world, it would be useless. You can only rely on yourself to comprehend and explore. Cultivating a soul with the heavenly seal is simply merging your own soul into the heavenly seal and turning it into the vague form of the heart of an emperor." Chapter 1133. You should know that after you become Emperor Wu, you will reconstruct your golden body. At that time, physical injuries will no longer be able to kill Emperor Wu. As long as the heart of an emperor remains, it will be hard to sever his vitality. Now, you understand why this step is so difficult. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was startling. Naturally, he understood immediately. Cultivating a soul from the heavenly realm already touched upon the core of Emperor Wu. This was directly related to the heart of an emperor. It would be difficult even if one did not want it to be. Elder Qin said unhurriedly, "The path to martial emperor is not simple. This step already stops 90% of the blue-robed emperors. After that, the great tribulation of wind and fire stops another 90%. It would not be too much to describe the cultivators of my Kunlun realm as billions or billions. We have no lack of geniuses. However, the number of people who can break through to Emperor Wu every 500 years can be counted on two hands. Every Emperor Wu, no matter how strong or weak, is in existence with astonishing luck in the Kunlun realm. Since ancient times, countless people have died on the path to martial emperor. However, there is still an unending stream of people advancing. Of the 10 billion cultivators, the number who could become Emperor Wu every 500 years could be counted on two hands. Xiao Chen sighed. The success of a general was built on the bones of 10,000 people. This probability could not even be described as 1 in 100 million. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had less than 4 years left. At the summit, Xiao Chun and Elder Qin chatted for a long time. They even exchanged moves. After exchanging a few moves, Elder Qin sighed. Now that the age of geniuses was in full swing, there were more demonic geniuses than the last. Xiao Chun was a demonic genius among demonic geniuses. The number of people who advanced to martial emperor in the past 100 years probably surpassed the total number of people who advanced to martial emperor in the past few thousand years. However, when it came to Xiao Chun, Elder Qin could not help showing a look of pity in his eyes. Xiao Chun, my life is not considered long, but I have lived for several hundred years and seen countless geniuses. Many outstanding talents died prematurely due to various reasons. Some were too sharp, some were overzealous, some were arrogant, and some were too engrossed in their desires. You are the only exception. What a pity, Elder Qin could not help saying. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, if I had not ignored the consequences and tempered my physical body back then, or if I had not tempered my quintessence twice when I was a martial sage, my physical body would not have such problems now. However, if that were really the case, I would have nothing. I would not be able to defeat those outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, and I would not be able to sweep through everyone during the king conferral ceremony, obtaining overwhelming luck. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Nothing is certain. It's best not to think too much and look forward. It is best not to martial Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun said, I know. Martial Emperor Wu are the emperor. Martial Wu Wu Wu, Emperor Xiao Wu Wu, Chun Wu Wu, emperor, and Wu not to use it. To Wu we will. We will only be able to show off before the blue-robed emperor. Compared to the true Emperor Wu, it is not worth mentioning. I will not choose this path. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's answer. He smiled faintly and said, that is all I have of the cultivation experience of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's answer. He smiled faintly and said, this is all the cultivation experience I have for a great perfection quasi-emperor. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. If you have any problems, you can look for me at any time. In the end, the cultivation of the great perfection blue-robed emperor was still a matter of accumulating resources. After reaching the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would start cultivating the soul, merging the soul with the heavenly seal. That was the true dividing line. In the end, the cultivation of the great perfection blue-robed emperor depended on accumulating resources. When one reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, one would start to cultivate the soul, merging the soul with the heavenly seal. That was the true dividing line. However, Xiao Chun had just reached the great perfection blue-robed emperor. He was still a long way from the peak, so he needed a vast amount of resources to cultivate. Xiao Chun had used about 1% of the king spirit veins in the treasure trove to break through the bottleneck. Most of the rest had not been used. Logically speaking, with such a king spirit vein, Xiao Chun did not lack resources. However, he felt that using this king spirit vein to cultivate was too wasteful. There was no quality-price ratio. Even the holy lands and immortal holy lands that had existed for tens of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years, did not have many king spirit veins. Even if they included the spares, they would not have more than 5. It was not worth it to use this king spirit vein on his own blue-robed emperor. As long as Shao Chun broke through the bottleneck, he would have more than enough holy spirit veins to satisfy his needs. Shao Chun wanted to leave this king spirit vein for the future Dragon's Gate, to make it a capital that could rival a holy land. To find another king spirit vein, he needed to be as strong as a sovereign martial emperor at the very least. Shao Chun still remembered the scene of the Northern Sea Alliance turning out in full force for the sake of subduing what he suspected to be a king spirit vein. If a king spirit vein really appeared, the Northern Sea Alliance's sovereign martial emperor would definitely come out to prevent other factions from snatching it. I have to find a new holy spirit vein. I have nearly used up all the records on the vellum. I will have to rely on my dragon-seeking art later. A light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. He thought of making a trip to the Black Sea to look for Ba Tuesday. He wanted to see if he could find some secrets of the Yuan clan from the corpse that Ba Tu had obtained. This would allow Shao Chen's dragon-seeking art to improve further. At that time, he would be more confident of finding a holy spirit vein. Collecting his thoughts, Shao Chun did not think too much for now. He sat cross-legged on the summit and started to cultivate, stabilizing his great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation. Time flashed. Soon, half a month went by. Shao Chen's great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation had stabilized. Now, he could control the heavenly seal as he pleased. With a thought, the dragon-shaped heavenly seal could activate all 10,000 heavenly laws. In an instant, he could bring out all the power of the world that he could. As the heavenly seal formed, Shao Chen's comprehension of the world deepened. The world was no longer as fixed and unmoving as before. He could clearly feel the movement of the entire world. He could vaguely see the core laws of this universe, space and time, which are the lines of the chessboard of fate. However, he could only vaguely see them. He could not change these two great laws. This was especially so for the time laws. They were even more profound and ever-changing than the space laws, unfathomable. During this period, Imo Chun came by once. She had already completed the sketch of the Heaven Dragon City. Based on Imo Chen's estimates, the construction of the city could be completed within 2 years using 1 million manpower. Furthermore, with Imo Chen's ability to manage and command, it would be very fast. If it were someone else, they would need to coordinate with the other refiners, formation masters, and geomancers. That would take even longer. They might not even be able to complete it in 10 years. The refugees were relocated to the other small cities on Heavenly Star Island, as well as the 7 satellite islands. There was no need to doubt Lan Xiaobai's and Imo Chen's abilities in this aspect. The subsidiary islands that the other factions occupied were also taken over in an orderly manner. Heavenly Star Island development entered a new trajectory, developing at a high speed. Everything proceeded smoothly and orderly. Now that Shao Chun had some free time, he started refining medicinal pills. This was the heavenly origin pill that he promised to refine for the Holy Daughter, Yu Bingyun. After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Shao Chun had been very busy and did not have much time. Since Shao Chun had some free time, he switched to helping Yu Bingyun refine the heavenly origin pill. After all, he could not break his promise. The refinement process did not go smoothly. However, Shao Chun was not in a rush. After all, the other party had prepared 100 sets of ingredients. There was no fear of failure. He would succeed one day. After 78 failures, Shao Chun finally succeeded in refining this heavenly origin pill. Lord Blue Dragon King, the city lord, says that there are honored guests visiting and invites you to the palace. A youth rushed up from the foot of the mountain nimbly. He had an expression of worship as he spoke respectfully to Shao Chun. This youth was one of the young disciples that you taught. Shao Chun could tell from his attire. These youths were all seedlings that Shao Chun had picked from the ordinary people's clans. Their talent was pretty good, and they would be able to take on heavy responsibilities in the future. Shao Chun put away the medicinal pill in his hand and rewarded the youth with some things. Then, the youth left happily. When regular people came to visit, Lan Xiaobai would not disturb him. This person probably had some status. Who could it be? Feeling curious, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and flew towards the palace in the mountain. In a few breaths, Xiao Chun arrived outside the palace. When the disciples guarding the door saw him, they immediately bowed in greeting. Xiao Chun calmed his emotions and walked in calmly. He discovered that there were many people in the palace, but their attire was not the same. However, their cultivations were all at the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, they were all aware that they could not merge their souls with the heavenly seal, so they focused on tempering their heavenly laws to raise their combat prowess. These people had remained at the peak for at least 100 years. Not only were their heavenly laws incredibly dense, but they were also pure. Their strength was unfathomable. The instant Xiao Chun stepped into the palace, he immediately felt several gazes probing him. When they saw that Xiao Chun was only a newly advanced great perfection blue-robed emperor, doubt flashed in their eyes. Lan Xiaobai, who was entertaining this group of people, immediately sent a voice projection when Xiao Chun came over. Xiao Chun, these are the vice sect masters of the nearby 9 ranks of the great families. On the surface, they are here to pay a visit out of courtesy, to befriend you. In reality, they do not have good intentions. They're here to probe us. As the saying went, those who come do not have good intentions, and those who are kind do not come. Xiao Chun could more or less guess the purpose of these people. After he heard Lan Xiaobai's voice projection, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, sorry for being late. The Blue Dragon King is too polite. Since they were here to pay a visit to Heavenly Star Island, they still had to show basic courtesy." These vice sect masters of the 9 ranks of the great families all stood up and returned the greeting. There were many of the 9 ranks of the great families in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. As long as they had Emperor Wu, a sect with a Holy Spirit vein, and 2,000 disciples, they could be considered one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, most of the nearby 9 ranks of the great families did not have any accumulations. Their inheritances would not exceed 1,000 years. Compared to the peak 9 ranks of the great families like the Hao-Ian sect, there was a huge difference. Based on the vice sect masters seated here, they were merely peak great perfection quasi-emperors, so Xiao Chun could make some guesses. Based on what Xiao Chun knew, the vice sect masters of the Hao-Ian sect were all minor heavenly sovereigns. Furthermore, there would only be one Emperor Wu. As far as Xiao Chun knew, the vice sect masters of the Hao-Ian sect were already consummation blue-robed emperors many years ago. After the previous sect master became a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, he retired. There were still many supreme elders who were strong and had deep accumulations, having passed down their legacies for more than 10,000 years. Chapter 1134. As they walked forward, Xiao Chun sat in the middle and picked up his teacup. Then, he said indifferently, "Sorry, Heavenly Star Island just went through a great calamity. I do not have much to entertain you all with. If you all have a purpose, just say it." The several old men sitting on both sides were stunned. According to the rules of this place, when the host picked up his teacup, it meant that he was sending off the guests. When they heard Xiao Chen's words, it was clear that he was impatient and did not beat around the bush. Everyone could not help but turn silent. The spacious hall was quiet and peaceful. Lan Xiaobai found it funny. Xiao Chun was really Xiao Chun. He knew that this group of people came with ill intentions. He did not bother with pleasantries at all, getting straight to the point, not playing by the rules. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, the Blue Dragon King's temper is not small at all. What is the meaning of this? Sending off the guests with tea? A gray-robed old man on the right, furthest from Xiao Chun, asked with a superficial smile. Lan Xiaobai sent a voice projection. This is the Fire Beacon sect's vice sect master, Qian Zhongqiao. He is considered a powerful person, especially with his palm strike. He is very incredible and famous in our sea region. Xiao Chen understood and ignored this person. He said indifferently, "Heavenly Star Island just went through a great calamity. However, we also resolved some conflicts and took over all the subsidiary islands. I am very clear on what you are here for. Since you are not going to say it, I will say it for you. You're just here to probe out the situation, to see if I, Xiao Chun, can suppress such a large area. Then, to see if you have a chance to get some benefits for yourselves. The expressions of the others froze. After Xiao Chun said what they were thinking, they all felt somewhat unnatural. Only the Fire Beacon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Qian Zhongqiao, laughed loudly and said, "Blue Dragon King, you must be joking. Our Fire Beacon Sect is here to discuss cooperation." Xiao Qin smiled coldly and asked, "What kind of cooperation?" "Naturally, it is a cooperation that is beneficial to both sides. Since Stellar Sky City was destroyed, it will require a lot of resources to rebuild it. I am representing the Fire Beacon Sect to send money to the Blue Dragon King." Right after Qian Zhongqiao spoke, he waved his hand, and a pile of black astral coins flew out from his spatial ring. The faint light overlapped, dazzling the eyes. There should be about 5 million of them. Here is 5 million black astral coins. Our Fire Beacon Sect wishes to purchase Black Flame Island from the Blue Dragon King, Qian Zhongqiao said casually. Wanting to buy Black Flame Island with 5 million black astral coins was simply daylight robbery. Bang! Bang! Seeing that Qian Zhongqiao had made his intentions clear, the other 8 old men made their moves as well. Piles of black astral coins appeared in the hall, reaching 45 million black astral coins. This group of people had a startlingly large appetite. All that was left was the main island of Heavenly Star Island. They would have emptied out Xiao Chen's conferred land. 45 million black astral coins was already a huge sum. Even the peak Blue Robe Emperor would only have so much. Some of the weaker rank 8 sects would not have more than this sum. Some might even have less. Regular outstanding youths would find it hard to remain calm when they saw such a lineup. Their auras would be completely suppressed. However, who was Xiao Chun? He had even seen 1 billion black astral coins in the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove. This amount of money was like a drizzle to him. Xiao Chun wanted to use his wealth to suppress others and occupy the island in his conferred land, leaving others speechless. This was a brilliant move. Even if the Bushin Palace pursued the matter, Xiao Chun could say that he had used money to buy the island. This would leave others speechless, and they could only blame Xiao Chun for not living up to expectations. However, it was still the same as before. Playing this move before the rich Xiao Chun was like playing house. It was extremely laughable. A trace of mockery flashed in Qian Zhongqiao's eyes. To think that a brat with no hair on his mouth wants to compete with us veterans. He is really naive. Qian Zhongqiao put down his teacup and said indifferently, "I believe that the Blue Dragon King has never seen so much money before. With so many black astral coins, it is sufficient for you to rebuild 3 Heavenly Star cities." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help laughing softly. Competing with me in wealth? What could be funnier than this? Money came like a river and went like water. Before obtaining the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, the black astral coins in Xiao Chen's hands were already more than the pile of money here. Furthermore, after obtaining the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, Heavenly Star Island's accumulated wealth was no weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. If Xiao Chun included that king's spirit vein, even the Holy Lands would not dare to boast so shamelessly before him. What are you laughing at? When Qian Zhongqiao saw the mocking smile on Xiao Chen's face, he felt a strange rage. Seated in the middle, Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I'm laughing at your shameless boasting. You only took out 5 million black astral coins and still dare to boast before me, saying that you want to buy Black Flame Island. You say that I have never seen money before. I'm afraid that you do not know what true wealth is. How arrogant! How many black astral coins can you take out? You!" Before Qian Zhongqiao could finish speaking, his jaw dropped. The shock in his eyes was so great that he could not continue. There was no other reason. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and piles of black astral coins appeared. There was a total of 9 piles. Each pile was twice the amount of black astral coins that the 9 ranks of the great families took out. There was no more, no less. Xiao Chun took out a total of 90 million black astral coins alone. If money can solve everything, then I will buy your entire Fire Beacon sect with these 90 million black astral coins. Do you agree? Xiao Qian shouted as he stood up. An overwhelming aura pressed down on Qian Zhongqiao. The 9 old men felt stifled in their hearts. Their thoughts went wild, and they found it somewhat difficult to control themselves. Originally, they wanted to use a large number of black astral coins to crush Xiao Qian's will. Who could have imagined that Xiao Qian would turn the tables on them? This shocked them, and they immediately fell silent. Their auras were completely suppressed by Xiao Qian. This was especially so for Qian Zhongqiao. His face alternated between red and green, feeling very sullen. When faced with Xiao Qian's interrogation, he felt stifled, not knowing how to reply. Damn it! No matter what, you have to sell Black Flame Island to my Fire Beacon sect. You have to sell it whether you want to or not. Unable to think of anything to say, Qian Zhongqiao directly stated his purpose, shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Qian smiled faintly, becoming even more at ease. He slowly walked down and said calmly, "What's wrong? Are you trying to force me to sell it?" Qian Zhongqiao calmed down and remembered the sect master's instructions. He should do his best not to shed all pretense of cordiality. At the very least, he should not do so openly. He could not leave any room for discussion. After calming himself, Qian Zhongqiao said coldly, "I don't dare to. Our Fire Beacon sect is rather famous. We never do things like force. I have long heard of the Blue Dragon King's unparalleled glory, instantly defeating all the outstanding talents of the world in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Do you dare to make a bet with this Qian?" Xiao Qian asked indifferently. "What do you want to bet?" Qian Zhongqiao replied coldly. "You instantly defeated all the outstanding talents of the world in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. I will bet with you in one move as well. We will only compete in one move. Whoever is at a disadvantage will be the loser. If you lose, you will sell Black Flame Island to me. Don't say that my Fire Beacon sect is forcing you to sell it. If I lose, I will apologize, and the Fire Beacon sect will not seek trouble for Heavenly Star Island anymore." The moment Qian Zhongqiao said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Right now, Xiao Qian was only an early-stage Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. As for Qian Zhongqiao, he was at the peak of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, having cultivated for 100 years. Furthermore, Qian Zhongqiao's palm technique made him famous among the many factions in the nearby sea region. His palm contained a boundless sea of fire and a horrifying explosive force. He had even smashed a small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor to death with one palm strike. Blue Dragon King, do you dare to agree? Seeing that Xiao Qian was only an early-stage Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Qian Zhongqiao felt very confident. He stepped forward and pressed on. Lan Xiaobai stopped Qian Zhongqiao and said, "Xiao Qian, don't fall for his trick. The cultivation technique, martial technique, and killing moves he cultivates are all explosive. When he fights with others, if he cannot severely injure his opponent with one palm strike, he will quickly flee." Lan Xiaobai had a very clear understanding of Qian Zhongqiao's information, so he advised Xiao Qian not to be rash. Xiao Qian understood what Lan Xiaobai meant. Some people were stuck at a certain bottleneck for their entire lives, unable to improve. After that, they would take an unconventional path and think of other ways to raise their combat prowess. This Qian Zhongqiao before Xiao Qian was one of those people. He focused all his attention on how to increase his explosive power. Qian Zhongqiao wanted to use money to suppress Xiao Qian, but ended up being humiliated by Xiao Qian. So, he thought of this method to regain his momentum. If Xiao Qian did not agree, he would be seen as a coward. Qian Zhongqiao would use this to spread the rumor. Furthermore, Qian Zhongqiao would continuously seek trouble for him in the future. If Xiao Qian agreed, he would be playing into Qian Zhongqiao's hands. Qian Zhongqiao would not lose out no matter what. Waving his hand, Xiao Qian told Lan Xiaobai not to say anything else. There were so many vice sect masters watching. If Xiao Qian could resolve this matter well, he would be able to deter the surrounding factions, which would be of great benefit to Heavenly Star Island. Even though Xiao Qian knew that Qian Zhongqiao was trying to goad him, he still had to go. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun was not afraid of competing in explosive power. If it were a fair fight, he would drag it out. Given the depth of Qian Zhongchao's cultivation, Xiao Chun would be at a disadvantage. It would be much more difficult to defeat Qian Zhongchao, and he would have to pay a higher price as well. A clash of moves was exactly what Xiao Chun wanted. Qian Zhongchao, who did not know that he had run into trouble, smiled and said, "How is it? Don't tell me that you, the bona fide Blue Dragon King, are afraid of an old man like me? I promise you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he stared at Qian Zhongchao. Qian Zhongchao could not blame him for seeking his own humiliation. Discussions immediately broke out in the hall. The other 8 old men were all very surprised. After learning about Qian Zhongchao and his cultivation, Xiao Chun still chose to agree. The others withdrew and cleared out the black astral coins, creating an empty space. The buildings in the hall all had restrictions infused into them, which could endure a battle at the level of the blue-robed emperor. As long as it was not a drawn-out battle, they could settle it in one move. Lan Xiaobai knew that he could not dissuade Xiao Chun, so he sighed and retreated to the back as well. Hee. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Unfortunately, you are too young. Today, I'll tell you that the older, the wiser. After Qian Zhongchao spoke, he raised his leg and took a step forward. He did not move at all, but he arrived before Xiao Chun in an instant. Then, he threw a palm strike. The instant Qian Zhongchao sent out his palm strike, the aura of a boundless sea of fire erupted. Chapter 1135. It looked like there was no build-up. However, the mysterious phenomenon that erupted was shockingly horrifying. Behind Qian Zhongchao, the power of the world turned into a sea of flames that looked like a real sea. Waves overlapped, boundless, unfathomable, and immeasurable. Furthermore, based on the minute's slow motion, one could see that every time Qian Zhongchao's palm moved forward, a flaming wave would rise from the sea, one wave after another, overlapping. In the time it took for Qian Zhongchao to stretch out his hand, tens of thousands of flaming waves overlapped. When it came into contact with Xiao Chen's palm, all the energy would erupt in an instant. Qian Zhongchao lived up to his name. As a peak expert with explosive power, Qian Zhongchao had indeed broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. He let Xiao Chun know that none of these old blue-robed emperor, who had been stuck at peak great perfection for hundreds of years, were simple. However, that was all. This move was not enough to defeat Xiao Chun. With a thought, the dragon-shaped heavenly seal breathed. The 10,000 heavenly laws in Xiao Chen's body instantly stirred up, not stopping for a moment. The mysterious phenomenon triggered by the 10,000 heavenly laws stirring up the power of the world at the same time. It was like 10,000 true dragons drilled out of Xiao Chen's body. As the 10,000 dragons soared, cracks appeared in the buildings behind him. These buildings, which could withstand a strike from the blue-robed emperor, started cracking under the mysterious phenomenon triggered by Xiao Chun. A sorrowful aura lingered in the great hall amid the scarlet flowers. As a blood moon soared, Xiao Chun used the 1,000-year death to clash with Qian Zhongchao's palm strike, the boundless sea of flames. Boom! The instant the two palms clashed, the roof of the great hall was blown off and shattered into powder. The destructive power of the aftershocks from the two palms far surpassed everyone's expectations. The buildings that could withstand the might of the blue-robed emperor's battle were destroyed in half by the two palms. The two were competing in explosive power. From start to finish, their moves were clean and efficient, without any flourishes. The victor was decided in one breath. Xiao Chen didn't move from his original position. He slowly retracted his palm, causing his clothes and hair to slowly fall to the ground. Qian Zhongchao vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back before falling to the ground. He looked at Xiao Chun angrily and coughed out another mouthful of blood. He pointed at Xiao Chun and cursed, "You tricked me." Strictly speaking, Xiao Chun did scam him, but he was the one who picked this trap. In the Four Seas Hero Gathering, he dared to challenge all the outstanding talents and chose to decide the victor in one move. One of the main reasons was that his forte was the explosive power of killer moves. In less than half a month after advancing to great perfection Quasi-Emperor, Xiao Qian could instantly drive 10,000 heavenly laws with a thought, releasing and withdrawing them as he pleased. Qian Zongqiao dared to compete with Xiao Qian in explosive power, wanting to decide victory in one move. If this was not seeking his own humiliation, what was? Lan Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he stepped forward and said, Sect Master Qian, I hope that you will abide by your promise. The people of the Fire Beacon sect will not appear in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island in the future. The other fellow cultivators heard it for themselves. Qian Zongqiao found it hard to express his bitterness. He had not expected that after living for several hundred years, he would fall to the hands of a junior. Even though Qian Zongqiao clearly held an absolute advantage, his expression did not change at all before the battle started. It was like he was pretending. Qian Zongqiao stood up and walked over to the black astral coins that he had tossed out. He prepared to put away the black astral coins and leave quickly. This time, he had completely embarrassed himself. Wait! Xiao Qian shouted coldly, stopping Qian Zongqiao's actions. Qian Zongqiao demanded angrily, What do you want? I don't want to do anything. This hall is riddled with restrictions, and it is costly to build. You even blew off the roof, and you want to leave for nothing? Xiao Qian said unhurriedly. You have to leave behind these 5 million black astral coins. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Xiao Qian retorted indifferently. That's right. I am twisting words and forcing logic. Whoever tries to reason with me, Xiao Qian, will do so. I will do so openly and openly. However, if anyone tries to be unreasonable with me, thinking of forcefully buying and selling or using force to bully others, I, Xiao Qian, will be even more unreasonable than them. Right after Xiao Qian spoke, he threw another palm strike. Before Qian Zongqiao could reply, he directly sent him flying, not giving him any face at all. The other 8 old men immediately exchanged glances. Xiao Qian's forcefulness and his words were clearly directed at them. Just as these old men were feeling uneasy, wondering if Xiao Qian would snatch back their black astral coins, Xiao Qian smiled and said, Everyone, are you not going to take back your black astral coins? Xiao Qian smiled and said, Everyone, are you not going to take back your black astral coins? When the group heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly took back the 5 million black astral coins that they had tossed out. When the group heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly took back the 5 million black astral coins that they had tossed out. After these old men took back their black astral coins, Xiao Qian sent out a palm strike. Amid a loud sound, the pile of black astral coins that Qian Zongqiao left behind turned into dust. 5 million black astral coins turned to dust before the eyes of these old men. This sight stunned them into stupefaction. 5 million black astral coins was a significant sum for any of the blue-robed emperors. However, Xiao Qian did not even blink, directly shattering it with one palm strike. What does this mean? Everyone thought to themselves. These old men were all experienced people who had lived for several hundred years. They quickly understood what Xiao Qian meant. This was Xiao Qian expressing his stance. Xiao Qian did not care about 5 million black astral coins. He wanted Qian Zongqiao to leave behind these black astral coins to make the other party pay the price. Anyone who wanted to target Heavenly Star Island needed to be mentally prepared to pay the price. Otherwise, they would end up like this pile of black astral coins before them. After the vice sect masters of the 9 ranks of the great families reacted, they immediately smiled and started chatting with Xiao Qian. They all promised that they would not seek trouble for Heavenly Star Island, and that this matter was just a misunderstanding. After seeing Xiao Qian's strength, it would not be wise for them to try anything. Although the 9 ranks of the great families had Emperor Wu holding down the fort, and Xiao Qian was definitely not a match for them, Emperor Wu could not possibly remain in his sect at all times. People like Xiao Qian who offended Xiao Qian would take advantage of the fact that Emperor Wu was not around to seek trouble for him every 2 or 3 days, causing everyone to panic. It was not the first time that such a large sect was killed until only a general was left. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of slippers. If both sides suffered, it would not be good for either side. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun was rather clever. He only taught Qian Zongchao a lesson. He did not make things difficult for the other old men who took out their black astral coins. This was considered as not shedding all pretense. This made it much easier to talk to them. I'll take my leave first. In the future, if the Blue Dragon King has time, you can come to our sect for a visit and improve our relationship. Since the roof of the Great Hall had been torn off, it was clearly not suitable for them to remain for long. After everyone expressed their stance, the various old men got up and prepared to leave. Lan Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief at the side. This matter was finally resolved. One could not be too polite to such people. The weaker one was, the more others would think that one was easy to bully. Xiaochen had handled the situation appropriately. He had displayed his strength without offending everyone. Just at this moment, a strong mental pressure swept out in all directions. Everyone on Heavenly Star Island felt like a pair of ruthless eyes were staring at them. Suddenly, they did not dare to move at all. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. They all felt fear in their hearts for some reason. This gaze seemed to sweep through the entire island before focusing on Xiao Chun. This made the others release their bated breath. This is the might and pressure of Emperor Wu. The group of old men in the Great Hall were very knowledgeable and quickly determined the strength of this newcomer. Could it be that Qian Zongchao is unconvinced and got his sect master to come personally? It does not seem like it. Furthermore, that is impossible. The Fire Beacon sect master would not dare to ignore Bushin Palace. Furthermore, this time, Qian Zongchao messed things up. He is not in the right at all, given the character of the Fire Beacon sect master. Even if he came, he would be trying to mend the relationship. The most important thing is that this might does not seem like the might and pressure of a minor heavenly Emperor Wu. It is much stronger than the Fire Beacon sect masters. The expressions of the few old men changed as they discussed in soft voices. They could not guess which martial emperor came. Who would be so bold as to come here with Emperor Wu's cultivation? After all, Xiao Chun was the Thunder King's favored Blue Dragon King. This was Bushin Palace's conferred land. Even if Xiao Chun coveted the resources here and sent a group of subordinates over, when Bushin Palace investigated, they could still say that Xiao Chun was not as skilled as others. If Xiao Chun could not defeat cultivators of the same cultivation and was not worthy of occupying this sea region, Bushin Palace would have nothing to say. If Xiao Chun personally came, he clearly did not conform to some secret rules. Was he not mocking the fact that Bushin Palace had no one? Bushin Palace could not just sit back and watch. Otherwise, they would lose face the entire Bushin Palace. Lan Xiaobai's heart sank. He more or less guessed who had come. He frowned heavily. This would not be easy to deal with. Big trouble was coming. Back then, Xiao Chun had directly killed the purple-clad man of the 7 heroes of the dragon. This time, it was probably the purple-clad man's father, the purple-clad marquis, who had come personally. Xiao Chun felt extremely uncomfortable enduring the huge might. His legs turned soft, and he nearly knelt down. The difference in cultivation was too great. Just the formless might was unblockable. Chi. At the crucial moment, little yellow feather flew out of the immortal spirit ring and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. It used its holy beast bloodline to share some of the pressure for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun flicked his finger and discovered that he could move. With a thought, a golden sage feather appeared in his hand and hid it in his sleeve. This was the last resort of the Golden Crow race. At a crucial moment, it could severely injure Emperor Wu in exchange for a chance to live. This was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. A sharp-eyed person recognized the little yellow feather on Xiao Chen's shoulder and cried out in shock, "The Golden Crow Holy Beast!" This was a legendary holy beast of the immortal epic, possessing a noble bloodline. It only existed in ancient texts, rarely seen. Yet, Xiao Chun had this golden crow as a pet. Hu Qi, the space in the hall, tore easily, and an imposing middle-aged man wearing purple dragon robes and battle armor walked out with large strides. His aura was extraordinary, and an intimidating pressure was emitted from his body. The purple-clad Marquis. Astonishment came one after another. The martial emperor who came was actually Neptune's old subordinate, the current purple-clad Marquis. He was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a true peak character of the Western Sea. Chapter 1136. The purple-clad Marquis faction was also one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, in terms of accumulations, the purple-clad Marquis faction was much stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families. Even if the major sects worked together, they would barely be able to deal with the purple-clad Marquis. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace supported him. When the old men saw this scene, they could not help but wonder. The purple-clad Marquis personally came with a hostile expression. Something major must have happened. Xiaochen was probably in trouble. Another variable appeared in Heavenly Star Island. Primordial Golden Crow. Brat, you are really overflowing with luck. You can even subdue such a mythical holy beast. I won't speak any nonsense. You should know what I am here for. You are probably mentally prepared. The purple-clad Marquis glanced at the ferocious-looking little yellow feather on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chun and asked unhurriedly. After the initial panic, Xiao Chun had already calmed down. He replied indifferently. How can a major character like Senior have anything to do with me? If Senior has anything to say, just say it. This Junior is all ears. The purple-clad Marquis did not say anything. However, those old men were startled. To think that Xiao Chun dared to speak to a greater heavenly Emperor Wu like that. As long as the other party wanted to, the purple-clad Marquis could instantly kill Xiao Chun in one breath. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. Any technique, will, or martial technique would be like fleeting clouds before the purple-clad Marquis. Indeed, you are certain that I do not dare to kill you. Who knew? The purple-clad Marquis would laugh when he heard this, looking incredibly amiable. However, after a while, his expression turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "However, you are just seeking trouble by showing off your pride before a greater heavenly emperor." With each word, the purple-clad Marquis's expression turned colder. The entire Heavenly Star Island started to tremble intensely as he spoke. The clouds pressed down like the sky was falling. When the purple-clad Marquis finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Xiao Chun. The air nearly froze. Everyone could feel Purple Marquis's monstrous rage, and they trembled in fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was true that Purple Marquis couldn't kill Xiao Chun, but he could teach him a lesson and beat him up. As long as Xiao Chun didn't die, there wouldn't be too much trouble. Xiao Chen's attitude was indeed asking for trouble. The group of old men all thought that he was courting death. In front of the great emperor, one should display humility. How could one act so casually? This was simply a great disrespect, and one could only blame oneself for any consequences. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, Xiao Chun did not show any signs of backing down. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "If you have something to say, just say it. I will listen and do my best to help. But if you want to rely on your status and strength to teach a junior an unreasonable lesson, then I, Xiao Chun, am not a pushover." Ha ha ha. When Purple Marquis heard that, he guffawed like he heard something extremely funny. He said, "If not for the Thunder King's supporting me, I would be able to flick you to death with one finger. Killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Why can't I bully you? I'll be honest. You killed my Purple Marquis, son. Although I cannot kill you now, if I do not beat you half to death today, it will be hard for me to swallow this frustration." With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chun caught that golden tail feather between two fingers. When he drove it with all his might, it gave off a blazing aura. A golden solar flame formed a thick pillar of fire that soared into the sky from Xiao Chen's body, piercing through the clouds. The blazing light was too bright, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Only this pillar of fire soared into the sky, burning fiercely. "This is The expression of Purple Marquis, who was preparing to make a move, slowly turned grave. He stared at the golden tail feather between Xiao Chen's fingers. This commotion shocked the others as well. To think that Xiao Chen intended to make a move against a greater heavenly martial emperor. Was he crazy? As a greater heavenly emperor Wu, Purple Marquis could level Heavenly Star Island with one thought. However, at this moment, he felt a great threat from that tiny feather. Purple Marquis swept his gaze across the golden crow. When he saw that the little golden crow also had two golden tail feathers that stood out from the crowd, he suddenly understood. Now that he understood what Xiao Chen was holding, his heart sank. He said softly, "Golden tail feather, a life-saving technique passed down by the golden crow race." Xiao Chen, you really give me many surprises. To think that the golden crow holy beast would give you one of its most precious items. However, if you think that this thing can scare me, then you are too naive. I guarantee that if you dare to make a move, you will be the one at a disadvantage in the end. Bathed in the golden pillar of fire, Xiao Chen held the golden tail feather between two fingers. He said indifferently, "That's right. I will be the one at a disadvantage. Even if I use this golden tail feather, I will only be able to injure you severely. However, I will lose a life-saving trump card and will still be beaten half to death by you. No matter how you look at it, the losses outweigh the gains. However, there are some things in this world that cannot be determined by whether you suffer a loss or not. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Your son came to my Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble, killing the residents of my Heavenly Star Island, injuring my brothers, and humiliating my friends. His death is not to be regretted." The moment Purple Marquis said that, there was a huge commotion. The 8 old men felt their legs go soft. They finally understood why Purple Marquis was so angry. It turned out that Xiao Chen actually killed his son. The son of a martial emperor died at Xiao Chen's hands. After killing a martial emperor's son, not only did Xiao Chen show no intention of apologizing or begging for mercy, but he even confronted Purple Marquis. No wonder Purple Marquis disregarded his status and wanted to personally teach Xiao Chen a lesson, saying that he would beat Xiao Chen half to death. "I'm not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is your son. Even if you came personally, it would be impossible for me, Xiao Chen, to apologize. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. Since you dare to make a move on me, I dare to risk my life to accompany you. I believe that your enemies would be very happy to see a severely injured Purple Marquis." Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He stared at Purple Marquis and argued for what was right, neither servile nor overbearing. Xiao Chen was not trying to be a hero or being arrogant. However, there were some things that he needed to persevere on. There were some beliefs that he absolutely could not waver on. Xiao Chen could not lose his principles just because the other party had a good father. He could not lower his head and admit his mistakes. He would rather break than bend his pride. For some reason, when Xiao Chen said those words, it gave others a misconception. Purple Marquis, who was wearing purple dragon robes and battle armor, a bona fide martial emperor with a surging aura, seemed to be much weaker than Xiao Chen's. Lan Xiaobai, who was at the side, felt his blood boil. A flame burned his chest. When he faced Purple Marquis' strong aura, he did his best to take a step forward and guffawed. "Xiao Chen, having a brother like you in this life is worth it." Then Lan Xiaobai turned to Purple Marquis and shouted, "Purple Marquis, your son died because of me. If you want to humiliate Xiao Chen, you will have to do it over my corpse. In the future, my Azura race will definitely have seniors who will seek justice for you." Lan Xiaobai had a hard time saying these words. Before the might of a martial emperor, he had to use all his strength and clench his teeth to say each word. However, Lan Xiaobai had to say it. Xiao Chen killed Purple Marquis' son because of Lan Xiaobai. Today, when a martial emperor came, Xiao Chen blocked all of them by himself, not lowering his head or bending his back, facing a martial emperor. He, Lan Xiaobai, would not be a coward either. Me too. Purple Marquis, if you want to humiliate elder brother Xiao Chen, you will have to do it over Yu's corpse. I, Jin Lin, am willing to sacrifice my life to accompany you. Yu Chenxi, will not stand by and watch you humiliate senior brother Xiao. Me too. The pillar of flame soaring into the sky from Xiao Chen's body was like a beacon in the darkness, gathering everyone on Heavenly Star Island. All of them showed rage on their faces as they looked at Purple Marquis without fear. More people gathered. Aside from the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, the ordinary residents came out as well. Countless pairs of eyes stared coldly at purple-clad Marquis in the darkness. Everyone was of one mind, willing to block this calamity for Xiao Chun. When the voices merged together, everyone felt a hot-bloodedness surge in their bodies. To Purple Marquis, these people were all ants. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. However, Purple Marquis had never experienced such a situation in his life. Since the day he stepped onto the martial Dao, he had never seen such a scene that shook his soul. What kind of person could make these millions of people walk out of the darkness, threaten to die, and disregard their own safety? The 8 old men were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that after a martial emperor appeared, so many people from Heavenly Star Island would step forward. As expected, the scene of the purple-clad Marquis beating Xiao Chun half to death did not happen. Instead, Xiao Chun was enveloped by the formless energy field. Instead, he was completely suppressed by Heavenly Star Island, unable to say anything for a long time. Of course, Purple Marquis could not possibly kill all these people. He was not an evil cultivator and was not that deranged. However, such a situation surpassed his expectations. After he returned from the starry heavens, he heard the news of his son's death. Purple Marquis had only wanted to come to Heavenly Star Island to stand up for his son, to teach Xiao Chun a ruthless lesson and make him apologize. Who would have thought that such a scene would occur? Xiao Chun, you are indeed capable. This Marquis has to admit that your rise and fame are not exaggerated at all. However, you should know that before a martial emperor, even 10 times the number of people before you are nothing. Purple Marquis muttered to himself for a while before continuing. If I want to hurt you, no matter how many people you have, you will not be able to stop me. As long as you apologize to me for today's matter, I, Purple Marquis, will keep my word. In the future, I will not seek trouble for you. Just take it that my son is not as skilled as you. When the 8 old men heard this, they were greatly startled. The Purple Marquis, who swept through the Western Sea, was actually forced to take a step back by Xiao Chun. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Xiao Chun's white robes flickered with a golden light as he said calmly, "Since I am not in the wrong, why should I apologize? Any senior who has stepped on the Emperor's road is worthy of my, Xiao Chun's, respect. That includes Senior Purple Marquis. However, it is still the same thing. There are some things where right is right and wrong is wrong. Along the way, Xiao Chun has adhered to this principle. He will not change it in this life or regret it even in death. If you want to make a move, Xiao Chun is willing to welcome you at any time." Chapter 1137. Holding the plume feather in his right hand, Xiao Chun did not change his principles because of purple-clad Marquis' concession. He prepared to toss the plume feather at the other party, not hesitating to take him down with him. How hateful! Purple-clad Marquis roared in his heart. He had never felt so sullen and conflicted like this before. It was not only because of the plume feather in Xiao Chen's hand that he feared, but also because of Xiao Chen's persistence, which purple-clad Marquis found extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, perhaps there had been someone more outstanding than Xiao Chun among the outstanding talents of the past. However, this unyielding character, as well as this pointless persistence, was probably the only one who had ever done it before and would never be able to do it in the future. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times in a row, purple-clad Marquis made his decision. He was no longer willing to waste time with Xiao Chun here. He said coldly, "Hand over my son's corpse, and I will let you off for now." The plume feather circled around Xiao Chun and absorbed the pillar of fire, soaring into the sky. The darkness disappeared, and sunlight shone down once more. Everyone from Heavenly Star Island revealed a smile on their faces. They had won. Xiao Bai, hand the corpse to purple-clad Marquis, Xiao Chun said after putting away the plume feather. Wait, purple-clad Marquis, since you know that you are in the wrong, I cannot let you take the corpse away for nothing. Just as Lan Xiao Bai was about to make a move, two people suddenly appeared in the damaged hall, one old and one young. Even purple-clad Marquis had not noticed these two people. Everyone's gazes focused on the old man who spoke. They were startled. This was actually another greater heavenly Emperor Wu. When Lan Xiao Bai and you saw the old man and the young man's faces clearly, they revealed expressions of extreme joy. That young man was none other than the Azura race's Lan Tianji. After such a long time, he finally returned. He even brought a greater celestial Emperor Wu of the Shura tribe with him. Actually, if one thought about it, it was easy to guess. Apart from the Azura race, who else would be able to appear silently in front of Purple Marquis? When purple-clad Marquis saw the old man's appearance, his expression changed as he recognized him. You are Lan Xiaofeng, the Flying Snow Mountain Manor's former first rank on the Heaven Series ranking of assassins. The Flying Snow Mountain Manor was a mysterious assassin organization in the Kunlun realm. Any cultivator could become an assassin there. You could choose to reveal your identity, or you could choose to hide it. Most people were afraid of trouble, so they only used a code name. Only a small number of people had no qualms about using their real identity, or they wanted to become famous in the first place. These people were mostly loose cultivators. Completing assassin missions of a certain difficulty would earn them points to upgrade their level. Among them, the Heaven Series assassin was the highest rank in the Flying Snow Manor. As long as one became a Heaven Series assassin, every time they took action, they would receive a sky-high reward. However, if one wanted to become a Heaven Series assassin, the most basic requirement was to have Emperor Wu's cultivation. After that, one had to go through a series of tests before one could be officially conferred the title of a Heaven Series assassin. One of the tests was to kill 5 Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After becoming Emperor Wu and cultivating the heart of an emperor, he was already very difficult to kill. It was not strange for Emperor Wu to fall. However, it was extremely difficult to truly kill Emperor Wu. Right now, the number of Heaven Series assassins in the entire Flying Snow Mountain Manor could be counted on 2 hands. Every one of them was unfathomable, inspiring fear in others. Ordinary people would not know the identities of these Heaven Series assassins. They might not even have heard of them. However, in Emperor Wu's circle, once one's strength reached a certain level, this was no secret. Due to the Azura race's innate talent in space, they had an innate advantage in being assassins. In reality, many famous experts were Azura race cultivators. This ordinary-looking old man before Xiao Chun was actually the top rank of the Heaven Series assassin ranking. He could not help but tremble in fear. The ordinary-looking Lan Xiaofeng smiled faintly and said, I have not made a move in many years. Unexpectedly, the purple-clad Marquis in the distant heavenly starry ocean has heard of me. How surprising. The purple-clad Marquis smiled coldly to himself. At least 10 Emperor Wus had died at the hands of this old man. In Emperor Wu's circle, this fellow's name was even more horrifying than several sovereign martial emperors. He was known as the Life Reaper Azura. Fortunately, this fellow had not taken any missions for several hundred years, slowly fading out of their circle. However, Lan Xiaofeng had not expected to meet the person that Emperor Wu did not want to meet in this rundown place. After not seeing Lan Xiaofeng for several hundred years, not only did this fellow not die, but he even became a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. His cultivation was even deeper than Lan Xiaofeng's. When Lan Xiaofeng was a minor heavenly Emperor Wu, he could already threaten some greater heavenly Emperor Wus. Now that Lan Xiaofeng was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, his cultivation was even higher than purple-clad Marquis. Lan Xiaofeng was even less of a match for him. The purple-clad Marquis felt very depressed. This matter was already in the bag. First, Xiao Qian's unyielding pride forced him to give in again and again. Now, there was this Lan Xiaofeng. Even if Xiao Qian wanted to take the corpse, there would be many variables. The purple-clad Marquis raged in his heart. He looked at Lan Xiaofeng and said, "What exactly do you want? This has nothing to do with you, right?" Lan Xiaofeng replied indifferently, "It's very simple. Since you admit that you were in the wrong, then apologize to my disciple on behalf of your son. Then apologize to this little brother. If you do not want to apologize, fine. Just throw down 10 million black astral coins. Otherwise, you can forget about taking your son's corpse away." Tyrannical, be it the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island or the few old men outside, they could not help exclaiming in their hearts. Lan Xiaofeng's son died, and he came to seek trouble. Based on the current situation, he would have to apologize to Heavenly Star Island instead. This mysterious old man who suddenly appeared was truly tyrannical. Lan Xiaofeng, don't go overboard. The purple-clad Marquis immediately became enraged. He did not care about 10 million black astral coins. However, he could not afford to lose face like this. Indeed, after not making a move for 1,000 years, the title of life reaping Azura is just a symbol in the eyes of some people. Lan Xiaofeng smiled faintly, and an ancient black coin appeared in his hand. That ancient coin seemed to have a life of its own. It jumped around and spun around his fingers. This was clearly a very simple action, but it dazzled everyone, making them dizzy. It was only then that the crowd noticed this unprepossessing old man. This unprepossessing old man had a pair of extremely perfect hands. This was because when the ancient coin jumped around, no one felt any energy fluctuations at all. This old man used his nimble fingers to perform all sorts of incredible actions. Seeing the mysterious ancient coin jump around, purple-clad Marquis' heart sank. According to rumor, when that coin stopped jumping around, Lan Xiaofeng would make his move. According to an even more exaggerated rumor, when one saw Lan Xiaofeng spinning the ancient coin, one would no longer think of fleeing, as one would not be able to. When the black astral coin stopped jumping around, one would no longer have the chance to counterattack, as one would no longer have the chance. One would just quietly wait for death. In Lan Xiaofeng's long life of killing, countless famous people had used their lives to verify the veracity of this rumor. This was where the title of life reaping Azura came from. Purple-clad Marquis' thoughts raced. In an instant, he thought of thousands of methods. However, none of them could allow him to escape unscathed from Lan Xiaofeng. Bang! With a flip of his hand, a pile of black astral coins appeared in the dilapidated hall. Then purple-clad Marquis said, "Give me my son's corpse." Lan Xiaobai, who had been prepared for a long time, waved his hand and tossed out a coffin from his spatial ring. Purple-clad Marquis put away the coffin without even looking at it. Then he turned around and tore space, quickly leaving this place. Lan Xiaofeng, who used only one coin to force purple-clad Marquis away, smiled faintly. Without anyone seeing Lan Xiaofeng do anything, the mysterious ancient coin in his hand vanished. As Huan Jintian watched purple-clad Marquis leave, cheers rang out in Heavenly Star Island. Even someone as strong as purple-clad Marquis suffered a great loss on Heavenly Star Island, not daring to have any other thoughts. This made every cultivator who stood up for Xiao Qian feel incomparably proud. There was a sense of honor in everyone's hearts. Blue Dragon King, I forgot something earlier. You said that you came to visit Heavenly Star Island. In the end, you came empty-handed. This is not very polite. You must accept these 5 million black astral coins. I'm getting old, and my memory is bad. Blue Dragon King, please don't mind me. I can reluctantly accept these 5 million black astral coins as a gift. This old man will make up for it when I pay a formal visit in the future. The few old men who were preparing to leave quickly ran over. Their faces brimmed with smiles as they left the 5 million black astral coins, wanting Xiao Qian to accept them. These old men did not even give Xiao Qian a chance to refuse. After tossing down the black astral coins, they quickly left. That was then, and this was now. Earlier, Xiao Qian only made them feel some fear. In the future, they could not afford to offend Heavenly Star Island. However, when they saw how united the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island were, how boldly Shao Chun dared to face off against a martial emperor, and how mysterious the Azura race martial emperor was, all of this pointed to Heavenly Star Island's rise. Everything showed that Heavenly Star Island's rise was just around the corner. Currying favor with Heavenly Star Island in advance was the right thing to do. Shao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not think much of this. Together with Lan Xiaobai, they quickly headed for that tyrannical Azura race martial emperor. If not for this old man's appearance, even if purple-clad Marquis was chased away by Shao Chun, he would not be satisfied and would come back sooner or later. However, now he was scared away. In the future, even if Shao Chun invited him, he would not dare to come casually. "How come I have never heard you mention your master?" Shao Chun asked Lan Xiaobai, who was beside him as they walked. Lan Xiaobai's smile slowly faded as he recalled this matter. It seemed like he thought of some bad news. He said, 5 years ago, my master said that he was going to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. After that, there has been no news of him. Looking at it now, I'm afraid he failed. Breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor was not only extremely dangerous, but there was also only one chance. If one missed this chance, there would not be a second chance. There had never been a precedent since ancient times. Shao Chun consoled, "It's fine. At the very least, he is still fine." Chapter 1138. Lan Xiaobai revealed a smile again. He nodded and said, "Right. Those who fail to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor lose their lives. The fact that Master survived is already the best news." As they spoke, the two officially met with Lan Tianji and Lan Chaofeng. Shao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to seniors' help this time. I cannot thank you enough." The unprepossessing Lan Chaofeng smiled and said, "You are too humble. Even if I did not appear, you would have more or less settled the matter." In front of the greater celestial Emperor Wu, a young man who dares to uphold his own principles? This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Furthermore, you were the one who stood up for Xiao Bai in the first place. That's why you attracted all this trouble. Furthermore, you are the one who took the blame. I should be the one saying thank you. Tianchi and I are right. Xiao Bai did not follow the wrong person." Lan Tianji smiled and said, "Master never believed it. Given Xiao Bai's character, how could he be willing to follow someone of the younger generation? Now that I personally saw it, I have no choice but to believe it." Lan Xiaobai was more concerned about breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. He asked, "Master, how is your breakthrough to Sovereign Martial Emperor going?" The moment Shao Chun said this, Lan Tianji and Lan Chaofeng could not hide their smiles. Shao Chun and Lan Xiaobai immediately felt that something was wrong. There was probably something unexpected. How difficult is it for a martial emperor to be conferred king? "Tianchi, just tell me." Lan Chaofeng sighed, not willing to talk about this matter. Lan Tianji thought for a while and said, "It failed. The sovereign's tribulation is boundlessly horrifying. Master only has 20 to 30 years left to live." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaobai and Shao Chen's expressions changed drastically. They were lucky to have survived the failed king's conferment, but they did not expect that there would be such serious consequences. Lan Chaofeng smiled gently and said, "Everyone dies. Even someone as strong as the Qing Emperor and the strongest person in the world, the Thunder King, cannot avoid it. Without becoming a martial god, no one can avoid it. Don't mind it too much. This old man has lived long enough." "Master," Lan Xiaobai's voice sounded somewhat choked. Lan Tianji had not come for so long. He was probably taking care of Lan Chaofeng, who failed his tribulation. Little did he expect that when he finally managed to meet Lan Tianji, he would receive such a piece of news. Lan Chaofeng felt moved in his heart. He smiled and scolded, "It's fine. Work hard. I might be able to see the day when you and Tianchi are conferred kings." Shao Chun, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly had a thought. He asked, "Senior, have you consumed natural treasures that can increase your lifespan?" Lan Chaofeng smiled bitterly and said, This natural treasure that can increase one's lifespan is something that can only be found and not sought. When I was young, I obtained a few, but I didn't pay much attention to it and gave it to some old friends. Now I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Some things weren't worth much, and they weren't even used normally. However, when he really needed it, he realized that it was something that could only be chanced upon. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find it. Xiao Chan still had 2 longevity fruits in his hand. He quickly took one out and said, "This is a longevity fruit. It can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. If Senior cannot find a better natural treasure, you can consume this." The few of them all showed joy on their faces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had such a treasure that could not be sought after. "Xiao Bai, help your master keep it. I have no use for this thing, anyway." Xiao Chun handed the longevity fruit to Lan Tianji for him to pass to his master. Xiao Chun had a longevity fruit that could give others 100 years of lifespan. However, he could not break free from the nightmare of 4 years. Lan Xiaofeng received the longevity fruit from Xiaobai's hand and entered deep thought, like he was about to make a decision. After a while, he said, "Originally, I planned to come to Heavenly Star Island to see Xiaobai before leaving, then go look for natural treasures that can extend one's lifespan. Since you gave me a longevity fruit, then this old man will stay here for a while. I can't keep watching others bully my 2 disciples." Xiao Chan rejoiced in his heart. Lan Xiaofeng's words meant that he agreed to stay on Heavenly Star Island. With an Azura Emperor who could force the purple-clad Marquis to retreat, there was no need to worry about Heavenly Star Island's safety. Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji were equally happy that a senior like Lan Xiaofeng could remain on Heavenly Star Island. "Master, have you heard about what happened to Xiao Chun?" It was rare for Lan Xiaobai to meet a bona fide martial emperor. Furthermore, Lan Xiaofeng was his relative. He could not help but ask about Xiao Chen's matter. Lan Xiaofeng nodded. If the Blue Dragon King did not advance to martial emperor in 5 years, he had only 20 more years to live. For some reason, this news set the Kunlun continent abuzz. In nearly 1 month, it spread throughout the entire Kunlun continent, causing a huge commotion. Lan Tianji entered deep thought. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years? That might not be impossible. Only 1 year has passed, and Xiao Chun already reached great perfection blue-robed emperor. In this age of geniuses, any miracle can happen. As someone with experience, Lan Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "That is hard to say. As long as there are sufficient resources, advancing from small perfection blue-robed emperor to great perfection blue-robed emperor can be done quickly. Since ancient times, Xiao Chen's current cultivation speed is not considered very fast." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I have no problems with resources. Can Senior give me some pointers on how to merge my soul with the heavenly seal and form the vague form of the heart of an emperor?" The great tribulation of wind and fire was still far away. Right now, Xiao Chen was most concerned about how to perfectly merge his soul with the heavenly seal. Lan Xiaofeng said, "Given the comprehension abilities of you outstanding talents, this stage is actually not difficult. You can clear it sooner or later. However, this requires a long time to test it out. Then, when the conditions are right, success will follow. Others will not be able to give you pointers. However, what you lack the most right now is time." Lan Xiaofeng's words hit the crucial point. This stage could stop 90% of blue-robed emperors. However, this 90% definitely did not include the outstanding talents with high comprehension abilities. Naturally, Xiao Chan was no exception. What he lacked was time. "Is there any way for me to clear this stage quickly?" Xiao Chan continued asking. "Perhaps in history, were there any people who used a very short time to perfectly merge their soul with the heavenly seal?" Lan Xiaofeng thought carefully and shook his head. "As far as I know, there were no such people. However, I only know the history of the Kunlun continent. This oceanic world might not necessarily not have such a person." Xiao Chan felt somewhat disappointed. It looked like he could not count on anyone else for this stage. It was as Elder Qin said, he could only rely on himself. 10 days later, the news of purple-clad Marquis running into a wall at Heavenly Star Island, quickly spread throughout the entire Western Sea. The scene of Xiao Chun facing off with a martial emperor was described vividly, quickly spreading among the cultivators. A great perfection blue-robed emperor actually dared to face off with a martial emperor like purple-clad Marquis. In the end, he even managed to gain the upper hand. If not for many people verifying the authenticity of this news, no one would believe it. In the next 3 days, aside from the nearby sects, all the sects in the entire Western Sea came to visit. Even Xian Zhongqiao, whom Xiao Chun knocked back with a palm strike, came to apologize with heavy gifts. For a while, Heavenly Star Island became very prosperous. It finally gained a firm foothold in this chaotic Heavenly Starry Ocean. It would no longer be seen as an outsider. There would always be people coming to covet those subsidiary resource islands. Xiao Chun rejected all the social engagements and focused on cultivation, not letting these trivial matters disturb him. However, today, he received a piece of news that made Xiao Chun come out of his closed-door cultivation room without any hesitation. Kim Tae-ho had returned from the Black Sea with the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's huge merchant ship. When Xiao Chun received news of Kim Tae-ho's return, he immediately came out of his state of silent cultivation. He had been tempted long ago and could not wait to go to the Black Sea. Xiao Chun met with Kim Tae-ho in a pavilion. Xiao Chun looked the same as before, adorned with jewels and glowing with health. He fanned himself with a golden folding fan, and the shrewdness of a merchant was written all over his face. However, Xiao Chun noticed a faint black line on Xiao Chun's forehead. It was like some kind of negative emotion had gathered together. Hee. Brother Xiao Chun, you are finally back, Kim Tae-ho immediately said with a smile when he saw Xiao Chun. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chun asked about the Black Sea and the development of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Finally, he asked about Batu's situation. According to Kim Tae-ho's introduction, the Black Sea was not much smaller than the Heavenly Starry Ocean. It was extremely vast, and the islands were even denser. According to legend, the islands of the Black Sea were originally a complete continent with many ancient factions and many legendary characters. Later on, for some reason, it shattered, resulting in the current situation. The islands were as densely packed as the stars in the sky. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation and transformation, the Black Sea had formed 5 major sea domains: the Blackwater Sea, the Blackwind Sea, the Black Cloud Sea, the Black Fire Sea, and the core sea domain, the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea had the richest resources in the entire oceanic world and the most fortuitous encounters. However, it also had the harshest natural environment in the entire oceanic world. The two words Black Sea lived up to its name. The entire sea domain was shrouded in boundless dark clouds all year round. The sky was always dark. No matter how piercing the sunlight was, it could not shine down. There was also a mysterious substance in the air that could affect the cultivator's mind, making them irritable, easily angered, and unable to control their murderous heart. Hence, the cultivators in the Black Sea all had fiery tempers. They were unreasonable, filled with hostility, and the entire sea domain was in chaos. However, it was easy to train experts here. Furthermore, they were all combat experts. When they fought, they would fight to the death. Just think about it. If a cultivator could maintain their original state of mind after living here for a long time and not be affected, just their mental state would surpass the cultivators of the other sea domains. As for the development of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, when Kim Tae-ho talked about it, his eyebrows danced with joy, talking about it without end. His initial capital of 100 million black astral coins had already multiplied to 50 million black astral coins. The momentum was excellent. However, after hearing Xiao Chen's introduction of the 1 billion black astral coins in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, Kim Tae-ho felt a blow to his confidence. Damn it, this fat lord has worked so hard for more than a year, but I still can't compare to you and a girl in 2 or 3 days. However, Xiao Chun turned around and smiled. About that, can you give this fat lord some more capital? There are simply too many goods in the Black Sea. Our merchant ships, are clearly not enough. Chapter 1139. Xiao Chun scolded jokingly. Don't even think about it. Not only can I not give you black astral coins, but you can also use the resources that your merchant association earns to fund the construction of Heaven Dragon City. Kim Taeho opened his folding fan and said, "Hee hee, just joking. To this fat lord, money is just a bunch of numbers. What this fat lord enjoys is the process." These words were not false at all. If Kim Taeho craved riches and honor, the wealth he had in the Sky Dome realm was enough for him to enjoy for several lifetimes. Xiao Chan said after some thought, "I will give you plenty of support as well. You can choose one of the subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island and make it an independent trading island for the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for the merchant ships, after Mo Chan has settled down at Black Flame Island, I will sell all the King-grade warships I refined to your merchant association." When Kim Taeho heard this, his eyes immediately sparkled. A smile bloomed on his face as he said, "That is very generous. I will make a military pledge as well. Within 3 years, I will make the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce the top merchant association in the Western Sea." Xiao Chan waved his hand and said, "There is no need to make this military pledge. I believe in your ability. Our goal is not just the Western Sea, but the entire oceanic world. We also want to charge back to the Kunlun continent. We will trample on whoever smashed your signboard in the past, making them remove their own signboards." When Kim Taeho heard this, he thought back to how his signboards were smashed. A vicious look flashed in his eyes. When Xiao Chen saw this, he frowned slightly and said, "Something is wrong with you. It seems like you cannot control your murderous heart." Kim Taeho nodded and said, "After I return from the Black Sea, I need to rest for a month. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee that my heart will not change. Aside from the native cultivators, outsiders do not dare to stay in the Black Sea for long. Of course, this does not include some cultivators who want to temper their minds." Xiao Chan thought for a moment, then took off the Neptune headscarf from his forehead and handed it to Kim Taeho. "This is the Neptune headscarf. You can wear it when you go to the Black Sea in the future. It will ensure that your heart will not change." Kim Taeho didn't take it. "From your tone, it sounds like we're going to the Black Sea soon. You should keep it." Xiao Chan said seriously, "My mental state has long since reached a state where it is impervious to ripples. The mysterious substance in the Black Sea is unable to affect me. Your cultivation is too far away from mine. Don't force yourself." The Neptune headscarf had endless uses, and Xiao Chun quite liked it. However, Kim Taeho obviously needed it more than him, so Xiao Chun didn't need to hide it. The Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could develop so fast. The main reason was that DeBeo had opened up the Black Sea trade route and put in a lot of effort. In the end, Xiao Chen asked where Batu was before letting Kim Taeho rest. After Kim Taeho left, Xiao Chun slowly walked out of the room and arrived at the summit. He looked down and saw millions of workers laying the foundation for the future Heaven Dragon City. It was bustling with activity, under the arrangements of Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai. Although there were many people, there was not much chaos in commanding them. Even farther away, the Mo clan's people on Black Flame Island were anxiously laying the foundation for the Dragon's Gate's refining pavilion. Yu Chenxi and the others were personally managing the various resource islands. The development of the entire Heavenly Star Island was very orderly. Furthermore, the Azura Emperor, Lan Chaofeng, presided over the islands. Heavenly Star Island's future was bright. "I really can't bear to leave," Xiao Chen muttered with a nostalgic expression in his eyes. However, no matter what, he had to leave for now. He had to seek his own fortuitous encounter, to find a way to merge his soul with the heavenly seal quickly and smoothly. Xiao Chun wanted to fight against heaven. Everyone believed that he, Xiao Chun, could not become a martial emperor. They were waiting to see him make a joke of himself, waiting to see how he would fall from the peak 5 years later. All the opponents he had defeated in the past were looking on coldly, waiting for that day to come. Fortuitous encounters could not fall by themselves at home. Xiao Chun could only go out and search for them. risking his life in the most dangerous places. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Xiaochen closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any fear or hesitation in them. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and floated down the mountain peak. Then, he started to say goodbye to his old friends. After looking around, Xiaochen finally found Imo-chun. At this moment, Imo-chun's room was filled with piles of sketches and all sorts of books and information. In the somewhat messy room, Imo-chun continued to painstakingly draw her sketches. She did not even notice Xiaochen's arrival. Imo-chun casually raised her head and saw Xiaochen outside. Pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. She stopped what she was doing and smiled. "What's wrong? You finally have time to come to my place?" Xiaochen said, "Make a guess. I'll give you 3 chances." Imo-chun slapped her forehead and smiled bitterly. "This time, I really hope that I guessed wrong. However, you'll have to leave in the end. Now that Heavenly Star Island is on the right track, you can leave in peace." Xiaochen smiled. Indeed, he could not hide anything from the other party. There was no need for words between the two. After a short silence, Xiaochen said, "Take care." Then, he turned and left. "Don't forget, you promised me that you would personally see me remove my veil," Imo-chun said as tears glistened in her eyes. Xiaochen's body paused slightly. However, he did not turn his head back. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Xiaochen, never go back on my promises. I will definitely live on and see you personally remove your veil. You are the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. If I don't see you, I will not be satisfied even if I die." After saying that, Xiaochen left with large strides. Only his figure remained, slowly disappearing from Imo-chun's hazy vision. What was waiting for Xiaochen in the mysterious Black Sea? Whether he could find the secret method to break through to great perfection of the blue-robed emperor. Everything was unknown. After taking this step, what awaited Xiaochen was a new journey. On the path to Emperor, I dared to fight against the heavens. From Heavenly Star Island to the Black Sea, the first stop was the Blackwater Sea, one of the 6 great sea domains. This sea domain was as large as the entire Western Sea. Riding the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiaochen got Ao Jiao to drive the chariot for him as he soared above the clouds. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen continued to cultivate, not wasting any time. A cold jade prayer mat floated on the soft bed in the war chariot. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on it. 5 different colored lights slowly spun around him. Each clump of light gave off a different feeling. Massacre, death, destruction, despair, and grief, they were all different. That was right. These lights were the 5 thrones that Xiaochen had collected. They contained 5 different high-level states. Ordinary people could be called geniuses as long as they had 1 state and raised it to a will. With 2, they could move unhindered. With 3, they could be called an absolute genius. However, Xiaochen had 5. If he collected the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne, he would have 7. There were too many. Xiaochen did not intend to raise all of them to wills. That would waste too much time. Xiaochen intended to wait until he had collected all 7 wills before merging them into the state of cycle. At that time, he would raise the state of cycle to the will of cycle. This was what he needed to do after he became Emperor Wu. As for now, he could not give up on these different states. He snapped his right hand. The roof of the war chariot slowly descended, and Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. The scene before him suddenly opened up, and he looked into the distance. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman that represented the will of thunder sent out 4 beams of light, forming a seemingly invisible, sharp saber. This was the form of Xiaochen's small perfection saber soul. The lightning-attributed energy in the saber soul had not faded yet, crackling with electricity. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a strand of saber chi with electricity surrounding it shot out from his fingertip. It was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky in the blink of an eye and striking a rank 8 spirit beast 5 kilometers away. The saber chi with the lightning-attributed energy first chopped the spirit beast in half. After that, The lightning-attributed energy exploded, turning the remaining two halves of the spirit beast's corpse into charcoal. When the wind blew, the charcoal turned into black powder. This was the additional might of the lightning-attributed energy infused into the saber soul. In the end, the standard of a bladesman's strength was still the saber soul. Pusi, little yellow feather, who was on Ao Jiao's back, was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden flame, directly burning the other rank 8 spirit beast to ashes. Then it spread its wings and looked at Xiao Chun cockily. Be good, little yellow feather. Xiao Chun is testing his moves. Don't disturb him. Ao Jiao, who was riding on the deep-sea flood dragon, said with a smile as she rubbed little yellow feather's head. Xiao Chun smiled and tossed an astral core to little yellow feather. Then he started testing his moves. These were all high-rank states. Although they had not been raised to wills, they were of a higher grade than ordinary flames and ice. Xiao Chun planned to merge these different wills with his saber soul. The saber soul would form the massacre saber soul, the destruction saber soul, the despair saber soul, and the death saber soul. When facing different enemies, the saber soul could be chosen accordingly. Sometimes, Xiao Chen's strongest lightning saber soul might not be effective against some opponents with startling defenses. However, these other saber souls would catch him off guard. When Xiao Chun absorbed the light of the state of death into his sea of consciousness, his mind was immediately filled with all sorts of emotions of death. After a while, Xiao Chun adjusted to them. Xiao Chen's eyes turned gray, representing death. He flicked out a strand of saber chi from his fingertip. This time, the speed of the saber chi was significantly slower. One could clearly see the trajectory of the saber chi as it tore through the sky. When the saber chi struck a rank 8 spirit beast 5 kilometers away, it did not split it in half. However, when the saber chi penetrated deep into it, the power of death slowly seeped out. The vitality of the spirit beast's body slowly dissipated. A moment later, its withered body fell from the sky. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he muttered, "Its might is much weaker than the lightning saber soul. However, it is also due to the lack of compatibility. After familiarizing myself with it, when I meet some special opponents, I can achieve unexpected results." Following that, Xiao Chun tested the might of the various saber souls. Then, he connected them with one another, tempering their compatibility. With the continuous tempering, he could be considered to be cultivating his saber soul. A 40% comprehended saber soul was rather frightening among the blue-robed Emperor's saber souls. Most bladesmen could barely raise their saber intent to the level of a saber soul. They could not even condense a physical form. Chapter 1140. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Cultivating more would not be bad for his strength. After all, Xiao Chun was a bladesman by nature. His saber soul was the most important. 7 days later, the clouds below the flood dragon war chariot slowly dimmed until it was completely dark. Xiao Chun knew that he had reached the edge of the Black Sea. The Blackwater Sea should not be far away. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun put away the flood dragon war chariot and prepared to travel the rest of the way alone. After all, there were many experts in the Black Sea. This chaotic and resource-rich sea region was very tempting. There were countless experts here. Xiao Chun was far from strong enough to move about freely. It was best to keep a low profile. According to the information that Kim Taeho obtained, Batu was not in the Blackwater Sea, but in the Dark Sea, the core of the entire Black Sea. Hence, Xiao Chun did not intend to stay in this Blackwater Sea for long. If nothing unexpected happened, he would just treat it as a place to stay and familiarize himself with the environment of the Black Sea. After piercing through the clouds, Xiao Chun, who was in the air, immediately felt the various negative emotions that came with his breathing: irritation, rage, massacre, and many others. His heart did not change. His saber soul flickered, and Xiao Chun used his strong willpower to eliminate all these negative emotions, leaving none in his body. Dang! 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 Before Xiao Chun landed on the surface of the sea, the sounds of fighting entered his ears. Squinting, Xiao Chun discovered that several merchant ships of a merchant association were being attacked. The merchant group was rather large, and the merchant ships were all Sage-grade. There were 10 of them, and the flagship was a King-grade warship. However, the situation was not good. The densely packed, small pirate ships surrounded the entire merchant group. Figures radiating baleful auras leaped and charged at the merchant ships. A ferocious-looking pirate was currently ganging up on a middle-aged man on the merchant ship's flagship, gaining the upper hand. Xiao Chun had heard about the chaos of the Black Sea long ago. However, he had not expected to run into a merchant group being robbed right at the edge. After observing for a while, Xiao Chun concluded that this group of pirates was not very strong. The pirate leader fighting on the flagship was only as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor. A moment later, he made his decision. He wasn't the kind of idiot who would rush over to save a bunch of strangers regardless of the situation when he saw something like this. However, if it was within his power, he would still lend a helping hand. After all, this group of robbing pirates did not look like good people. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. His white robes looked spotless as he carried the lunar shadow saber and landed in the sky above the flagship. When the two sides saw the sudden appearance of this person, their expressions changed at the same time, and they both stopped fighting and retreated. The difference was that the burly middle-aged man revealed an expression of surprise, whereas the leader of the island was filled with killing intent and endless anger. The pirate leader wielded a heavy scarlet dragon-tooth saber. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Where did this brat come from? Do you know the rules of the Black Sea? If you see pirates robbing and dare to help, you will be wanted by all the pirates." Xiao Chun was slightly taken aback, but he laughed in his heart. Interesting. In other places, pirates were wanted, but in this place, the rules were reversed. The pirates held the upper hand. To think that they could order others to be wanted. Little brother, this is indeed the rule of the Black Sea. Once you are wanted, you will find it hard to move anywhere in the 5 seas. It is good that you have the intention. Don't get yourself involved. The middle-aged man could tell that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not low. Given his young age, he should be an outstanding talent of a holy land or a noble clan. Since the middle-aged man did not know the rules of the Black Sea, he sighed and tried to persuade Xiao Chun to leave. "Since you know the rules, then scram," the pirate leader said rudely with a cold smile. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "This is the first time I've heard of this rule. However, if you die, I'm afraid we won't be able to send out the wanted posters." The pirate leader laughed loudly and said, "You are already a great perfection blue-robed emperor at such a young age. You must be the successor of a large faction or a holy land. I saw that it was not easy for you to cultivate, so I was being more polite to you. To think that you became so arrogant. Don't treat the Black Sea as some other place. I will only say one thing to you. The blue-robed emperors here are not to be trifled with." The pirate leader shouted coldly and charged at Xiao Chun while holding the dragon-tooth saber. The pirate leader's eyes turned scarlet. Everywhere he passed, wolf howls resounded. A huge scarlet wolf image appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, this pirate leader was a fiend race member. His bloodline seemed to have mutated. He was not a pure heavenly wolf, and was even more powerful. This saber strike had an overwhelming aura, and the wolf howls were even more horrifying. It was incredibly ferocious. Just the baleful aura that flowed out was enough to make one tremble in fear. Dang! No one saw how Xiao Chun moved, but there was a melodious dragon roar. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and blocked the dragon-tooth saber flying at him. The dragon roar clashed with the scarlet wolf howls. Unexpectedly, their auras were equal. The other party's scarlet wolf was not intimidated by Xiao Chen's dragon might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. It was said that in this oceanic world, the Black Sea was the best place for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate. In order to strengthen themselves, the blue-robed emperors of various places would come here for experiential training. Furthermore, an even greater number of fugitives resided in the Black Sea all year round, making the situation of the Black Sea even more terrifying. The blue-robed emperor, which was rarely seen in the outside world, could be said to be a common sight here. Now, it looked like the rumors were true. This great perfection blue-robed emperor before him gave Xiao Chun a very different feeling. Compared to the great perfection blue-robed emperors raised in sex, this one was much more powerful. However, the more powerful, the better. That way, it would be more challenging. Xiao Chun turned around and pulled out the lunar shadow saber. At the same time, he executed flawless bright moon. A gentle moonlight appeared on the slender saber. You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The pirate leader laughed strangely and spun around in the air. With every spin, he sent out a saber strike. Every time the saber light flashed, a wolf image would appear. In the blink of an eye, the pirate leader had spun around 100 times. After sending out 100 saber strikes and 100 wolves, the pirate leader completely suppressed Xiao Chun's flawless bright moon, forcing Xiao Chun to continuously retreat 100 steps. Brat, now you know that there are some problems that you should not bother with. Haha. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Defeat for me and hunt the world. The pirate leader laughed maniacally and suddenly revealed his true form. He turned into a scarlet wolf that stood upright and roared ferociously. Then, he swung his saber vigorously, and hundreds of wolf-shaped saber lights immediately flew at Xiao Chun. The sharp aura was like a pack of wolves on a hunt, galloping across a boundless grassland with an irresistible force. As for Xiao Chun, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and discovered the extraordinariness of this move. Every scarlet wolf was completely solid. Furthermore, there seemed to be qi and blood flowing in the scarlet wolves' bodies, surging with essence. Every one of them continuously absorbed the berserk massacre qi unique to the air of the Black Sea. With every second that passed, their bodies grew larger. By the time they arrived in front of Xiao Chun, each and every one of them was as big as a mountain. Their bodies had mutated to an extremely terrifying extent. Their fur had turned into sharp blood blades, and their eyes were scarlet red. It's over. Seeing the pack of wolves swallow up Xiao Chun, the middle-aged man from the merchant group, the blue-robed emperor, revealed a bitter expression. He was somewhat surprised that this mission would be so difficult. It looked like not only would he fail, but he would also implicate an outstanding young talent. Xiao Chun had just entered the periphery of the Blackwater Sea when he ran into the infamous Blood Wolf pirate group. He did not know what goods they were transporting this time. Boom! Just when the middle-aged man thought that Xiao Chun, surrounded by the pack of wolves, would be devoured until not even his bones remained, 100 bolts of intense lightning suddenly shot out from the pack of wolves. A terrifying saber intent could be felt in every bolt of lightning. This is a saber soul. The saber chi has its own soul and also contains the might of the will of thunder. Otherwise, the saber intent that erupts out would not be so horrifying. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of genius bladesman is this? This saber soul is probably no weaker than the famous bladesmen of the older generation. Miserable howls resounded, and the pack of wolves howled in pain. Their momentum immediately shattered. Xiao Chun did not stop moving, continuing to attack, preparing to break this move in one go. Strands of azure dragon-shaped saber chi flew out of Xiao Chun's body. Eventually, 18 blue dragons surrounded Xiao Chun. The dragons roared ferociously, causing the sky to change color. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Subduing dragon profound slash. When Xiao Chun chopped out, the 18 blue dragons merged into the saber, forming an azure saber light that reached the sky. The hundreds of blood wolves injured by the electric saber chi were immediately chopped into pieces by this horrifying saber light, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Blood could be seen connecting the blood wolves' bodies. After the electric light exploded, the blood wolves were completely severed. This was already beyond the scope of a mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chun guessed that the pirate leader's world hunt, the pirate group, probably infused his chi and blood into the saber technique. If an ordinary person executed this move, they would die from blood loss before they could finish executing it. Only the pirate leader, who could turn into a blood wolf, could execute this move. The saber light did not lose momentum, continuing to hack at the pirate leader. The pirate leader held his saber horizontally to block. However, the might of Xiao Chen's move was very great. It contained all the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. How could the pirate leader, who had lost a large amount of chi and blood, block it? Kassier. The dragon tooth saber instantly broke. The saber light continued to hack down, chopping the pirate leader in half. However, the pirate leader was not dead yet. The two halves of his body were still connected by blood, doing their best to merge back together. Given time, the two halves might even be able to merge back together. This life form is really tenacious. However, since you already made a move, I cannot let you live. Executing Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chun arrived on a dragon amid lightning flashes and thunder roars. He infused the power of the lightning saber soul into his saber and hacked at the pirate leader's body 9 times in a row. After the 9 saber strikes, electric light burst out and the pirate leader's body turned into charcoal. He could no longer revive. With their leader killed, the remaining pirates immediately retreated in a fluster. The crisis of the merchant group was temporarily resolved. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and suddenly frowned. He felt a gaze filled with heavy killing chi from 50 kilometers away. Even from 50 kilometers away, it made his hair stand on end. Chapter 1141. The owner of this gaze was at least a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and his thoughts raced. He had a bad feeling that his actions this time had provoked some trouble. The goods that this merchant ship was carrying might not be ordinary goods. Actually, Xiao Chun should have thought of this long ago. Even though there were many blue-robed emperors in the Black Sea, they should not have run into a great perfection blue-robed emperor pirate the moment they arrived. The problem still lay with this ship. Thank you for your help, young hero. I am very grateful. I am very grateful, the middle-aged blue-robed emperor said with a smile as he flew over to Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "It is within my capabilities. If I can, I will help. There is no need to be so polite. I have a presumptuous request. Young hero should be going to Blackwater City, right? How about we travel together?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor asked in anticipation. Blackwater City was located on Blackwater Island. It was the largest city in the entire Blackwater Sea. There were no less than 100 million people in the city. Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Although it was an island, it was no smaller than a nation in the Sky Dome realm. Since Xiao Chun had arrived at the Blackwater Sea, he naturally could not avoid going to this large city to broaden his horizons. However, Xiao Chun did not wish to have anything to do with this merchant group. Xiao Chun looked at the ship. He was not in a rush to reply. Instead, he asked, "Might I know what goods your ship is carrying?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor's gaze paused for a moment. His expression changed unnaturally as he replied, "Nothing much. It is just some items that the Black Sea urgently lacks. Sunstone, secret silver, black gold, and the like." When Xiao Chun saw the other party's expression, he smiled and asked, "Is that so?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor sighed and said, "Very well, I'll be honest. My merchant group received a large order. I do not know what it is exactly, but it is very large. There are a lot of them, and it took several large ships to barely fit them all. I didn't expect to run into trouble as soon as we entered the Black Sea. I would like to hire you as a guard for our caravan." Xiao Chun decisively refused. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the goods on the ship. There should be a hidden expert on your ship whose strength is a level higher than mine." The middle-aged blue-robed emperor asked curiously, "A master? Why didn't I know about this?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor found it strange that Xiao Chun knew better than him whether there were any experts on his ship or not. Moreover, Xiao Chun was so sure about it. "Young hero, you must be joking. The middle-aged blue-robed emperor said doubtfully. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He was very sure of his guess. If there were no experts on the ship, it would be hard to explain. Why didn't that mysterious person from 100 miles away personally make a move and snatch away the goods that they wanted? There had to be someone on the ship that mysterious person feared. That was why he did not dare to make a move. That was the only explanation. Xiao Chun did not answer the middle-aged blue-robed emperor's question. He glanced at the merchant ship and said in a neutral tone, "Sir, since you are on the merchant ship, why don't you show yourself and let this uncle feel at ease?" Ha ha ha. Young people really have good eyes. If I still don't show myself, I will look bad. Amid loud laughter, a white-haired old man with a healthy complexion walked out of the ship's hold. The middle-aged blue-robed emperor said in shock, "Senior Ma." The middle-aged blue-robed emperor recognized this person. He was an old man that his employer had left behind to look after the goods. This old man was merely a superior-grade martial sage, not even comparable to the middle-aged blue-robed emperor. How could this old man be an expert? Xiao Chun sent out his mental energy from his sea of consciousness. Indeed, Senior Ma was only a superior-grade martial sage. However, the instant Xiao Chun withdrew his mental energy, Senior Ma gave off an aura as deep as the sea. It was the blue-robed emperor's consummation cultivation. Furthermore, this was not the blue-robed emperor who cultivated an earth-ranked cultivation technique. What he cultivated was the peak heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, his aura would not be so terrifying. The instant Senior Ma appeared, the middle-aged blue-robed emperor nearly fell from the sky. Senior Ma did not look at the middle-aged blue-robed emperor. Instead, he went straight to Xiao Chun and asked doubtfully, "Young man, which holy land are you from?" "That's not right. You use a saber. There does not seem to be any holy scions who use a saber. Could you be a disciple of the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, the Inferno Saber Sovereign, or the Ice Saber Sovereign?" At first glance, Senior Ma eliminated Xiao Chun from the list of local cultivators of the Black Sea. This was because Senior Ma had lived in the Black Sea for hundreds of years. He knew the information of the peak experts and young, outstanding talents of the various sea domains of the Black Sea like the back of his hand. None of them matched Xiao Chun's description. In that case, Xiao Chun could only be a cultivator from the outside world. Senior Ma did not know much about the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, so he could only make a rough guess. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Old sir, there is no need to guess. I come from the Kunlun continent." "Oh, the Kunlun continent? In that case, you must be a disciple of the powerful saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian. My clan's ancestor once had a friendship with the powerful saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian." Senior Ma suddenly understood. He immediately determined Xiao Chun's identity. He had to be the disciple of the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian. Otherwise, how could Xiao Chun cultivate a 40% comprehended saber soul at such a young age, comparable to some of the older generation bladesmen? "How about it? Since you're going to Blackwater City as well, let's go together," Senior Ma invited. Xiao Chun did not comment on Senior Ma's guess. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm used to traveling alone. I'm afraid I cannot agree to Senior's request." It was clear that this ship carried extraordinary goods and had great implications. How could Xiao Chun continue to wade into such murky waters? That is somewhat unfortunate. I have an invitation here. If young master is free, you can come to our Jadeite Mountain Manor on the 15th of next month to attend a ceremony. Senior Ma did not insist. He took out an invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun received it and took a look. The invitation did not specify what ceremony it was, making it seem somewhat mysterious. Xiao Chun knew a little about the Jadeite Mountain Manor. It was rather famous in the Blackwater Sea, not because the current manor lord was very strong. Instead, it was because the current manor lord's grandfather was a sovereign martial emperor known as the Jadeite Sovereign. Although the Jadeite Mountain Manor was only a rank 8 faction, it was very popular in the Blackwater Sea. Even some of the peak 9 ranks of the great families had to give the Jadeite Sovereign a lot of face. However, as far as Xiao Chun knew, This Jadeite sovereign was not ambitious and had a rather gentle personality. The Jadeite sovereign was not very interested in developing his faction. He spent most of his time traveling the starry heavens and rarely returned to the Jadeite mountain manor. However, no matter how gentle the Jadeite sovereign was, he was still a sovereign martial emperor. His fame was sufficient to intimidate everyone. As Xiao Chun watched the merchant group move further away, he entered deep thought. Then, he put away the invitation and muttered to himself, "I just made a move, and I already ran into such trouble. A faction that even dares to offend the Jadeite mountain manor definitely has an extraordinary background." As for the middle-aged, blue-robed emperor on the merchant ship, he felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. In a moment of greed, he ended up getting involved in a conflict between a large faction. Even if he could make it to Blackwater City, he might not be able to leave the Black Sea alive. Before the Heavenly Sea, Xiao Chun arrived at a small island. He prepared to rest for the night before continuing on his way. What he saw and heard on the island gave him a deeper understanding of the chaos of the Black Sea. Along the way, Xiao Chun ran into 10-odd fights. In every fight, someone would die. Human life was as cheap as grass. This was a place where one's fist did the talking. This was the undisguised law of the jungle. Most of the fights were trivial matters. Often, the slightest disagreement would lead to a fight. After living in the Black Sea for a long time and absorbing the mysterious substance in the air, one would become extremely irritable and find it hard to control one's heart. During this period, Xiao Chun also ran into some trouble. After he decisively killed a superior-grade martial sage, the problem lessened significantly. After arriving in the city, Xiao Chun found an inn to stay in. After taking a hot bath, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. The instant Xiao Chun closed his eyes, all sorts of mockery entered his ears. There was the sound of people fighting over the loot, men and women moaning in the same room, and miserable screams on the streets. It was very noisy, making it hard for him to calm down. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun treated this as a test to temper his mental state. Then, he circulated his energy and continued cultivating. Xiao Chun's cultivation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer was almost complete. He only needed to break through 5 more meridians and undergo a lightning tribulation before he could advance to the 8th layer. For the entire night, Xiao Chun carefully tried to see if he could break through one of the bottlenecks. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun immediately paid his bill and left, continuing his journey unhurriedly. Naturally, his destination was the largest city in the Blackwater Sea, Blackwater City. After leaving the island, Xiao Chun flew 70 or 80 kilometers close to the surface of the sea, cautiously scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Finally, he stopped and landed on a protruding reef in the sea. Xiao Chun focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked carefully at the target he discovered. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense, and his expression turned strange. Unexpectedly, he met someone familiar here. Furthermore, it was someone he had not expected. 50 kilometers away, Yu Bingyun and a man strolled on the surface of the sea. This man was called Xia Luo, a descendant of a legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea, the Thunderfire Sovereign. He possessed startling cultivation and was a rather famous, outstanding young talent. Historically, the Thunderfire Sovereign had once unified the Black Sea. Unfortunately, he only managed to do so for less than 100 years before his death. As a result, the Xia clan's strength plummeted. Now, it could only be considered one of the 9th ranks of the great families that was pretty strong, far from being a holy land. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense caught Xia Luo repeatedly trying to curry favor with Yu Bingyun, trying to find an opportunity to say such words. Unfortunately, Yu Bingyun maintained a distance, preventing him from doing so. "Bingyun, what is your purpose?" Ever since Xia Luo accidentally met Yu Bingyun on the sea, he had been shocked and immediately latched onto her, intending to use his charm to subdue this holy daughter from the heavenly starry ocean. Unfortunately, it did not seem to have any effect. Yu Bingyun said very politely, "Young Master Xia, I've said it before. It will be better to address me by my full name. My current destination is Blackwater City." What a coincidence. My destination is also Blackwater City. It looks like we can travel together, Xia Luo immediately said. Actually, his destination was not Blackwater City, but a remnant at the bottom of the sea. Yu Bingyun smiled helplessly. Naturally, she knew where the coincidence came from. However, it did not matter. If the other party wanted to follow, then let him. There would always be a way to shake him off. Chapter 1142. Just at this moment, a group of pirates riding mutated beasts galloped on the surface of the sea. They rode the water from afar, kicking up huge waves. Then, they appeared as fast as lightning and blocked the two's path. Pirate robberies happened every day in the Black Sea. It was not strange at all. On the reef, Xiao Chan thought, this group of pirates is pretty strong. They should be able to force out some of Yu Bingyun's true strength. However, the situation did not develop as Xiao Chen expected. When the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo, saw this group of pirates riding mutated beasts, he rejoiced in his heart. He had been worrying about not having a chance to show off. This group of pirates really came at the right time. Hiding the joy in his heart, Xia Luo put on a furious expression and said, "Bunch of trash. Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Huh, where did this by face come from? Are you trying to be a hero, saving a damsel in distress? Kneel and beg for mercy, and we can spare your life. However, you have to leave this woman behind. That's right. We're not interested in men. If you want to live, then scram. The group of pirates guffawed, ignoring Xia Luo's words. They all looked at Yu Bingyun with glowing eyes. In their eyes, Yu Bingyun was like a fairy. Her figure was exquisite and exquisite. She had an extraordinary air, and her skin was like rosy clouds. Her beautiful eyes were like limpid autumn waters, giving her a boundless charm. The more the mighty pirate leader looked at Yu Bingyun, the more tempted he became. Eventually, he could not help roaring, "Kill this by face and snatch this woman back." Xia Luo stepped forward and blocked Yu Bingyun. He said, "Bingyun, leave these pieces of trash to me. Don't dirty your hands." Right after Xia Luo spoke, he formed hand seals and quickly threw a palm strike. Clumps of profound flame imprints flew into the bodies of the charging pirates. The profound flame imprints seemed to be incorporeal. In an instant, they entered the bodies of these pirates. No matter how they tried to block them, it was useless. These pirates found this strange. However, after they circulated their energies and discovered that there were no major problems, they continued charging over with sinister smiles, acting all mysterious. Watch this old man tear you apart. Dozens of pirates leaped into the air and charged towards him. If he was surrounded, he would be in big trouble. Xia Luo smiled coldly and said, "Reckless, you don't even know my Xia clan's Thunderfire mark? Die." With a loud shout, Xia Luo pointed a finger at the sky. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. The instant the thunder boomed, the body of the martialist who had been imprinted by the fire seal instantly turned red. Then there was a loud explosion. His body was like gunpowder, exploding until there was nothing left of his flesh and blood. It was a tragic sight. The rumbling thunder was like the fuse of dynamite. In an instant, more than half of the pirates surrounding Xia Luo were killed. The remaining people who did not die were frightened out of their wits. Xia Luo forced them to retreat repeatedly in a sorry state. The pirate leader on the exotic beast cried out inwardly. He hurriedly said, "Retreat." The many pirates who had long lost the will to fight immediately retreated like a receding tide, disappearing from the duo's vision. Xia Luo was in high spirits, a pleased smile on his face. He turned his head and asked, "Bingyun, are you all right?" Yu Bingyun's expression did not change at all. She said politely, "Young Master Xia, it is better to address me as Yu Bingyun. Many thanks for helping out earlier." Xia Luo's expression turned somewhat awkward. He said, "It's good that you are fine. This journey is very dangerous. Pirates come and go frequently. However, with me around, I can guarantee Miss Yu's safety." On the reef, Xiao Chun felt somewhat disappointed. If Xiao Luo had not made a move, Yu Bingyan would have had to save herself. Xiao Chun would have been able to unravel the other party's mysterious veil and see how strong she was. However, this Xiao Luo's martial technique also piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. After imbuing the thunder fire mark into the martialist's body with thunder, it was incomparably profound. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun gained some understanding of the principles of this thunder fire mark. After he figured it out, he realized that it was not as miraculous as it looked. The fire mark, which looked like it was made of good materials, would shatter the moment it came in contact with a cultivator's protective quintessence, turning into countless tiny imprints that pierced through the protective quintessence like air. After that, the imprints would stick to the cultivator's skin through the pores. Naturally, when one looked into the body, one would not discover anything strange about it. As for how to use thunder and lightning to gather these scattered imprints and explode them, one could only figure it out after reading the secret manual for the thunder fire mark. Just by observing it, one could only get a rough idea. However, for Xiao Chun to be able to see this far, he already had a way to break this thunder fire mark. This trip to the Black Sea had given Xiao Chun many pleasant surprises. This trip had not been in vain. Be it the world hunt of that pirate leader or this Xiao Luo's thunder fire mark, they were all unique martial techniques that broadened his horizons. "Hey, Miss Yu, can we go now?" After dealing with the pirates, Yu Bingyun was not in a rush to leave. She seemed to have made some new discoveries, so Xiao Luo asked out of curiosity. Yu Bingyun seemed to have confirmed something. She smiled and said, "There's no rush. I met a friend. Let's wait for him." "Friend? Where is he? Why don't I see him?" An anxious expression flashed in Xiao Luo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not discover Xiao Chun, who was 50 kilometers away. He did not know who Yu Bingyan was referring to. Yu Bingyan smiled faintly. Then, she turned her head and spoke in sign language. "Young Master Xiao, how much longer are you going to keep watching?" This stunned Xiao Chun, who had been observing from the reef. Even from 50 kilometers away, Yu Bingyan had discovered his presence. "What sharp senses! You are much stronger than this Xiao Luo." Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He guessed that Yu Bingyan must have sensed him when he used his spiritual sense to scan the other party. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Xiao Chun pushed off the water and executed Thunder Dragon steps. 3 lightning dragons swam in the water. 4 lightning dragons danced at the sides, and 3 circled above Xiao Chen's head. The Thunder Dragon steps, modified from the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, was mighty and more suitable for Xiao Chun. He could use it as he pleased. In combat, it was even more compatible with his martial techniques. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun easily arrived 50 kilometers away. He pushed off the water, and 10 lightning dragons entered his body. The mighty aura instantly vanished, demonstrating Xiao Chen's strong control over the Thunder Dragon steps. He could use it as he pleased, advancing and retreating with a thought. Xiao Chun slowly landed beside Yu Bingyan. When he landed, he did not cause any splash. He said calmly, "This is a little unexpected. Unexpectedly, I ran into Miss Yu here." "Huh. Why is it that only you are allowed to come to the Black Sea for experiential training, but not me? I also have the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor," Yu Bingyun said softly with a smile. "Young Master Xia, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Mo Yun, from the Kunlun continent." Mo Yun? Xiao Chun wondered why Yu Bingyan helped him hide his identity. However, this was fine. Although not many people knew about the Blue Dragon King in the Black Sea, he could use an alias to save himself some trouble. Xiao Chun did not deny it, taking it as acquiescence. Xiao Luo smiled straightforwardly. After greeting Xiao Chun, he asked, "I wonder, where is Brother Mo's destination?" "Blackwater City," Xiao Chun answered honestly. Xiao Luo's expression changed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled strangely and said, "Is that so, Brother Mo? Think carefully and see if you remembered wrong." This was already a clear threat, telling Xiao Chun to change his itinerary and not disturb his time with Yu Bingyan. Crazy. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. Then, He looked at the other party indifferently and said, I know better than you whether I remembered wrong or not. There is no need for Brother Xia to worry. When Xia Luo heard this, his expression turned exceptionally sullen. Unexpectedly, this fellow did not understand his clear hint. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, In that case, it looks like I can travel with young Master Mo on this trip to Blackwater City. As Yu Bingyun spoke, she completely ignored Xia Luo, upsetting the other party. Blackwater City Island was the core island of the Blackwater Sea. It was astonishingly vast, so vast that it could no longer be simply called an island. Even the blue-robed emperor would have to spend a lot of time to explore every place. Of course, this was just to explore every place. If one wanted to study it seriously, even 100 years would not be enough. The terrain of the island was extremely complicated. There were mountains, plains, deserts, snowy lands, and all sorts of other landforms. The ruins of the ancient era could be found everywhere, attracting many experts to adventure there. Historically, the many islands of the Black Sea had once been a complete continent. It had its own glorious period, with many heroes, overlords, powerful sovereigns, and legendary martial emperors. Stars twinkled, looking resplendent and glorious. However, as time passed, after the continent shattered, very few people remembered that period of history. Xiao Qin's group of 3 headed for Blackwater City did not move very fast. The main reason was that Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun wanted to gain experiential training to see what was different about the Black Sea cultivators. After walking for half a month, the group saw the outline of Blackwater Island. In this half a month, Xiao Qin had had enough of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo. Xia Luo felt that he would definitely be able to recreate the Thunder Fire Sovereign's glorious feat one day, so he looked down on Xiao Qin from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, Xiao Qin did not know how to adapt to circumstances, ruining his chance to be alone with Yu Bingyun. This made Xia Luo feel even more upset and depressed. If not for Yu Bingyun being present, Xia Luo would have attacked Xiao Qin long ago to teach him a lesson. There's a small town in front. We can rest there for the night and rush to Blackwater City at daybreak. My Xia clan is rather famous in Blackwater City. When we get to the city, I can introduce Miss Yu to the famous blue-robed emperor experts of Blackwater City. As Xia Luo said this, he glanced at Xiao Qin casually, putting on an aloof air. Xiao Qin felt speechless. Femme fatale. This Xia Luo looked like someone with some strength, and was not stupid. However, after getting infatuated with Yu Bingyun, it was like water got into his head. Xia Luo's actions were all childish. For example, he started to flaunt his clan. This made Xiao Qin feel that it was ridiculous. Chapter 1143. Since we have arrived at Blackwater Island, let's part ways for now. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Not willing to stay any longer, Xiao Qin prepared to take his leave. Who knew, Xia Luo, who had been displeased with Xiao Qin along the way, interjected before Yu Bingyun could say anything. Young Master Mo, since we are already at Blackwater Island, why the rush to leave? Don't refuse to give me face. No matter what, I have to do my duty as a host. It was hard for me to bear with you for such a long time. Now that I've finally reached my territory, it won't be easy for me to leave. Xia Luo steeled his heart. No matter what method he had to use, he had to make Xiao Qin stay, to let him know the consequences of interrupting him. Xiao Qin looked at Xia Luo's expression. When the other party raised his eyebrows, he knew what Xia Luo was planning. Originally, he didn't want to cause any more trouble, but now he was really angry. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see who cries more in the end. He immediately smiled and said, Is that so? As a super city of the Black Sea, I have long been curious about Blackwater City. Since young Master Xia is willing to entertain me, I will not leave. Xia Luo sneered in his heart. You are smiling now, but when the time comes, you won't even be able to cry even if you want to. However, Xia Luo put on a warm expression. Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, was very smart. Naturally, she knew what Xia Luo was thinking. However, she did not feel worried for Xiao Qin. Given Xia Luo's level, he was too naive to think that he could play such tricks on Xiao Qin. In the heavenly starry ocean, The holy scions of the immortal Holy Lands were all traumatized by Xiao Chun. A declining clan with a glorious ancestor was far from sufficient. In her heart, she also looked forward to the matter of the heavenly origin pill that Xiao Chun left behind. However, due to Xia Luo sticking to her, it was not convenient for her to ask about it. I should have a chance to ask Xiao Chun about it when I check into the inn tonight. Night came earlier in the Black Sea than in other places. In the middle of the night, through the dark clouds, apart from a hazy bright moon, no stars could be seen. Dong dong dong. Knocking came from the door to Xiao Chen's room. Xiao Chun, who was cultivating cross-legged, opened his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense. It was Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen opened the door with a wave of his hand and said indifferently, "I thought you had forgotten about the heavenly origin pill. It looks like you still remember." Yu Bingyun walked over and asked softly, "How is it? Did you succeed?" Whoosh! An exquisite jade bottle flew towards Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun's slender, snow-white hands gracefully caught the jade bottle. Yu Bingyun opened the jade bottle and gently sniffed it. Her usually calm face could not help revealing a trace of joy. She closed the bottle cap and said, "Many thanks, Xiao Chun. This time, I owe you a huge favor. There's no need to be so polite. It's not difficult for me to refine this heavenly origin pill. After all, you've prepared 100 sets of materials. No matter what, you'll succeed at least one set." Xiao Chen appeared rather calm at Yu Bingyun's excitement. He would not be able to gain too much advantage from this woman. If he could draw a line between them, it would be best to do so. Yu Bingyun put away the jade bottle and did not dwell on this topic. She glanced at Xiao Chun and asked, "I wonder, why did young Master Xiao appear in the Black Sea? Do you have a plan?" Naturally, Xiao Chun would not tell her his plan. He smiled and said, "My appearance in the Black Sea is easy to explain. What about you? As a Lunar Palace's holy daughter, why did you come out alone? Are you not afraid of an accident?" Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "As the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, barring any accidents, I will be the next Lunar Palace master. Naturally, the person in charge of the Lunar Palace cannot be a flower vase in a greenhouse. The Black Sea is the best cultivation ground for the blue-robed emperor. It is not strange for me to be here." Xiao Chun kept feeling that the other party definitely had a purpose for appearing in the Black Sea. Since Yu Bingyun was not willing to say, naturally, he would not keep asking. The two chatted casually for a while. Then, Yu Bingyun stood up and took her leave. Before she left, she suddenly turned her head back and said, "You had best not leave Blackwater City before the 15th of next month. Otherwise, you might miss out on something that you will regret for life." Before the 15th, Xiao Chun thought of the invitation in his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly chased after Yu Bingyun. "Are you talking about the Jadeite Mountain Manners ceremony?" This time, it was Yu Bingyun's turn to find it strange. "How did you know about this?" "Right now, not many people know about this." Xiao Chun took out his invitation. Yu Bingyun received it and took a look. Then, she smiled and said, "You are really confident. The manor lord of this Jadeite mountain manor even prepared an invitation. Do you really think that you will succeed? Are you not afraid of making a fool of yourself? What exactly is it? Can't you tell me a little in advance?" Yu Bingyun shook her head and said, "I really can't tell you this. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it will not be good for either of us. You just have to remember not to leave Blackwater City before the 15th of next month. If you're lucky enough, your chances of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years will be much higher." When Xiao Chun heard this, he suddenly felt the invitation in his hand become exceptionally heavy. The mysterious Yu Bingyun had piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity to the extreme. However, the other party was not willing to reveal anything. It is not late anymore. You should stop cultivating and have a good sleep. Have a good dream." Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly. Unconsciously, she revealed a perfect air that could topple all living things, one that could topple cities. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to appreciate it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that I can sleep peacefully with my current curiosity?" Yu Bingyun bit her lip and pondered. After hesitating for a while, she looked at Xiao Chun and said, Very well. I can only tell you that the Jadeite Mountain Manor ceremony this time has something to do with a divine weapon. Furthermore, this divine weapon has a strong connection to the heart of an emperor. After sending off Yu Bingyun with his eyes, Xiao Chun still could not figure out the connection. He knew too little. Ao Jiao, what do you think it is? If I guessed right, the ceremony should be for the Jadeite Mountain Manor to have a divine weapon enter the divine weapon ranking, becoming one of the 10 strongest divine weapons in the world. There have been many such ceremonies in history. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. Aside from this, there was indeed no other ceremony that could be connected to a divine weapon. Divine weapons could rival emperor-grade secret treasures. There were many of them, but only 10 of them could enter the divine weapon ranking, known as transcendent divine weapons. Transcendent divine weapons could intimidate sovereign martial emperors, comparable to primordial emperor-grade secret treasures. As far as Xiao Chun knew, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaodian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan dared to fight with primes because they had the coiling monarch time saber and the scarlet firmament void sword. This showed how strong the transcendent divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking were. After figuring this out, the other clues immediately made sense. The merchant group that Xiao Chun saw when he entered the Black Sea should be carrying the supplementary divine materials for breaking into a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chun also understood why Yu Bingyun appeared. As far as he knew, the startling phoenix Zither, a transcendent divine weapon ranked 10th on the divine weapon ranking, was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. If another divine weapon succeeded in breaking into a transcendent divine weapon, the heavenly phoenix Zither, ranked 10th, would definitely fall. The reason was none other than the fact that only 10 divine weapons were allowed on the divine weapon ranking. As long as a new divine weapon made it into the divine weapon ranking, the one ranked last would definitely fall, becoming an ordinary divine weapon. Yu Bingyun's purpose in coming here was to stop the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord from breaking into a transcendent divine weapon, preventing the startling phoenix Zither from falling off the divine weapon ranking. When Xiao Chun thought about it carefully, the Lunar Palace probably sent people to look for the pirates that came to rob the merchant ship. With this connection made sense, all the clues connected in Xiao Chun's mind. He now understood the entire sequence of events. All that was left was the connection between the divine weapon and the heart of an emperor. This was simple. He just needed to find out the origins of the divine weapon that the Jadeite Mountain Manor possessed. Ao Jiao, thank you, Xiao Chun said with a smile, revealing joy on his face. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, smiled faintly and said, "You cannot see clearly because you're closely involved. Given your intelligence, if you were a bystander, you would definitely be able to see more clearly than me." Bang! Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chun was about to answer, the door to the room suddenly shattered. A strong, knife-like wind blew in. Chapter 1144. Many of the decorations in the room were shredded to pieces. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The originally quiet room suddenly turned into a mess. Xiao Luo stood outside the door with a furious expression. He retracted his hand and said coldly, "Brat, I gave you face, but you do not want it. Why did you Bingyun come to your room? Tell me everything in detail." A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. He suppressed the rage in his heart and stood up. Then he asked indifferently, "Is there a need to tell you?" "Huh, good, very good." Xiao Luo's killing chi surged all over his body. He smiled coldly as he stared at Xiao Chun. "The ignorant are truly ignorant. Originally, I was planning to let you live and deal with you when we reach Blackwater City. It looks like there is no need to do so now. Die!" Xiao Luo roared ferociously, and a fierce electric fire burned on his body. A berserk electric light surged out of his body. In that instant, the electric light blasted the entire inn apart. The warriors staying in the inn were like frightened birds and beasts. They all rushed out, not daring to stay in the same place for a moment. They were afraid that they would get involved in the battle between the experts. Amid the electric light, Xiao Luo was like a thunder god. His aura was unparalleled. When he punched, thousands of electric bolts burning with flames appeared. When Xiao Luo punched at Xiao Chun, his rage soared. He used his full power in this punch, not holding anything back at all. Berserk thunder rumbled, not stopping for even a moment. Xiao Luo's punch displayed a strong and horrifying explosive force. It was clear that he wanted to kill Xiao Chun with one punch. That's right. The accumulations of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's bloodline cannot be underestimated. Even though it had declined significantly, Xiao Luo's strength was still remarkable and qualified to be arrogant. Of course, Xiao Luo was only slightly knowledgeable. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this was far from sufficient. Xiao Chun, who was seated, suddenly stood up. His heavenly seal moved with a thought. 10,000 strands of law energy drove the surging power of the world with a thought. The rock hates the sky for being too low when it spreads its wings. When Xiao Chun punched as well, a huge Kuan Peng that covered half the sky soared up behind him. The shattered immediately turned into powder and vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chun did not move at all. However, when he moved at full power, his aura instantly suppressed Xiao Luo. Without giving Xiao Luo any time to be shocked, the instant the two fists collided, Xiao Luo vomited blood and flew back. Yu Bingyun hovered high in the sky. A consummation Emperor Wu, with a horrifying cultivation, stood behind her. "Is that your friend?" the old man asked Yu Bingyun as he pointed to Xiao Luo. Yu Bingyun shook her head. "Naturally not. That's good. This person's character is extremely terrible. His reputation in the Black Sea is not very good either." The old man nodded. Then, he pointed to Xiao Chun and asked, "How was that person related to young Miss?" "He was the one who killed the leader of our first batch of people, the Blood Wolf Pirate Group." Yu Bingyun sighed softly. After asking about the details, she understood. She said, "He is my friend. This should just be a misunderstanding. He does not have any connection to the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Is the plan ready?" "It is ready," the old man whispered. "I can guarantee that the Jadeite Mountain Manor will lose more than they gain on the 15th of next month." As the two spoke, the battle below slowly came to an end. After Xiao Chun sent Xiao Luo flying with a punch, he fell into a rhythm of getting beaten up. Many of the cultivators staying in the town recognized Xiao Luo. When they saw him getting beaten up so miserably, their faces filled with surprise. Who is this white-clad youth? How come he dares to beat up the Xia clan's people? He is really strong. Among the younger generation of Blackwater City, this Xiao Luo is considered quite a character. Unexpectedly, he got beaten up so miserably at his own home. Xiao Luo, who had been beaten up to the point of losing his temper, howled in agony. He no longer had any of his earlier tyranny. He glared hatefully at Xiao Chun before rushing back to Blackwater City. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. He did not give chase, letting Xiao Luo flee in a sorry state. This is going to be somewhat problematic. The Xia clan is very powerful in Blackwater City. "You were too rash," Yu Bingyun said slowly as she landed. Xiao Chun did not care. He said, "There are more than 100 million people in the city, comparable to a large nation. No matter how powerful the Xia clan is, they will not find me that easily. There will be a blue-robed emperor-level auction in Blackwater City soon. Are you interested in going?" Clearly, Yu Bingyun did not care about Xiao Luo's matter. She mentioned something else and extended an invitation to Xiao Chun. Sure. Right now, Xiao Chun had more than 100 million black astral coins. He felt some anticipation for this blue-robed emperor-level auction. Perhaps he might be able to find some equipment that he wanted. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun and Yu Bingyun arrived before Blackwater City at the same time. The black city walls were like a dragon forged of steel, coiled on the ground. There was no sunlight shining on the dark space. However, there was a restrained glow that flickered on the city walls, looking extremely mysterious. This ring of city walls probably had other mysteries, containing many divine materials. Even if a martial emperor attacked, he might not be able to destroy the city in an instant. As Yu Bingyun looked at the city walls, she also felt moved. She said, "The rank of this city is not low. It can be considered a rank 8 city. It can block an ordinary Emperor Wu. Cities are divided into ranks. Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. Yu Bingyun smiled gently and said, "That is natural. There are numbers from 1 to 9. The higher the rank, the better. After rank 9 is the strongest holy city." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he thought about the newly built Heaven Dragon City. Based on what Imo Chun said, it was not weaker than Bright Moon City. So he asked, "What rank is Bright Moon City?" Pride flashed on Yu Bingyun's face. She said, "Of course, Bright Moon City is a holy city that surpasses rank 9. Furthermore, it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. After accumulating continuously, it is worthy of the title of Immortal Holy City. It is one of the strongest holy cities in the entire oceanic world." In that case, it looked like the rank of Heaven Dragon City was not bad either. It could be considered a holy city as well. However, it was still a distance away from the Immortal Holy City. In the future, Xiao Chun would see if he could think of other ways to catch up to the accumulations of these immortal holy cities. Speaking of which, how many immortal holy cities are there in the oceanic world that are worthy of the title of the strongest holy city? After paying the entrance tax, the two entered the city and started chatting. Yu Bingyun knew a lot about such information. She immediately answered, 7. There is an immortal holy city in each vast sea region. In the heavenly starry ocean is Bright Moon City. In the Penglai Sea is Penglai City. In the Black Sea is the Core Sea Domain, the Dark Sea's Dark City. This was the first time Xiao Chun heard about this, so he felt somewhat curious. He continued asking, "What about the other 4? Could it be that aside from these 3 sea domains, there are other sea domains?" There definitely are. However, it is useless to tell you now. The oceanic world is practically endless. Even the Overlord Neptune does not dare to say that it understands every sea domain. As the two chatted, they entered an inn. After ordering some food and eating, they headed for the rooms that they had reserved for each other. Xiao Chun stopped the manservant who came to collect the clothes and gave him 100 black astral coins. He wanted the manservant to figure out the details of the Jadeite Mountain Manor's divine weapon within 4 hours. This was all public information. The Jadeite Mountain Manor was very famous in Blackwater City. As long as the locals spent some time, they would be able to obtain it easily. When a manservant saw the 100 black astral coins, he felt that it was no different from taking it for free. He quickly agreed with a wide smile on his face. Sitting cross-legged on his thighs, Xiao Chun continued to temper himself, merging the 5 different attributes into his saber soul. At the same time, in a courtyard belonging to the Xia clan in Blackwater City, Xia Luo spoke to an old man with a sullen expression. This old man was called Wang Zhen. 3 years ago, he successfully broke through to great perfection blue-robed emperor, becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor who formed a soul for his heavenly seal. From then on, Wang Zhen became the person in charge of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, managing all the Xia clan's factions in Blackwater City. All Wang Zhen needed to do was accumulate enough and clear the great tribulation of wind and fire. Then, he could make his breakthrough to Emperor Wu. However, if he failed the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would most likely die. Even if he accumulated enough, he might not have the courage or confidence to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. How bold! How dare he bully our Xia clan so openly? Second young master, don't worry. Leave this matter to this old man. As long as I find this person, I will cripple him on the spot. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. With his consummation blue-robed emperor cultivation, killing a great perfection blue-robed emperor would be a piece of cake. After Xiao Chun merged his soul into the heavenly seal, not only would he be able to drive the power of the world much purer than the great perfection blue-robed emperor, but he would also be able to do it more easily. This was a qualitative difference from the great perfection blue-robed emperor. The most important thing was that after Xiao Chun merged his soul into the heavenly seal had already become the vague form of the heart of an emperor. At this moment, unless a cultivator's head was chopped off or their heart was shattered, it would be very difficult for them to deal any fatal damage to the consummation blue-robed emperor. Now, the blue-robed Emperor's sage body strengthened once more, becoming infinitely close to the Golden Emperor body. Xia Luo's expression turned sinister as he said sullenly, "There is no rush for now. 3 days from now, Blackwater City will hold a blue-robed Emperor level auction. At that time, I will be able to obtain a few treasures, and my strength will improve by leaps and bounds." Wang Zhen was very meticulous and immediately understood Xia Luo's meaning. The second young master wanted to personally defeat that white-clad man to wash away his shame. "No problem. I will listen to second young master." Back at the inn, Xiao Chun exited his cultivation state. Of the 5 high-grade attributes, Xiao Chun could already perfectly merge death and massacre into his saber soul. Now, he could form a 100% compatible saber soul and a death saber soul. Their might was not much weaker than the lightning saber soul. If Xiao Chun could cultivate these 2 states into wills, they would be no weaker than the lightning saber soul. At that time, his combat prowess would not be much weaker than a consummation blue-robed emperor's. Dong, dong, dong. There was knocking on the door, and a manservant popped his head out with a smile. Then, he handed a complete set of information to Xiao Chun. The manservant's efficiency was faster than he expected. Xiao Chun rewarded him with some black astral coins before sending the manservant away. Xiao Chun wanted to see what kind of divine weapon this jadeite mountain manor had. As Xiao Chun looked carefully and flipped through the information page by page, the expression on Xiao Chun's face turned increasingly grave. He could not suppress the excitement on his face. Chapter 1145. The jadeite mountain manor's divine weapon was called the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword. It was left behind by the jadeite sovereign, who no longer managed the jadeite mountain manor. The Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword was not forged by the jadeite sovereign. Its original name was not that either. Instead, it was called the Heavenly Blood Sword. This was the sword of another legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea, the Blood Sword Sovereign. The glory that the Blood Sword Sovereign once created was even more dazzling than that of Xia Luo's ancestor, the Thunderfire Sovereign. Aside from the Blood Sword Sovereign's human bloodline, he also had the bloodline of the Deep Abyss Demonic World's blood race, a mixed blood of humans and demons. However, the Blood Sword Sovereign's history was too ancient. Before the Black Sea continent shattered, he had already died. The legends he left behind only existed in ancient books. There is only one story that spread far and wide, the Blood Sword Sovereign forming the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. He became the first person to do so, shaking the entire Kunlun realm. In the history of the martial epic, no one had formed a complete heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. The heavenly seal infused into the soul was only the vague form of the heart of an emperor, far from the true heart of an emperor. Only those who cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire, reforged their golden body, and successfully pushed open the emperor's door could possess the heart of an emperor. However, this Blood Sword Sovereign broke this rule, becoming the only person in history to possess the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. Xiao Chen's hand nearly trembled as he held the information. If he could grasp this secret technique and condense the heart of an emperor, he would be able to resolve the problem of infusing the soul into the heavenly seal. The problem of infusing the soul into the heavenly seal would naturally be solved when he reached great perfection blue-robed emperor and consummation blue-robed emperor. The principle was very simple. When one merged the soul into the heavenly seal, it only formed the vague form of the heart of an emperor. If one condensed the complete heart of an emperor in advance, why would one care about a vague form? This was the opportunity that Yu Bingyan mentioned. After putting down the information, Xiao Chun calmed down. If this secret technique was so easy to find, there would have been a second person who condensed the heart of an emperor in advance after tens of thousands of years. Could the crux of the secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor be related to the jadeite mountain manor's Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword? With limited information, this was all that Xiao Chun could think of. The secret technique to condense the heart of an emperor in advance was definitely related to the heavenly cloud jadeite sword. However, what kind of connection did it have with the heavenly cloud jadeite sword becoming a transcendent divine weapon? As for Yu Bingyun's position in this matter, no one knew. Putting down the documents, Xiao Chun rubbed his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He just had to wait for the 15th of the next month. At that time, all the answers would be revealed. For now, he would concentrate on his cultivation. 3 days later, he would go to the blue-robed Emperor level auction house to take a look and see if he could gain anything. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to spend his hundreds of millions of black astral coins. That would be rather depressing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Bingyan knocked on the door punctually, inviting Xiao Chun to come with her. As the name suggested, only the blue-robed emperor was allowed to participate in the blue-robed emperor level auction. Such an auction could not be held in an ordinary city. There was no other reason other than the fact that they could not gather many blue-robed emperors. With only 4 or 5 people, there was no competition at all. How could they possibly open an auction? However, such an auction could definitely be held in Blackwater City. Furthermore, the scene would be extremely lively. The Black Sea was the best experiential training ground for the blue-robed emperor. Its reputation was not undeserved. There were many blue-robed emperor experts in Blackwater City. While one could not see them just by looking up, with a few more steps, one would definitely run into 1 or 2 blue-robed emperors. The auction house was known as the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The major faction behind it was the Heavenly Cauldron Gate, which was no weaker than a holy land. There were also several sovereign martial emperors, all of whom had connections to the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, which had a frighteningly strong backer, had already organized the blue-robed emperor-level auction for several hundred years. No one had ever dared to cause trouble. Slowly, this blue-robed emperor-level auction became a major event in Blackwater City. It attracted nearly 80% of the blue-robed emperors in the entire Blackwater Sea. There were even blue-robed emperors in the neighboring Blackwind Sea and Blackfire Sea, who came because of its fame, hoping to find a treasure. When Xiao Chun and Yu Bingyun rushed to the street where the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was located, they discovered that many cultivators had already gathered in front of the pavilion. There were also several people in the nearby inns and pavilions. They held wine cups as if they were watching the excitement. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other or exclaim in surprise. "What is going on?" Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. This was Yu Bingyun's first time here as well, so she was not clear on what was going on. She only understood after asking a passerby. It turned out that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's blue-robed emperor-level auction tickets were not bought with black astral coins. Instead, cultivators had to prove their strength. The stronger one was, the better the ticket they could obtain. Those with average strength could only obtain ordinary tickets and sit in the hall, unable to enjoy a private room. This was rather interesting. In the other auctions, which one did not treat the blue-robed emperor as an honored guest. Here, one had to rely on one's strength to obtain a ticket. If one was not strong enough, one could only obtain the most ordinary ticket. Under the gaze of so many eyes, it was embarrassing enough to only get a ticket to the main hall. Let's go over and take a look. The two exuded the aura of the blue-robed emperor as they parted the crowd and headed in. When they arrived, they finally saw what was going on. There was a 100-meter-tall stone stele at the foot of the thousands of steps paved with metal. This was the testing stele for the blue-robed emperor's strength. Rows of gems were embedded in the stele at regular intervals. There were a total of 7 rows, and each row had 10 gems. Not far away, there was an exquisite and profound metal dummy connected to the stele through a formation. Occasionally, the blue-robed emperor would step forward and strike the metal dummy. Then, the gems embedded in the stele would glow continuously. When the two stepped forward, a small perfection blue-robed emperor happened to be there. He mustered his strength and drove the power of the world with all his might. Then, he punched the metal dummy. Bang! There was a deafening sound. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The aura and pressure looked very strong. The 10 white gems in the first row on the testing stele all lit up in an instant. The entire steel glowed with a bright white light. After lighting up the 10 gems in the first row, one would obtain the right to enter the auction. However, whether one could obtain the honored guest status and enjoy a private room would depend on the results. The speed at which the 10 blue gems in the second row lit up was clearly much slower. By the time the 300th row of green gems lit up, the speed at which they lit up became even slower. The cultivator, standing in front of the metal dummy, had a nervous and expectant expression. However, of the 10 gems in the third row, only 5 lit up in the end. The third row is not fully lit up. Sorry, we can only give you the most ordinary tickets. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, who was standing at the side, took out a ticket and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man received the ticket with a depressed expression. I am already a peak small perfection blue-robed emperor, yet I cannot even obtain the honored guest status. What's wrong? You're not convinced? The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion said expressionlessly. I was just saying, the middle-aged man said with an embarrassed smile. After he spoke, he headed straight for the stairs and entered the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. How could he not be convinced? This was not a place for a blue-robed emperor to behave atrociously. Even if it were a minor heavenly emperor Wu, he would have to think twice before coming. After that, Xiao Chun looked at a few more people and understood the trick. One had to light up at least 3 rows before they could obtain an honored guest ticket. After that, for every row lit up, they could obtain a private room on a higher level, enjoying better service and benefits. Bang! There was another loud sound, and the stone steel started to change colors rapidly. White, blue, green, red, it only stopped after changing 6 colors. The power of one punch lit up 6 rows of gems. This immediately caused an uproar, attracting the attention of several people. It is another consummation blue-robed emperor character. This is Jin Lianqi. 10 years ago, he was a consummation blue-robed emperor expert. However, he has not shown himself in the past few years. Apparently, he is preparing to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire. Haha, he probably does not have the guts to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire. Otherwise, he would not have shown himself. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Jin Lianqi's slightly gloomy face did not change at all. He received the ticket for the honored guest room on the 6th floor and walked over expressionlessly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it turns out that one needs the strength of a consummation blue-robed emperor to light up the gems on the 6th row. After observing for a long time, Xiao Chun discovered that this testing stone steel was extremely accurate in measuring one's strength. All this while, Xiao Chun did not have a clear idea of the level of his strength. The testing stone steel before him was a good opportunity to see the strongest strength that he could burst out with, and how big the gap was between it and those consummation blue-robed emperor existences. Just as Xiao Chun was about to step forward and make a move, a familiar figure walked over. It was the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xiao Luo. Accompanying Xiao Luo was an old man with an extremely strong aura. This was a consummation blue-robed emperor expert. However, when Xiao Chun observed this old man, he found that this old man's aura was weaker than Jin Lianqi's. The difference was obvious. Indeed, as Xiao Luo expected, when Jin Lianqi punched the metal puppet, the light changed. Only 3 purple gems on the 6th row lit up. Compared to the 9 purple gems on the 6th row that Jin Lianqi lit up, this was far from enough. After successfully obtaining a VIP room on the 6th floor, Xiao Luo followed behind the old man with a cocky expression. There were many hidden talents in Blackwater City. The blue-robed emperor level auction had drawn out all these consummation blue-robed emperors, opening one's horizons. Xiao Chun walked out of the crowd in anticipation, preparing to test which row of gems he could light up. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chun was about to reach the metal puppet, someone with a strong aura flew over in the air, not even bothering to look at Xiao Chun. This person continued diving down, kicking up a strong wind that was as sharp as a saber. He said coldly, "Scram to the side. Let this young master test first." The strong wind was like a saber, and the aura was like a mountain. This figure arrived with a surging aura. His fearless sharpness forced back the surrounding cultivators watching the excitement. Xiao Chen frowned. Without much time to think, he turned around and sent a palm strike. The other party was too fast. If Xiao Chen hesitated for even a moment, he would get injured. Chapter 1146. There was no such thing as reason in the Black Sea. The weak would never gain sympathy. Bang! The newcomer was somewhat surprised. Under the pressure of his strong aura, the other party, a newly advanced great perfection blue-robed emperor, did not choose to retreat. The newcomer's lips curled up in a cruel smile as he said coldly, "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Scram! The newcomer also sent out a palm strike. Flames soared and formed many flaming mountains behind him. A total of 18 flaming mountains appeared in an instant. The blazing air burned everyone's skin, forcing the cultivators watching to move back another kilometer. A few cultivators with low cultivations even had their eyebrows and hair set ablaze. This showed how horrifying the might of this palm strike was. How startling would the power of 18 flaming mountains be when they erupted together? When the cultivators saw this newcomer's appearance clearly, they all exclaimed. Clearly, they recognized this person and were extremely surprised at his appearance. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's palm strike looked ordinary, without any wind or waves, without any shocking, mysterious phenomenon. Upon seeing this scene, several cultivators shook their heads. This white-clad youth was probably going to suffer. Only Yu Bingyun knew that Xiao Chen had not used his full power yet. If he really did, his aura would suppress the newcomer in an instant. Boom! The moment the two palms collided, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the surrounding void distorted. The 18 flaming mountains erupted at the same time, rumbling endlessly. Overwhelming heat waves spread out in all directions. The flames twisted into all sorts of shapes in the twisted space, preventing the cultivators and the surroundings from seeing the situation clearly. However, it did not matter to them whether they could see or not. Not many people believed that this white-clad youth could block under such circumstances. With such a horrifying palm strike, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This was the consequence of blind arrogance. Sometimes, one had to acknowledge one's grandson. Youth should not be too sharp. After suffering some grievances, they would not be able to suppress their temper. The scene before them was the best example. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the crisp hum of a saber rang out in the space distorted by the flames. It was like a string of pleasant zither music resounding in the surroundings. The torrential heat wave was slowly swept clean by this zither-like saber hum. The distorted space regained its tranquility and the flames disappeared, allowing everyone to see the situation on the other side clearly. When the two palms clashed, they were actually evenly matched. Xiao Chen, who did not use any martial techniques, did not take even half a step back from the force of his opponent's palm strike. The two of them still maintained the posture of their palms, colliding. Under the powerful pressure, Xiao Chen's body remained as straight as a mountain. His white robe was untainted by a speck of dust. His hair danced in the wind like the strings of a zither, playing a murderous intent. Everyone was shocked. No one spoke. They were all dumbfounded. Even the person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion could not help but be moved. It was not because of the incredible combat prowess that Xiao Chen displayed. Instead, it was because such a martial technique was unheard of and unseen before. Unexpectedly, a person turned his clothes, his hair, every part of himself into a saber. Where did this white-robed person come from? He is the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit, Jiang Heng. Unexpectedly, he could not knock him back with one palm strike. Furthermore, I have never seen anyone use this martial technique before. How'd he do it? There are sabers everywhere. This is simply miraculous. I have never heard of it before. Since ancient times, no one has ever done it like this. This is a completely different situation. It is truly miraculous. There are thousands of saber daos, but I have never seen such a saber dao before. Strange voices rang out. Everyone found this incredible, subverting the logic they knew. Yu Bingyan did not dare to be surprised. However, when she heard the youth's identity, she looked over in surprise. This arrogant youth was actually Jiang Feng, the descendant of Jiang Heng, one of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Jiang Heng ranked third among the 13 great bandits, an extremely strong, sovereign martial emperor. He was known as the Flame Sovereign. He moved unhindered throughout the Black Sea's 5 great seas, a major character without a doubt. His strength was overwhelming and unfathomable. Shock flashed on Jiang Feng's face. He had not expected to run into such a ruthless character in this Blackwater city. Even in Dark City, where outstanding talents abounded, there would not be more than 10 people who dared to receive the blue-robed Emperor's flame palm without using a martial technique. Unexpectedly, such a person appeared in Blackwater City. Furthermore, this was a young, outstanding talent about the same age as Jiang Feng. You are somewhat capable. However, this is all you are capable of. Before me, it is not enough. Back off. Jiang Feng shouted ferociously, and a ring of black flames soared up from his body. His aura soared infinitely. The power of the world and the surroundings surged and turned into an endless torrent of fiery energy. Like waves, it flowed along Jiang Feng's palm and surged toward Xiao Chun. Several of the people across Xiao Chun could feel the waves of fiery energy, each stronger than the one before. As the heat wave assaulted them, they had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chun did not move, letting the heat wave assault him as it pleased. He did not show any intention of retreating. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his saber soul and will of thunder merged. With a thought, they immediately erupted. Purple lightning leaped out of Xiao Chen's body. Every bolt of lightning contained an incredibly sharp saber intent. The lightning and saber intent merged perfectly. The other party's waves of fiery energy, each stronger than the one before, continued to erupt endlessly. Xiao Chen only used his lightning saber soul and his flawless saber, Dao, to block the other party's surging waves of fiery energy. Xiao Chun had yet to use several of his trump cards. Time slowly passed. Everyone discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It was just a simple exchange of palm strikes, but the two actually fought to such an extent. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager frowned slightly. If this continued, both sides would end up with severe injuries. That would be extremely disadvantageous to the auction. At the same time, a soft voice rang out in the manager's ears. That was the person behind the scenes of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, wanting him to make a move and end this fight. Without hesitation, this person threw a palm strike. The palm wind split into two and charged at Xiao Chun and Jiang Feng. Given the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation at consummation, the two fighting would have to retreat even if they did not want to. Jiang Feng cursed. However, he could not do anything. At this moment, he simply could not afford to split his attention to receive this palm strike. Jiang Feng's figure flashed. When the palm wind arrived, he retreated. He spun a few times in the air before he found his footing. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager smiled in satisfaction. However, before his smile could fade, he saw that Xiao Chun did not retreat at all. Xiao Chun suddenly raised his left hand, which had been hanging by his side. Then, a nimble, bright moon appeared behind him, burning fiercely like a flame. It depicted lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. When Xiao Chun sent out this palm strike, it made one's heart surge and blood surge. It was like drinking strong wine, feeling carefree and carefree. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun broke the palm wind that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager sent out with the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor. One had to know that Xiao Chun had just finished fighting to the death with Jiang Feng. He did not have any time to turn around or rest. Instead, he raised his hand and broke the manager's attack. Such a scene caused many people to stare blankly. One retreated quickly, and the other did not move even half a step. It was clear who came out on top between Xiao Chun and Jiang Feng. The strong wind stopped, and Xiao Chun's clothes and hair fell back. The saber hum lingering in the air also stopped. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. His delicate face exuded an indescribable pride. You are very lucky. That earlier palm strike was originally meant for you, Xiao Chan said coldly to Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air. Xiao Chan said coldly to Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air. Then, he turned around and ignored him, heading for the metal puppet. Bang! Xiao Chan said coldly to the hovering Jiang Feng. Then, he turned around and walked towards the metal statue, ignoring him. The explosion was like thunder roaring, startling the surrounding cultivators back to their senses. They all looked at the stone tablet curiously. They wanted to see what kind of result this mysterious man in white could achieve. They all looked at the stone steel curiously, wanting to see what kind of result this mysterious white-clad person could achieve. The first row lit up in an instant, the second row lit up in a breath's time, and the third row took 3 seconds to light up. The first row lit up instantly. The second row lit up in 1 breath. The third row took 3 seconds to light up the 10 gems. If there were no surprises, Xiao Chan should be able to light up the 10 gems in the 5th row. This was the limit of a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. As for the gems in the 6th row, only a consummation blue-robed emperor, a cultivator who merged his soul with the heavenly seal, could successfully light them up. Without exception, all the cultivators who lit up the gems in the 6th row were consummation blue-robed emperors. The gems in the 5th row lit up slowly, one by one. To everyone's surprise, all 10 gems lit up. Indeed, a newly advanced great perfection blue-robed emperor already has the combat prowess of a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. No wonder he can defeat Jiang Feng. This is an expert. I have never heard of him in the Blackwater Sea. I have never heard of him in the nearby Blackwind Sea or the Blackwater Sea. He should be from another sea region. As the crowd discussed in low voices, one of the eye-catching purple gems in the 6th row suddenly lit up silently. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone gaped, somewhat speechless. They could not believe the scene before them. After a while, they confirmed it. Startled cries rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. A great perfection blue-robed emperor actually burst out with a strength that only a consummation blue-robed emperor could achieve. How startling was this? However, Xiao Chun, who stood in front of the metal puppet, frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. He had used his full power in that earlier punch. Aside from not using his saber or a secret technique to increase his explosive power, he had not held anything back. Unexpectedly, only 1 purple gem in the 6th row lit up. The difference in strength between Xiao Chun and the consummation blue-robed emperor was still obvious. Even if Xiao Chun used a secret technique, he would only light up 3 more gems, bringing the total to 4. If Xiao Chun ran into the slightly more powerful consummation blue-robed emperor, his strength would still pale in comparison. Young man, you're pretty strong. Here, these are the tickets to the VIP rooms on the 6th floor. Chapter 1147. The person in charge next to the stone tablet smiled slightly and handed a golden ticket to Xiao Chun. He continued, I've been standing here for a whole day. You are the first young martial artist to light up the 6th row of gems. Moreover, you're only at the level of great accomplishment blue-robed emperor. You have unlimited potential. I'm sure you'll be able to find treasures that interest you in the auction and dig out your potential. Xiao Chun took the gold card and glanced at it. He smiled casually and said, Thank you for your auspicious words, senior. Seeing that Xiao Chun was not arrogant in the slightest, the supervisor nodded inwardly, and his evaluation of Xiao Chun rose by another level. Xiao Chun turned his head and said goodbye to Yu Bingyun. Then, he indicated that he would take his leave first. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and sent a voice projection to meet up after the auction. Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air, trembled in anger as he watched Xiao Chun walk towards the doors of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion before the envious gazes of many cultivators. As the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jiang Hung, he spent most of his time in the Black Sea's largest sea region, the Dark Sea. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Aside from a few outstanding young talents who were so strong that Xiao Chun could not do anything about them, No one in the same generation dared to be so arrogant before him. After winning by just half a move, the other party chose to ignore him. Furthermore, it was in a small place like Blackwater City. Cursing angrily, Jiang Hung landed in front of the Iron Man. His whole body was like smoke, rushing up and kicking the Iron Man. Light flickered on the stone steel as the gems lit up continuously. He also lit up the 6th row of purple gems, and 2 of them, one more than Xiao Chun. A look of pride flashed across Jiang Feng's face. Compared to me, you are still a little weaker. I have a secret technique passed down by the Jiang clan. The power he could unleash was already comparable to that of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Don't give me a chance to catch you alone. With a fling of his sleeves, Jiang Feng received the golden ticket and quickly walked over. Incredible. He truly lives up to being a descendant of a sovereign martial emperor. This Jiang Feng's explosive power is really startling. He used a secret technique. The Flame King has a secret technique called the wolf smoke art. Once it's used, the blood vessels in the entire body will boil, and essence energy will spurt out like smoke. It can be seen from 5 kilometers away, and its explosive power is extremely shocking. It's said that when the wolf smoke art is cultivated to the highest level, it can even ignite one's own bloodline. Combined with the Jiang clan's flame cultivation technique, it can increase one's explosive power by several times. Speaking of which, this Jiang Feng has always been in Dark City. Why did he come to our Blackwater City? He's probably just passing by. But he definitely didn't expect that he would lose to a Blackwater City's advanced blue-robed emperor in front of everyone. When Jiang Feng, who was already walking up the stairs, heard these discussions, the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his bones crackled. Hu Qi. As soon as Jiang Feng left, another person came in. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s and had an extraordinary bearing. He was dressed luxuriously and wore a priceless jade ring on his thumb. 10 odd servants followed behind him. They walked over with their heads held high and chests puffed up. Their group was very grand and impressive. When Yu Bingyun saw this person, a strange light immediately flashed in her eyes. This middle-aged man was none other than the current manor lord of the Jadeite Mountain Manor, Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi's cultivation was rather horrifying. Even so, when he walked over, he did not release any aura at all. However, he still put a formless pressure on everyone. This made it hard for people to breathe and suppress their hearts, not daring to look him in the eye. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was clearly familiar with Fei Lingyi. He took the initiative to greet Fei Lingyi and give him a purple gold ticket. That was the most distinguished seat in the auction house. Only after lighting up all 10 purple gems on the 6th row could one qualify to obtain it. Fei Lingyi received the purple gold ticket and smiled. Senior Ma is too polite. However, we still cannot break the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's rules. After saying that, Fei Lingyi shifted his gaze and focused on the metal puppet at the side. A startling aura suddenly erupted from Fei Lingyi's body. The berserk aura knocked some people back in time and knocked them into the air. Bang! The stone steel gave off a bright light, lighting up all 60 gems on the 6th row in one go. The sight of it was very startling. Fei Lingyi withdrew his aura and shook his head. It still won't do. Indeed, only Emperor Wu can light up the golden gems on the 7th row. Even though my strength is already no weaker than that of a small perfection Emperor Wu's, without condensing a heart of an emperor, the difference will forever be a difference. Such an aura was even more ferocious than that of the consummation blue-robed emperors from earlier. The 60 gems lit up at the same time, not pausing at all. Everyone was shocked at how strong Fei Lingyi was. In reality, this Fei Lingyi was indeed far stronger than some of the consummation blue-robed emperors. This was because the other consummation blue-robed emperors had not undergone their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, Fei Lingyi had. Although he failed, he was fortunate enough not to die. After he survived, his strength increased significantly. When one underwent the great tribulation of wind and fire, there was a slim chance of survival. Once one succeeded, one could ascend to emperor and look down on everyone, becoming a true peak character of this world. However, there were also some people who didn't succeed in overcoming their tribulations. However, they were lucky enough to survive, allowing their strength to increase once again. Such people were known as Half-Step Emperor Wu, also known as False Emperor Wu. The power of the world that they could drive was already no weaker than that of a small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, they did not have a heart of an emperor, so they were always half a step short. Furthermore, after undergoing the tribulation once, there would be no second chance. That was to say, while this Fei Lungyi looked strong now, he would never have a chance to take that half-step to Emperor Wu in this lifetime. As Yu Bingyun watched Fei Lungyi enter the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, a smile slowly appeared on her face. This person finally arrived. If Yu Bingyun had not come, there would have been a 30% chance of him advancing the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword to a transcendent divine weapon. However, once he arrived, according to the plan, Fei Lungyi would have no chance at all, destined to fail. The divine weapon, the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword, would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The Lunar Palace's startling Phoenix Qin would also be able to remain on the divine weapon ranking. Yu Bingyun had successfully completed her mission. Inside, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was an exquisite and elegant hall. The interior was a ring-shaped building with 7 floors. After Xiao Chun handed over his golden ticket, an attendant led him to a large, luxurious private room on the ring-shaped 6th floor. The private room setup was very interesting. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had no intention of protecting the privacy of the customers. The windows were open to the air. Not only the owners of the private rooms on the opposite floors, but also the customers in the hall could see each other. The hall was already filled with many cultivators. These were all small perfection blue-robed emperors who did not get a private room. There were about 1,000 of them. At first glance, 1,000 small perfection blue-robed emperors seemed like a lot. However, when one thought about it carefully, just the local cultivators in Blackwater City numbered more than 100 million. Furthermore, there were many blue-robed emperors from other sea regions who came for experiential training. It would not be an exaggeration for 1,000 small perfection blue-robed emperors to gather together. If one included those blue-robed emperors who were still adventuring in the various remnants and did not have time to come, there would be even more. This was the first time Xiao Chun saw so many blue-robed emperors gathered together. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, only when one's strength reached a certain level could one officially enter a circle of a certain level. If it were in the past, Xiao Chun would not have even heard of an auction of this scale. To him, this was like a legend. Now, Xiao Chun had gone from minor character when he first entered the Kunlun realm to a VIP private room in a blue-robed emperor level auction. As he looked down on the group of older generation blue-robed emperors, he enjoyed the glory of being in a superior position, something that he did not even dare to imagine back then happened to him. However, he felt strangely calm, not feeling too proud or satisfied. I wonder, what kind of scene will an Emperor Wu level auction and gathering be like? Xiao Chun picked up the wine cup on the table and gently swirled it for a while. Then, he drank it in one gulp, feeling boundless anticipation in his heart. The auction would officially start only after sunset. Right now, it was still some time before sunset. Since he had nothing to do, Xiao Chun picked up the auction list on the table and carefully looked through it. It is indeed a blue-robed emperor level auction. The things being auctioned here are really exciting. To think that there is even a divine weapon. Xiao Chen's gaze moved around the list, searching for his target. Coincidentally, he saw a divine weapon being auctioned. It was a treasure sword with a starting bid of 20 million black astral coins. Aside from a consummation blue-robed emperor, a regular blue-robed emperor would not be able to afford such a price. As a saber user, Xiao Chun naturally did not dare to be interested in this. As he continued to look, a medicinal pill attracted his attention. The source-returning pill could instantly recover one's heavenly laws, which was equivalent to doubling one's law energy. To people like Xiao Chun, who did not have as much law energy as a consummation blue-robed emperor. This medicinal pill held a great attraction. When one ran out of law energy, one could consume an internal source returning pill and immediately regain combat prowess. In times of danger, one would be able to survive. Xiaochen had heard of this medicinal pill before. The ingredients were extremely difficult to gather, and the success rate was very low. It was extremely rare among king-grade medicinal pills. There were 5 medicinal pills in this bottle, and the starting bid was 1 million black astral coins. Xiao Chun estimated that, given the value of this medicinal pill, the final bid would be 3 or 4 times higher. After looking through the list, Xiao Chun discovered that many of the auction items did not have a detailed introduction. They did not even have a name. This was probably to maintain a sense of mystery. Only when the auction officially started would there be a grand introduction. Aside from the source returning pill, which Xiao Chun paid special attention to, there were a few other treasures that he marked as well. As long as the price was not too ridiculous, he would bid for them. Xiao Chun was filled with anticipation for these mysterious auction items, hoping that they would give him a pleasant surprise. Strange, how could there be such a heavenly treasure being auctioned? Just as Xiao Chun was about to put down the list, Ao Jiao suddenly spoke up from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chun took a look at the list and felt that he had not missed anything. He did not know which auction item Ao Jiao was referring to. Why didn't I notice that auction item? Is that heptagold origin? Heptagold is a peak divine material in the first place. Heptagold origin is even more pitifully rare. If heptagold origin is added to a divine weapon, the chances of breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon will double. Xiao Chun quickly looked over. After he saw the starting bid, he finally understood why he had not paid attention to it. This heptagold origin actually had a starting bid of only 10,000 black astral coins. Chapter 1148. Why is the reserve price so low? I nearly missed it. It doesn't matter. Even if the reserve price for such a divine item is 0, it will quickly reach 10 million black astral coins. I just find it strange that such an item appeared in the auction house. Why would someone with the ability to obtain such an item auction it? A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He asked, "Little Ao Jiao, should we bid for this heptagold origin? If I succeed in breaking through to Emperor Wu, the lunar shadow saber will have to advance to a divine weapon." Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, remained silent for a while. Then, she shook her head and said, "There's no need. I know where to find a heptagold origin. When you advance to Consummation Emperor Wu, I will bring you there. There is no need to rush the lunar shadow saber. If it does not advance to a divine weapon, then so be it. Once it does, it will definitely make it onto the divine weapon ranking." Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "There is such a place? Why did you not tell me about it?" Ao Jiao smiled and did not reply. She had to tell Xiao Chun the location of the Thunder King's inheritance. As for the Thunder King's final wish, that would depend on Xiao Chun's own choice. The most important thing now was to help Xiao Chun succeed in breaking through to Emperor Wu. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The Thunder King probably did not want to see Xiao Chun become a meteor at such a young age, disappearing in a flash. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of something. With the heptagold origin here, that Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord, Fei Lingyi, would definitely come. If Xiao Chun managed to obtain this heptagold origin, there was a 70 to 80% chance that the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword would advance to a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chun frowned slightly when he felt an extremely strong aura. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance and an air of arrogance. He was escorted by a group of servants as he walked in with large strides. There was an uproar in the hall. Many lesser-tier, blue-robed emperors stood up and greeted them. When Xiao Chun heard how this middle-aged man addressed him, he put down the list and revealed a faint smile. What a coincidence! I was just thinking about this Fei Lingyi when this fellow appeared. With this person around, Xiao Chun had a premonition that the heptagold origin would definitely be auctioned off for a sky-high price. Fortunately, Ao Jiao knew of a place with a heptagold origin. Otherwise, she would have to spend a lot of black astral coins to compete with this person. As more and more blue-robed emperors entered, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more lively. At the doors, Xiao Chun saw a familiar figure. An attendant led Yu Bingyun to the VIP room on the 5th floor. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He wondered what kind of expression Yu Bingyun would have when she saw the heptagold origin on the auction list. If Fei Lungyi obtained this item, and the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword successfully became a transcendent divine weapon, her mission would be considered a complete failure. Wait, why does this feel somewhat strange? If Ao Jiao did not know that there were heptagold origins elsewhere, he would definitely try to obtain this heptagold origin at all costs. That would be equivalent to him helping Yu Bingyun. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun was the one who introduced him to this auction. Could it be a coincidence? That was not right. Yu Bingyun did not know that Xiao Chun obtained the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, and did not think that his wealth was stronger than Fei Lungyi's. Given Yu Bingyun's cautious character, she absolutely would not place all her hopes on Xiao Chun. At this moment, in the private room, Yu Bingyun looked at the heptagold origin on the list and revealed a faint smile. No matter how Xiao Chun guessed, he could not guess what Yu Bingyun's plan was. Since she personally made a move, how could she let Fei Lungyi succeed? When the full moon hung high in the sky, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's blue-robed emperor-level auction started on time. On the auction stage, the person in charge of the auction, who had been standing outside earlier, walked up and performed a cupped fist salute. Then, after some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. This old man is Yang Yunfan. I will not make too many introductions. In the future, if anyone has any treasures to buy or auction, you can come and look for me at any time. Now, the auction will begin. The first treasure is a pair of peak-quality king-grade gloves called the Fleeting Shadow Gloves. Yang Yunfan spoke frankly with assurance, going straight to the point. He did not beat around the bush at all. Then he continued. Friends familiar with Emperor-grade secret treasures should know that even the most ordinary Emperor-grade secret treasure requires the cultivation of a small perfection Emperor Wu in order to bring out its full might. The secret treasure most suitable for the blue-robed Emperor is still a peak king-grade secret treasure, which is also commonly known as peak-quality king-grade secret treasures. Aside from increasing one's attack speed, the Fleeting Shadow Gloves can also disperse a portion of the opponent's attack. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. Each bid must be no less than 100,000 black astral coins. After Xiao Chun heard the introduction, his eyes lit up. This pair of gloves was simply tailor-made for him. By increasing his attack speed, Xiao Chun could draw his saber even faster. The ability to disperse attacks could also improve the combat prowess of his fist and palm techniques. There was probably no one else in the auction house like Xiao Chun. Since Xiao Chun was a bladesman, his fist and palm techniques could also surpass the others. 1,500,000, 165,000, 1,700,000, 2 million. There was no need to fear that no one would fight for a good item. The moment this pair of Fleeting Shadow Gloves was put up for auction, it immediately became a hot topic. The price soared to 2 million black astral coins, nearly doubling in an instant. This flabbergasted Xiao Chun. There were really many rich people. In an instant, the price doubled. In reality, Xiao Chun did not know that it was rare for such an auction to happen. Many of the blue-robed emperors had already made preparations to save money before the auction started. Some even borrowed black astral coins from their friends in advance. The reason was none other than the fact that it became increasingly difficult to raise one's cultivation after reaching the blue-robed emperor realm. In a situation where everyone did not improve much, the effects of external items on combat prowess were magnified many times over. If one managed to find a suitable treasure, one could immediately raise one's combat prowess by 10 to 20%, equivalent to decades of bitter cultivation. With such a reason, it would be strange if the competition was not intense. Xiao Chun did not rush to call out a bid. He had participated in many auctions of various sizes before and had already grasped some of the techniques. When one saw something that caught one's eye, there was no need to rush to call out a bid. One had to observe carefully to see who was chasing after it and figure out the other party's psychological price. Of course, this was under the condition that no one was messing around. If someone was purposely messing around, all techniques would be useless. In the end, one would still have to rely on wealth. After observing for a long time, when the price of the fleeting shadow gloves reached 3 million black astral coins, Xiao Chun called out a bid of 4 million black astral coins. Raising the price by 1 million black astral coins in one go immediately broke the psychological barrier of several people chasing after the fleeting shadow gloves. This resulted in a temporary silence. If Xiao Chen's observation was right, the people who were truly chasing after this fleeting shadow gloves would not raise the price any further. He would successfully purchase this pair of gloves at the price of 4 million black astral coins. 5 million black astral coins. Just as everyone was silent, a cold and sinister voice called out a bid. Xiao Chun felt a murderous intent. He looked over and saw Jiang Feng in the private room across from him. Who is so rich? This is not worth it. This pair of gloves is worth at most 3 million black astral coins. It has already tripled. 4 million black astral coins is already a loss. 5 million black astral coins is really too much. It's Jiang Feng. He is competing with that white-robed bladesman. No wonder he lost face to the white-robed bladesman outside and is trying to regain it here. This is not going to be easy. The white-robed bladesman probably will not be able to buy anything good. The Black Sea great bandit Jiang Heng is very wealthy. As his grandson, Jiang Feng has at least 20 to 30 million black astral coins. That is comparable to the consummation blue-robed emperor. Noisy discussions resounded. Many gazes looked at Xiao Chun with pity in their eyes. Dang! Jiang Feng placed the wine cup in his hand heavily on the table and wiped the wine off his lips with a handkerchief. Then, he looked provocatively at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "Let's see what you are going to use to compete with me. 10 million black astral coins." Xiao Chun ignored Jiang Feng's gaze and slowly called out a price that no one dared to believe. Pussy-eye. Before Jiang Feng could swallow the wine in his mouth, he spat it out. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The words 10 million black astral coins resounded in his ears. Damn, is he crazy? My God, 10 million black astral coins. What kind of concept is that? Even some ordinary emperor-grade secret treasures are only worth 10 million black astral coins. However, the blue-robed emperor will not be able to bring out their full potential. Speechless. You really cannot compare yourself with others. Does he have that much money? He should. He should be very clear that he will not have a good ending if he dares to raise the price in the Heavenly Cauldron auction. I think Jiang Feng is going to cry. Just now, he wanted to use money to slap Jiang Feng's face. Who knew he got slapped so hard? This slap is really heavy. Haha, this is interesting. The young, outstanding talent of the Black Sea is continuously getting slapped in the face in our Blackwater Sea. He must be feeling very sullen. Bang! Jiang Feng slammed his palm heavily on the solid wood table, shattering it. He gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to call out a bid of 20 million black astral coins on impulse. However, he only had 20 million black astral coins on him. Furthermore, he still needed to use it to purchase a treasure that he had been interested in for a long time. He did not dare to call out such a price. 10 million black astral coins going once, going twice, going thrice. Good. No more bids. Sold. Yang Yunfan spoke in a rhythmic manner. Finally, he hammered down the hammer. The first auction was a success. The sky-high opening price was a good start. The smiling Yang Yunfan thought to himself, I have to make friends with that white-clad youth after this is over. His background is definitely not simple. Inside the booth, Xiao Chun slowly put down his wine cup. He continued to ignore Jiang Feng's murderous gaze, not bothering with him. There was no need to say much to such a person. Xiao Chun wanted to talk about the rules with him, but he did not follow them. He insisted on using his influence to force people, telling them to scram before the testing stone steal. Then, he was unreasonable during the auction, wanting to use his wealth to humiliate Xiao Chun. In that case, there was no need for Xiao Chun to care about Batu's face. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Xiao Chun has more than 100 million black astral coins on him. Aside from the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord and a few other older generation people, there were not many people in the entire auction hall that Xiao Chun feared in terms of wealth. Up in the booth on the 7th floor, Fei Lingyi revealed some doubt on his arrogant face as he watched the commotion below. He waved his hand and instructed, "Investigate this person's background and see if he will be a threat to my auction of the heptagold origin." After a pause, Fei Lingyi said, "Let him know in advance. Tell him to be sensible and not act rashly. This heptagold origin is very important. Nothing can go wrong." 2 old men in the booth immediately left to carry out the order and disappeared.